Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast, where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. My name is Gangly. I'm your host for today, and joined with me is friend of the podcast, EMEA TFT caster, Impetuous Panda. How you doing?
I'm doing great. This podcast means that we're right around the corner, moving into regionals, moving to the culmination of the esports part of the sets when it comes to making the TAC crown, what players are going to make it to TPC next set. So it really is, for me at least, the exciting part of the season.
That's right. And so right now, if you're watching this, you're probably watching it live before the broadcast of the actual competition starts. And you can probably see a timer somewhere around here indicating that we are counting down until game number 1 of the play-in phase is going to start. And so we're going to take you through everything you need to know about this event, everything that you need to know going into both weeks of the regional finals. So David, let's get started. And first, before we go anywhere, let me just tell you, if you're watching this not live, you're watching this on YouTube, go and watch the regional finals. That's happening March 6th through 8th, and then week 2 on 13th through 15th. You can see the times outlined here. It is happening all around the world. We have EMEA, Americas, and APAC, and then the CN region has their own regional finals format that they'll be following. So make sure you go ahead and follow along with us. But first, let's take a look at our qualified players for the EMEA regional finals. And something I want to talk about real quick, David, is how there are players qualifying in through various methods, right? It's not just the players that we've seen from the TPC. What the regional finals does is that it opens up the doors to players who are coming in through a variety of different methods.
And the different methods are valued in different ways. If you're coming from TPC, the worst you can do is start in playoffs. That's only 4 players, though, not the 8 that we had last set. And it is the riskiest slot of the tournament to come into because it means that one bad day of TFT, you lose your chance to make it to regionals week 2. You lose your chance to guarantee your spot in TPC next set, which could be devastating for some of these players. But it's also maybe a beacon of hope for players who are not in TPC, who have this leg in now to compete on an equal playing ground in week 1 the next 2 days and potentially make it into TPC, maybe even make it to TAC round. We saw it happen last time with what Jungler, for example, in EMEA. So different expectations, I think, are set at this point in time. And it really is, in my opinion, maybe even the more exciting weekend of regionals because of how much is at stake.
Yeah, the first week in particular is going to move very fast. We'll have a lot of cuts throughout all 3 days of competition, and it definitely will keep you on your toes. Now, I want to make sure that people understand how we got where we are today, right? Because yes, we're in the play-ins, and it's going to be a brutal and fast day, but it really is a reflection of an entire set's worth of competition. To get into the regional finals, like we talked about before very briefly, there are different ways you can get in. You can make it in through the TPC, and depending on how you place throughout the entire set, you were placed in different parts in the regional finals. You could get in through your ladder performances, or you could get in through one of the qualifying cups. I want to highlight that at least in the Americas last set, we saw an abundance of players qualifying through the ladder have success in the regional finals. And to me, it was a reflection of how it was the players who were strongly dedicated to grinding day after day to retain their spot on ladder were in the end rewarded. Did you feel like you had a similar response in EMEA?
I think so, and it's just the math kind of mathing. The best players on ladder who are not already in TPC, the best they can possibly do, no matter how good they are above the average player, is playing into week 1. You cannot qualify directly to week 2 from even number 1 on ladder snapshots throughout the entire set. So you have some very, very strong players who, for reasons known or unknown, lost their slot in TPC. Players like Jedusor, for example, players like Aaliyah, they're fighting through ladder. They easily qualify to week 1, and they're potentially a whole level above the rest of the field in this week 1. So I think it's quite normal to see the ladder players perform at a very high level because maybe they almost deserve to be in week 2 already, but they just don't have that access with the current format, how it works.
I think even the momentum is kind of on their side, right? You have the players from the TPC who are making it into play-ins who have largely been struggling this entire set compared to the rest of the field. And comparatively, you have, like you're saying, these tier 2 players who don't belong in tier 2. Obviously, they're capable and strong enough to be in tier 1 TFT, who have been doing nothing but finding success, dominating the ladder, going into the cups. And that momentum, it does actually play a large part in just your mental. And so I'm excited to see how many of them can continue to turn it on and make their way back into the TPC. So let's talk about the format for this weekend. Today we are in the play-in stage. And this, I'm just going to say it now, this is a tough format to beat. Okay, we have 16 players competing over the course of 4 games today. And at the end of 4 games, immediately, 4 players, their entire set, their life is gone. They will be eliminated, and 4 will directly advance into week 1, day number 2. After that, we will have 8 players remaining who will continue to play 2 more games. And after 2 more games, we will cut that field in half. 4 more advance into week 1, day 2, and 4 more will become eliminated. And Panda, this is, like I said, perhaps the most brutal portion of the entire regional finals. 4 games and then 6 games total can decide your fate for the last 3 months of prep.
No matter how good you are, and there are some very good players who unfortunately did not do their homework at TPC, except from EMEA, it's only 6 games. Anything can happen. 1/8 place could maybe even seal the deal in those first 4 games already. So it is a scary place to be at. It's usually your own fault as a TPC player if you end up here through just lack of results throughout the sets. But this is the time to clutch up. This is where experience really matters, where being able to stay calm under pressure matters, because it's just so cutthroat, as you're mentioning.
All right, so let's move on to week 1, day number 2. This is where those 8 players from the play-in phase meet 32 other competitors to a total of 40 players on the day. They will compete in 6 games. And I'm going to be honest, this format is way simpler when you compare it to the play-in phase where it's, immediate cuts after 4, 2 more, even more cuts. 6 games, only the bottom 8 get eliminated. 32 move on. That seems pretty forgiving, right? The thing to remember, though, is that the points carry over. You're not rolling up with the last qualified spot and feeling good about your chances in week 1, day 3, because the points carry over in the next day. After just 2 games of this top 32, 4 players are going to be eliminated. We'll play 2 more games worth 24 players until 4 are eliminated. And again, between both of those, top 4 advance directly into the TPC, into that week 2. And now this is where it gets a little bit different, because we drop those 8 players, we go down to 16, and we play 1 game. And after 1 game, we have 8 more players leaving the field, 4 advancing into week 2, 4 getting eliminated, and we'll have 1 final game with 8 players. And once again, top 4 advance, bottom 4 are eliminated. And Panda, what stands out to me is that on week 1, day 3, it feels like every single game has something to play for.
Yeah, there's no lull in the action in terms of the first 4 games are kind of, calm, and then the next 2 games really ramp up in intensity. It's going to be, especially when you're on the lower end, you're fighting for your life pretty much every single game, having to play maybe higher risk than you would want to, having to warp your game plan entirely around the situation that you're in on the leaderboard. So it is going to be a cutthroat and exciting as a viewer and caster day of TFT, but maybe scary as a player as well.
I mean, the reality is, because this is a game of variance, there's a world where even the best players start off the day with an 8th, with a 7th, right? And what I think is the key for this format in particular is that if you are starting on the back foot, you can't get tilted. I think you just can't afford to have any lapse in judgment, any lapse in mental, because the second that you start doubting yourself, the second you start feeling that pressure and letting it get to you, the tournament's going to move on without you and you're dead in the water. So if you're a top player here, I really want to see some resilience and the ability to bounce back. So now that we've talked a little bit about the format, let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is that 16.6. If you're watching this right now, this patch has been out for a few days, but this is a huge patch. I mean, back in the day, we had the mid-set updates, which kind of gave us this huge update with new champions and stuff. It's not quite that, but it's definitely reminiscent of it. And the thing that is the largest change that happened in 16.6 has to be the unlock changes. So obviously in set 16, the set mechanic being that with certain actions that you take on your board, you can unlock different champions to get different things for your board. All of those unlock conditions on the whole have been made easier with this patch. Panda, what implications do you see the unlock changes having on the meta?
It just really opens up the possibilities and the flexibility of so many different lines that used to be very restrictive to only under these specific conditions, sub 5%. Can you play Yone with Yasuo? Can you play certain champions? Now it's been opened up, and just the sheer amount of extra possibilities you have and the way you have to restructure how you go into certain lines cut this late into the set of TFT is, I would be daunted as a competitor because it's just everything you worked on and polished throughout the last 2 months is going to change radically. Some players will benefit from this. I think some players really are very good at intuitive TFT and adapting to these changes much quicker. But other players who I think are more flowcharty, who are more, they find their advantages in executing at a high level and making small mistakes, they might be in trouble because all of a sudden everything they've been slowly polishing, executing towards for this regionals is now wide open again, and it doesn't really suit them as competitors. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how it all shakes out this weekend.
Are there any champions in particular on this list that stand out to you? And you mentioned Yone being a big one. Is there anything else that stands out as like, I think this might shake up the way that we see the game played?
I think the easier unlocks for Ixtal is interesting. For the healing, for example, with the Loose Streak tray, I think something like a Tom Kench at 350 is really interesting in terms of how warping and scaling a champion can be. I think some of the earlier unlock, for example, like Graves, it just makes it easier. You could get into these lines fairly easily before anyway, like Bilgewater, but you just have almost no conditions now. So if you find a good spot for it, if maybe it's a comfort comp for you, you can play for this more often. Just across the entire board, every single bucket slot just has changed entirely how these comps are played.
I'm really excited to see the Aatrox change personally. I feel like all set long people talked about how the requirements to unlock Aatrox oftentimes kind of made you have this tension on your board where it's like, in order to unlock him, I have to build this. But by the time I build this and I have everything on my board, I don't want these items anymore. So I'm very excited to see if we're going to be seeing new. I think the Slayer line in particular has opened up a ton and has much more flexibility than what we've seen in the past. So I'm excited to see all that play out. But this before us we have is the real meat and potatoes of the show. I think what everyone who's watching this right now wants to hear about, and that is not the patch, it is the players. So if you've watched one of our pre-show podcasts before, you're familiar with this. These are our player buckets, as we call them. And so what we've done is we've taken every player in the week one field and we have categorized them into different player buckets so that you can digest and understand a little bit of how they operate, how they function, where we see them in the great big story of TFT. So let's just get straight into it with our first category, which is the favorites. This is pretty self-explanatory, but these are the players that I think more so than anyone else, are shocked to see them in week one for one reason or another. And we would be shocked if they stayed here. Everyone on this list is a storied veteran one way or another. And we are beyond the shadow of a doubt expecting to see them make their way back into the TPC. What can you tell me about these two players?
First of all, the big disclaimer, this is week one. The fact that these players are favorites does not mean they've had the best set of TFT of their lives. They unfortunately have had a pretty bad set of TFT. Despite this, they have the experience, they have the composure to, in my opinion, still make it through without much of a hitch through this week one. Lekoko in particular has had two sets now where his regular seasons have been fairly poor compared to his usual, maybe best or second best player in EMEA standard that he's held for himself. Did make it attack round last set regardless, but this set 31st out of 32 players in TPC. Not sure if he's just not really been committing as much time to the game, but it is by far and away his worst set of TFT, I would say, since set 6. Despite this, I think he has what it takes to crush this week one, even if he's starting in play-ins, and make it to that week 2 to guarantee that TPC spot, maybe even attack round slot again. For Volta, similar case. He finished 25th out of the 32 players in TPC, but you can never count him out, no matter how he looks on the convergence, no matter how he plays the game differently to how you perceive it. He is just the guy that always pops off on regionals, always makes an attack round. It would be, I think, his 7th if he makes it this set, or 8th. So just absolutely insane performance usually from him at the end of a set.
Yeah, like Coco in particular on this list is just, I mean, when you look especially at domestic results, I think that's the one thing on Coco's resume that there's always been the quick mismatch of his domestic results compared to his international results. But if you can really just hone in how Coco has performed in EMEA by itself, he's very clearly in the same tier as the international greats that we talk about of, Wajan Iverson and Dishto from the Americas, YBY, Ironbog from APAC. And to me, it's like Double and Likoko from EMEA. It's so clear far and away that Likoko has had domestic dominance over EMEA for a very long time. And so, yes, while he's been a little bit on the downward trend for the last two sets, I fully believe that Likoko is going to be able to get his spot back in the TPC, because a TPC without Likoko would just be, that would not be a fun thing to see happen. So let's move on to our next player bucket, which is not our favorites, but what we're calling our contenders. Now, this category is the players directly below that favorite. We are not saying that they have the historic accolades that put them far above everyone else in the field, but we believe that they are significantly favored across against many players in the field. And if you had to, put your bets on someone to make a deep run this weekend, this is a pretty safe place to put those. So is there anyone on this list that really stands out to you?
I would say there's a threefold separation here. On one side, EMEA, Enzo, and Dedusor all coming from ladder. These are players who are tack round caliber players, who are multiple tack round caliber players. In the case of Dedusor, one of the best rising stars in EMEA the last 5, 6, or 6 sets. And I would be very, very shocked to see them not make it through. I think if they were in TPC, they might not even be in week 1, but for reasons unknown, they lost their slots last sets. They moved down to tier 2, and I think they're some of the strongest players in the field for sure. Then we look at players like junglers, Ico and Horo X, just barely didn't make it directly to week 2. I think very, very strong players historically. I think they have great prep groups. I think they're just, it would be shocking to see them end up without a TPC slot coming into the next set. And then someone like Revan, who is in an embarrassing position in some cases because he won a TPC event, Streamer Cup, but he didn't make week 2, which is a little bit scary because he might be a player who plays attack round but loses his slot in TPC next set if he doesn't make it through this week 1. I think he has the right prep group with all the Spanish army to make it through regardless, but it's a big test for him, I think, in terms of his composure.
Yeah, it's interesting because everybody else in this weekend, right? Every other player is playing to qualify to the Tactician's crown, except for Revan. He's already there, like you're saying. And all that he's actually playing for is to get into TPC. There is a world where Revan makes it, he gets eliminated this week, makes it to Tac Crown, and I believe there is a ruling where if he wins or top 8, there is a specific rule. I forget what the clause is. There's a way for him to get his spot back into the TPC through the Tactician's crown. Hopefully we don't have to look up what that rule is, because Revan will maybe just make the run and get his spot back.
I will say that would be the most Revan thing to do, to not make week 2 and then somehow win Tac Crown and still make it TPC because of that. The plot armor is just too thick for this guy.
And I before we move off the slide, I want to say that Revan, I think, has been such an important cultural icon for TFT, specifically for Spain, right? He is the first Spanish player to ever represent Spain at the Tactician's crown on the international stage of that caliber. And so for him to go out in week 1 would be very sad to see, but regardless, he's going to be representing the region in a great way coming up with the Tactician's crown, no matter how it goes. Let's move on with our next player bucket, which is going to be the largest one. I mean, you can see the gap in capacity between the last bucket and this one is very, very large. This is a bucket we're calling Volatile. Now, this, you could take this a couple different ways, and I'm going to have you kind of clarify how you see this bucket after. But Volatile could mean 2 things. It could be, 1, in actual play style, right? You're the players who are more willing to lean into risk, who are more of this 1st or 8th, you would call them, style player. What it also could mean is that it's volatile in terms of how it relates to their consistency. Players who show up in one tournament have this kind of one set wonder, one tournament wonder, great run, and then the next time around they come in dead last. The players who maybe you have to question their dedication to consistent studying and always having their finger on the pulse of the game. How do you see this bucket?
I think it's a mix of all these things. I think it's also career volatility. I think it's players who have had very high peaks, who have made it to Tac Round before in the past. Players like Noel, for example. Players that have made it to regional final day 3s multiple times maybe, but just haven't been at that same level the last few sets. Someone like Kevin Parker, for example, is just moving now from tier 2, hopefully into tier 1. It could be players that have had great careers until recently with the last two sets, like Gades and Bensak, but have ended up in the bottom 2 or 3 spots and are playing through play-ins alongside Lekoko, for example, coming into this week one. Players that just moved into TPC like Vigo, who have not had the best showing in TPC, who have not been able to hang with the greats in that first debut season, and now have to prove themselves yet again in regionals week one. So there's a mix, I think, of everything. This is really the players who you would like to see succeed, but you don't have a guarantee in terms of their past results, in terms of their consistency, that they're going to do so. So this is the exciting bucket of players, in my opinion. If you cheer for any of these players, you're in for a wild ride, because I think anything can happen. But it would not be surprising to see them making week two. I think they've all proven at some points in their careers that they have what it takes. They just have to really lock in this week.
This is the graphic that I think perfectly encapsulates the depth of EMEA. You know, when you look at other regions and you're going down to what your, I don't know, 40th, 50th best player in any given region, you start to get to the players who maybe don't have as much history, the players who don't have the accolades behind them. In EMEA, what stands out to me is that this is technically, if we're kind of tier listing and we're saying, you know, TPC is this top 16 players, and then we're moving down, like we're right now looking at this kind of 30 to 40 range. And these are established players with a history of performing, like you're mentioning. I mean, Salfo 20 is coming off the top 8 at the Paris Open just a couple months ago, right? And now is in this volatile category here. I think that the EMEA regionals is so exciting because it does truly feel like anybody can take it. Like even the worst player in the EMEA regionals is going to be an elite player, and so I'm really excited to see how that plays out. But let's continue to move on with our next player category. This is going to be our underdogs. And again, I want to note the difference between our volatile category that had so many players, and now we're moving into this underdog category where we're really honing in on just 8 players. Are there some players here that you want to talk about in particular?
Yeah, I think there's also quite a separation between why these players are underdogs. For someone like Arzu and Chinar, for example, they're players who have made TAC Run before, they've made high-level regional events before, but they haven't really been anywhere close to an elite level for maybe 4 or 5 sets. Chinar, in particular, he kind of took the mantle from Ging as a top Turkish player from around set 8 to set 12, then hasn't really had any meaningful results since then. Not sure if, real life stuff got in the way, if he just wasn't putting as much time to TFT, but it's good to see some of these players be in a position where one good weekend of TFT and they're back into TPC, they're back into regularly playing among the tier 1 players and the elite players in EMEA yet again. So it's an exciting time for these players. I think this is the expectation of most of the players in this category. They're just thinking about making week 2 and about guaranteeing some stability in their careers yet again. For players like Narcus, for example, he's an OG player. He's someone who is very well known in the DACH region. He plays it at a regional level, but has never really had a big breakthrough at kind of a EMEA regional top level, tier 1 competition level. So it's kind of a mix of a lot of players. It's, I think, a harder sell to say these players have a great chance of making week 2, but it's not out of the bounds of possibilities. And I think these are players to cheer for if you really want to go for that. 1 in 1,000 or maybe not 1,000, 1 in 20 chance of making it through,
I always see this sort of category as almost like your local heroes. You think of someone who like maybe attends tournaments in their own region. You're talking about Narchez in the DACH region. I mean, lots of these players obviously have their own countries' leagues that they've played in. I've watched Marks play in the old Italian Super League when that was a bit more active. These are the players that, like you're saying, are maybe not favored against the field, but there's like some magic about them, right? That like the players from their region, the knowers know that these players have the sauce when the things go their way, and that obviously they're capable of making it this far because they've qualified to the regional finals. So this is, I feel like if you're looking for someone to root for, these are the stories that to me are very exciting because they're always going to fall through the cracks when it comes to the bigger narratives. They're not going to be focused on compared to some of the bigger stars of the region, but they have the opportunity to make the headlines and to go really far in the event and shake things up. So if you're looking for someone to root for, I think anyone on this list will be a fun player to watch. And now let's move on to our final category. We talked about our favorites, our contenders, the volatile, the underdogs. This last category is a category we're just calling the unknown. And so these are players who, for one reason or another, are in this category of either not having as much data on them, not having a long storied career in the game, being unsure of their current form and what they're actually bringing to the event, or just for one reason or another, not really fitting into any of those other categories. Who do you want to talk about here?
I think just going off of what you mentioned around the brief or the bigger picture of the category itself, if you are a top tier player in EU West, if you compete, maybe all these names very well because these are players who are constantly there, high GM, low challenger, maybe didn't play for a long time, but they just never had a competitive breakthrough when it came to tournaments, when it came to making it to day threes of GSCs back in the day, or now the TAC Cups, in terms of making it to regionals at all, or ever in the case of all of these players. So these are players who are known quantities if you're super in depth in the competitive scene as a player. But to a viewer watching this, I doubt any of the viewers that watch at a casual to semi-engaged level know these players. That's the big difference here. And I think it's also an opportunity. This is a chance they have 3 days of competition. In some of these cases, only 2 days, day 1 and day 2 of this week 1, to potentially play the most important TFT tournament of their lives. If it goes well, they're slotting into TPC next set. They can take a lot of that time they have to play for hundreds of games on ladder to now just hone their skill and their talent and play scrims and really have a more quality approach to playing this game, and maybe hang in TPC for multiple sets and make a whole career out of this that's sustainable for them as competitors. So that's the big question here, the big thought. These players have a chance to make it to week 2. Is it going to be an easy path to make it there? No. Are they unfavored? Potentially, just from an experience and a pressure standpoint. But I think it's the most important weekend of their TFT careers for sure. And I think that's a special thing as well, to be on that level playing field coming into this week.
Now we've gone through all the players in this week 1. You can take a look as we zoom out at what this list looks like. Of course, like we mentioned before, this volatile category really does make up so many of the players in the field. But before we end, I know the countdown is ticking. We're very close to the regional finals kicking off. One last thing you and I got to do, Panda, is we got to give some predictions. Who we expect to make it into that week 2 to find their slot in the TPC. I'm going to kick it off with Lekoko as my favorite, which I think could be an argument whether or not it's even fair to put him as a favorite based on how this set has gone. But I talked a little bit about it before. I don't think you can have the domestic history that Lekoko has and then be written off as anything but a favorite for an event like this. When push comes to shove, Lekoko knows how to perform. I'm expecting to see him make the deep run, earn his spot back into the TPC. And my dark horse, I'm going to go with Marks, the winner of one of the TAC Cups from this set. And I've got, I'm a little bit, I got a little bit of bias. I'm always rooting for the Italian players. We've had Raiko have a dominant run in TPC, so I want to see Marks do the same here.
And for my favorite, I chose Jedusor. I think last set was a little bit heartbreaking in terms of meteoric rise for 4, 5, 6 sets from potentially good player to elite player to S tier player alongside players like Double and Lekoko and Volta. And all of a sudden it came crashing down. No one really understood why or how, but he found himself outside of TPC playing in tier 2. He's crushed the ladder snapshots. He's made it back to week 1. He's just one step away from finding himself in the spot that I think he deserves to be in. And I don't think he'll let the chance slip away. I think he is going to be one of the favorites coming into this week. For my dark horse, it's Odessa. I think he's a player who is always really strong on ladder. He is a Spanish player that I think is often overlooked in the past compared to someone like Dalesom, compared to someone like Safo, even someone like Snoodybu, for example. And now with Revan coming in and eclipsing all of them for good reason. But I think Odessa, he is the last player from MKOI who has not found a huge breakthrough. We saw Safo in Paris, Dalesom in that last CPC tournament, and Revan, of course, winning Shurima Cup. I think it's due. I think he is also very unconventional as a player. I think this new patch and all the new unlock conditions suit him as well. And I think he's been working so hard for this for such a long time. He deserves to be in TPC as well. So I'm really rooting for him.
Thank you, Panda. Now, if you've watched this podcast before, you will know this graphic. This is our competitive roadmap. And guess what? We're here. We made it, Panda, to the regional finals. Now this countdown is ticking and waiting for us to finish up so that we can get into the first game of the action. So I'm not going to keep us any longer. The regional finals is here. Play and start today. Let's get into the action.
Rises. Cannons.
Welcome one and all to what many consider to be the most crucial day of the EMEA season. The path to pro lies at the end of just 6 games of TFT here in EMEA's regional finals. For some, it will be the first time ever. For others, they'll be looking to recapture previous glories. By the time the dust settles today, 16 players will have secured the final TFT Pro Circuit spot and will battle next week, not just for the regional title, but also for a place at the Tactician's crown. Welcome to Week 1's Elimination Day. My name is Canafit, joined by Makes and Kenobi, Impetuous Panda and Barry Baden, and a special guest will be dropping in once Game 1 is ready. But this is the make or break moment for so many players. So how are you both feeling standing here on the precipice?
I mean, amazing, right? I'm super excited to see what those players have in store for us today because, frankly, yesterday was amazing.
Yeah, it was so hype. We've got to see some really creative boards, some unexpected win outs, especially like from like Gox. So I'm excited for more, and as the pressure increases, I'm excited to see which players will rise to the occasion.
Well, just before we start to really get into things here on our opening desk, Kenobi, would you mind just catching anyone up who's maybe just dropping in here just on day 3 as to how we got to this point?
Yeah, of course. So first day we had the play-ins. Right now in the competitive roadmap, we are in March at the regional finals. So everything that's been happening has been leading up to this. The pro circuit, we have the bottom players from there playing today as well. We had the ladder snapshots and the tactician cups, all leading to the regional finals where the players will decide if they make their final mark on this set. And after that, in a couple of weeks, we'll have the tactician's crown taking place.
All right, so let's then start narrowing in where we are. Makes one of the trickiest things to bring out is today's format, especially because this is a lot more complicated than we've seen in previous days.
That's right. Please take out your pens and your note tables because you will want to write this one down. Today we're going to be playing 2 games, then we will eliminate the bottom 4 and we will move the top 4 forward to the next week. This repeats after another 2 games, and then once more after 1 game, and another time more after the very last game of the day. I hope you all took notice of this because this is really important, and I can see you guys have your notepads out, so thank you very much for that. Any questions?
What will be on the test, sorry?
All of it, of course. Everything will be on the test as always, you know, you gotta be prepared. There's just nothing I can do about that.
Well, we are not the only ones being tested here, of course. Our players have been tested across the entirety of this weekend. Play-ins and week 1, day 1 yesterday. So let's, again, for anyone who's just coming to the stream for the first time, let's catch up on what we've seen so far.
We're going to throw it over in-game where Kenobi and Makes are going to take you through that game 1.
Is stuck in the backline, so that backline can still free cast on the side of Kaiser, is getting under fire. I don't think there's any coming back from this. Look at the sheer power of the board.
Wouldn't bet on it. It's looking a little bit better and he has no disruptor, but maybe the Darius is looking a little close to dying. He goes down and the Azir might have been the difference maker. For the first time ever on your screen, Azir wins a round.
Well, Jungler should be happy with the second place here. I think he played a great example of this Leona Zoe game with these augment lessons in particular.
Here comes the Warwick trying to wrap around, but Shyvana plus that Leona will definitely turn around. Jinx is ramping up. One shot coming through the Zoe, and it's been decided.
Oh my god, there it is. Hello.
Do you know who is? Gargs. What a Giga Chat moment. So many of the forecasts are out because of the meta that we are in. Says, why not? Why shouldn't I go for it? I have the rolls, I have the money. Beautiful.
This fight's looking a little
got
closer,
bursted down.
Yeah.
That Ornn being interrupted was just so much left on the table there.
So it's been a fantastic tournament so far, but let's take a little bit of a lay of the land before we go in fully, because of course, as you saw in the video, we've got tons of exciting moments, but we've also had heartbreaks as well throughout the course, of the play-ins themselves, and of course yesterday especially. Guys, give us a lay of the land as we head into day 2, our final of the weekend.
Yesterday, we had the first 8 players eliminated. You can see them on the screen right there, starting with Moritz, going all the way to Odessa. Unfortunately, they will not make it and will not be playing today. And they will also be joined by other players just after the first 2 games, and then the 2 games after that, if you've been paying attention to what Makes has been saying. As you can see, some big names are in trouble and close to being in trouble as well.
That's right. They will need to have high results. There are no point resets from yesterday to today or in between the games. So everything you have right now matters, and it is going to matter going forward. Of course, the players that might feel a little bit safer are on this slide right now, but even with those miracle points that we're seeing from Guyosko at the top there with 41, there is still a possibility where if this day goes really bad, it could all end in tragedy. So they will need to be on their A game. All of our players will need to protect their points, claw for every placement that they can get, and make sure that they accumulate as many of these as possible.
As Max mentioned before, we'll have promotions and relegations coming every 2 games, actually speeding up as the day goes through. So, I mean, to be focusing mostly on the players riding this kind of the relegation wave, the elimination wave into today, because they're the ones who have the least chance for error. What should, can I be starting with you? What do you think should be their approach to today's games, knowing they need to maximize their points?
So, when it comes to deciding your strategy, the first thing that comes to mind when you want to score as many points as possible is to play for the legendary level 9 boards. As you can see, Male Flex, Rise Flex, any legendary flex. All of these lines have the potential to get top 1, but they also have very high top 8 placements and bottom placements overall. Because if you fall just a little bit short, you then fall very, very far short. And we've seen games where 3-4 players attempting Fast 9 all constitute the bottom 4 of the players.
That's right. And if we look at the next slide, we see exactly that. Look at this Seraphine, Seraphine Flex and the Freljord Invokers on the side there. If you look at the play count as well as the top 4 rates, you're like, why are people playing this? And you could make an argument that people are trying to go for the Vintage Rise out of the get-go, but usually that is not the case. These are transitioning boards where players are trying to go for those Fast 9 boards and they're unable to get there and they falter on their way. This is just a risk you always take with those Fast 9 boards. And then you look at our reroll comps, right? You see our Targan Malzahar up there or the Ari reroll on the very far left, and you think, man, a top 4 rate of 87.5. I ought to just run that back in every single game, but that's not how reroll works. Players are identifying when the spot is just right to go for this comp, which leads to those inflated or maybe biased stats that you're seeing there. So just something to take away for our viewers at home as we are going through those stats. Not all of them tell you the whole truth, just looking at the numbers.
Yeah. And with the Fast 9 boards, the thing is, it's the default game plan, so that's what there will be the most of, and good and bad spots included.
All right, so let's start to narrow in then on some of our players from today. Again, we've still got a ton of players left in the field, so we'll be covering them in the main as they come up. But a few of the folks we wanted to bring front and center before we get even into game 1, for me, would be Giosko, our top 1 finisher from day 1, did incredibly well there. But of course, really this is aimed at anyone who's coming in for the first time today. Want to use this as a chance to reiterate the Spanish TFT story for those in general who aren't already aware. Up until this set, no Spanish player had ever made it to the crown level. Revan broke that ceiling by earning his crown spot in the regular season, but Giosko on his fourth ever regionals, because he's topped out day 1, and Safo, another Spanish player also performing well, he's opened the door for this being a truly transformative set for Spanish TFT, potentially with multiple representatives making it to the crown. Gonna be, who have you got for us?
Well, I've got for you Cambiz, a player that is worth highlighting despite his spot usually being in the shadows of his cousin. He has gone to the Tactician's crown twice and is always in the discussion for being one of the stronger contenders in the entire region. Cambiz has had a rough previous set, being relegated from the pro circuit after a 38th place finish in the regional finals, but he's already improved that score in this competition, but just barely. He's hanging on with 23 points and he's not yet back in the pro circuit. To accomplish that, he needs to make a big comeback in the coming games, as he's currently right at the bottom of the standings.
Well, I talked about this player yesterday already, but I'd never tire of talking about Scapea, so let's take a look together at why this player is your favorite TFT player's favorite player. He is just one of the most creative TFT players, I would say, in the world, but especially in EMEA. Nobody really comes as close. We've been talking about Darkest as like the Scapeus 2.0, but Scapeus just always cooks. He has already been to the Tactician's crown twice. He got as far as a 5th place, but we all know he can do better than that. And it just feels like every season, every time the Tactician's crown rolls around, he is more and more due, and it's just so fun to watch him play. So if you've never watched competitive TFT before, before and you understand the game, I will challenge you to watch this player closely because it's just such a joy on how he navigates through those early and mid-game stages and how he builds out player board strengths like no one else. So definitely Scapea's one to watch.
And of course, I think it would be remiss of us to not also mention some of the highlight news or headline news in the TFT scene at the moment. Of course, we already mentioned Cambiz being in the mix here, but G2 entering the scene as well, with their signings really being able to come in absolutely massively. Kobe, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, every one of the G2 players is a superstar in and of themselves. I've talked about Cambiz, but there's also Enzo, who is also playing today and is also coincidentally has the same number of points as Cambiz, so has the same challenge ahead of him. But there's also Double and Padball, both players having won the regional championships, and of course Double having won Worlds back in set 3.5. So all superstars. It's super exciting to see a big name like G2 invest in TFT. Well, actually, I should say come back, because they used to have some players several years back, and now invest into the new competitive scene. They half of these players have to prove that they still got it, because right now they're in a little bit of trouble and need to claw their way back. Oh, hello, kitty cat.
Speaking of clawing.
You're speaking of clawing. She's just here. This is Ari, by the way. So Ari, reroll, meet Ari. She's just blessing all of her players, She's like, ooh, magic, voodoo. All of her players are now blessed to have the best game of TFT ever. I'm looking forward to see how that plays out. But speaking of superstars, speaking of legends, let's take a look at our list of co-streamers, because all of these guys are co-streaming the event for you. Some of them even Americas and EMEA both. And I heard some of them are adding APAC onto that. Maybe we need to check on them just to make sure that they get enough hydration and nutrition, and maybe also the occasional hour of sleep during this weekend. But super awesome to see all the love in the TFT community with our legendary co-streamers.
And of course, if you want to become a legend yourself, you can of course head across to CompeteTFT.com and start the very same journey that brought our players to this point, and potentially be featured on these broadcasts, and of course even become the crown holder yourself. The journey all starts with scanning that QR code and getting involved with the TFT competitions all around you. We have got word that our first game is close to being ready to begin. If you remember, we've got 6 games today. Eliminations and promotions start after game 2. So we'll put you in the hands of Panda and Barry, and we'll see if they can locate that special guest.
Thank you, Counterfeit. I'm Panda, joined by Barry for what is going to be a super exciting day of TFT, but maybe we can't do it alone, Barry. Maybe we need someone else to join us, a special guest.
Yeah, it feels like such a special day when it's the eliminations are coming through every 2 games. We do need that extra special person to start the day, someone with so much experience, even from such a young age, Panda.
And who could it be? Our favorite Polish player of all time. Don't tell Travis. I wonder. There's not many left, actually. I believe we're going to see an explosive entry from Kubikson, the pro point leader this season in the TPC. Kubi, how are you doing, and how's the experience been this weekend watching the players compete?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, yeah. Watching TFT is always amazing, right? And watching like our opponents, so yeah, I guess it's really exciting, and I hope that some of my guys from study group will do well as well today.
Yeah, recap on your season though, Kubi, before you start, just quickly, so we have an idea of how the season went for you. Obviously, you're the TPC leader in pro points. You're in a very good position to make it through, obviously, directly to week 2. How has your confidence been? You're someone who's made this TAC round before. You're someone who has won a lot of Polish championships. How have you been feeling this set as a whole?
In the set, I mean, I feel pretty confident. Like for me, it's like casual work, right? It's like nothing special. But especially in this set, I feel like it's a lot harder than like previous set. Like there is a lot of like flex options, and like I feel good about it, and I want to prove that I'm capable of like winning Worlds and stuff like that. So I hope that I will do well at Worlds.
How are you feeling coming into obviously this essentially a mid set? The kind of back, we've had this massive patch. A lot of the viewers at home may be just getting a feel for it, but obviously all of our pro players have been scrimming continuously. So how do you think this meta's kind of arrived? And do you think there's any compositions we're still yet to see in the first week?
So this meta is really good, and overall this patch is really good. Like I feel like I never played a harder patch in the entire TFT history, because like there is so many options. I'm playing like every single day, and I still some lines I didn't test it at all, and like that means that the patch is good. So I'm really enjoying watching. I'm learning as well. So yeah, the patch is really good, and I hope that they won't change a lot for the World Championship.
Must be nice to sit back and just watch all the players this weekend having to deal with this completely new meta while you just take notes and copy everyone's homework and show up next week with the right read. Overall, have you been surprised by anything you've seen? Obviously, you're a player who I think part of the skill of being a good player in TFT, you have to be able to see a patch and immediately make some predictions in your head. Hey, this might be good, this will be weaker, etc. Anything that kind of surprised you in terms of your expectations throughout this weekend?
Yes, the one thing that I think is kind of surprising, but like not really as well, is like the average of Jinx, because I believe that this can be pretty broken, but people still doesn't realize why she's broken, and that's a secret that I won't tell you guys. Sorry, but yeah, you will see in week 2 why Jinx is so broken. But like, yeah, I guess Jinx averaging around like 5-0 is illegal.
Yeah, I think we'll see in week 2 when our big hitters from the pro circuit turn up that maybe a few compositions haven't quite been mastered just yet. As we get into this elimination day where every 2 games Kvixen people are up against it, do you think the players change how they approach the day like this? Yesterday, obviously, fairly standard, you just got to get through the 6 games, but now does the pressure do you think it'll get to some of these players knowing that every 2 games they're up against it?
I mean, for some, for sure, like it's like a pressure. It's a stressful day as well. Like, but the players need to be like, they need to play the best game that they can. And if the game is giving them the risky line, they still should like choose it and play risky. But like, because like playing for like 7 or like something like that, even from like a good spot, like it's all often like going in the 8th place, because like you're not playing optimally. So you need to play what game gives you, and like that's the biggest skill in those days, I think.
I will say it's easier to say from your position, Kubi. You've been playing for a long time. I think you deal with pressure a lot better than other players. You have to remember that there's many players currently competing in this final day of week 1 who have not really ever played regionals potentially, who have not played at a level that is equivalent to tier 1 and to playing in TPC. And 6 games separate them from potentially playing in TPC next set, from potentially finding stability in TFT as a career, which it's hard to do and hard for a lot of EMEA players to say. So there's a level of risk, right? Where like suddenly you have this comfort comp, Demacia, for example, or let's try and, go balls to the wall and play for like Fast9, Rise, or Annie, or whatever it is. I think some players might decide to play the core comfort lines just because there's so much at stake for them.
I mean, yeah, sure, but like looking from like Gilosko's spot, right? Like he just need like make it 6 every single game and he's probably in. But like that's not the case. If he got like a spot to go Fast9, he should go to Fast9. Even if it's risky line, he still should do it.
Yeah, and as we do see our first lobby coming in here, we have the Polish rep, Pepo Glad, a little bit of bias either side of me on the cast, I feel like. But a player that, as you said, off the back of that first day, has the healthy points total, but shouldn't really be shifting how they approach this first game.
Yeah, I think so.
A lot of cool stories in this lobby in particular. I think the only real outsiders in terms of having less experience is someone like YU Matt Pro. But on the week, he's already played 12 games because he was playing through play and did a great job playing a lot of non-flex. And someone like Hypno, who has been in TPC this set, has kind of moved forward into that tier 1 space throughout this entire set. But he's someone who used to play on his phone, never really took TFT super seriously until around set 14, where he really started competing at a higher level, and it's been working out for him.
Yeah, we do see, as you said, a lot of big names in this lobby. For some players, they're at the point now where they can potentially make, as we do get ready for our first game here, make it into the pro circuit. And Kvixen, how do you feel the pro circuit's had an impact on playing against consistently the best players, not having to have these games where you feel you're such a gap ahead of everybody else? Do you think the practice has definitely improved for players at the highest level?
I think I don't know if it improved, but it's a lot different because like most of the time, like before the TPC, we are playing just ladder, right? And we're like gaining LPs and playing versus like so much different people, and now we are playing versus the same guys over and over. But like, is it better? I don't know. It's for sure different. For me, like me personally, I prefer like playing versus like good players because it's easier to predict them. Like with the like newcomers, for example, in this lobby, YU Mad Pro, I don't really know what they are thinking about the game and how they are positioning, and like versus people like Double, like Volatile, I know them so well that I can predict them.
Talking about knowing each other so well, a little fun connection in this lobby. Scipeus and Sappho. Scipeus, a few sets ago, decided to send a curse on all Spanish players. He said he would always outplace them in any tournament. So we'll see if that will be the case in this game one. Sappho, of course, had a fantastic start to the set. Third place in the Paris Open, the best performing player from both EMEA and Americas, making it to that final lobby. So we'll see if Sappho can turn things around. He has a chance to qualify to TBC if he has a good day today, and that would make, at the very least, 2, potentially 3 players from MKOI playing in TBC next set.
I think the curses, even if in this game he outplaces them, the Spanish players have definitely stepped up. So I think the curse is broken regardless of how this particular lobby goes. But yeah, touching on Sappho, it feels like a player that we see flip-flop so often and how high the highs can be. I remember Sappho used to tweet that he played TFT Samba style. He was all about flair and entertaining, and I think he's recently maybe locked in a little bit more to taking it that pro focus, but he does feel like a player that's had such high highs but not consistently been able to keep it up.
I think for the Spanish
to pick
player...
aura farming for Scipeus. Thoughts on aura farming, Kubikson?
Oh, I mean... It depends, really. I think it's a good augment, but it's not like insta pick from like all of the spots, like because like you're playing without augment till 4-2, so it's not even that good. But like for example, if Scipeus got like Yasuo 2, it's already something to build around like the opener, so it should be good. But like speaking about the Spanish player, like I do believe that they improved a lot, and like the connection between them, like the MKOI joining the TFT scene as well, like the Raven, like they just improved so well that the Raven made it to Worlds, and I believe that I have like hot take that there will be 2 Spanish players or what the World is set. So
holy, he just cursed them. Okay, Kubi, I see how you're playing.
I mean, if it's going to be any set, it's going to be now. Like,
yeah,
we might be in the prime of the Spanish scene. So.
I will say, as someone who has prepped a lot with them when I was playing for the Cups throughout this set as well, you can tell a huge difference, mostly because I think with the 4 players who joined MKOI, they feel a pressure to perform because they have certain standards they have to meet after having joined a prestigious org like MKOI and having them believe in this project with Brevin joining as well. So it just means a lot more discipline, a lot more focus, a lot more time spent prepping that was not the case before. You're mentioning with Sappho, he used to be more of like an aura player, and if he felt good, he would take it more seriously, but if patch was not so fun, he would be like, okay, whatever, I'll focus on my studies. So definitely a huge difference. We'll see if that pans out for this game. But someone we talked about yesterday as well, Jeduzor, a player who very surprisingly left the TPC. Last set was relegated. Were you surprised, Kubi, to see that happen? And what do you feel about his level for this set?
Yes, of course. I was surprised. I think that Jeduzor back in the day was like one of the best players in EMEA, like in the set 13, set 40. But I don't know what happened to him, to be honest. Like, I know that he's still trying. Like, for example, Coco is like kind of getting a step back. TFT, he's focusing on other stuff. But like, from what I know, Jeduzor is still trying. So I don't know what's happened to him. But of course, I'm cheering, and I would like to meet him at the TPC once again.
I think that just shows how tough the TPC circuit is, though, that some of the big names that we expect to be there, and we looked at the 4 that came into play-ins as well. These are players we kind of expect to be performing, and the likes of Bensack not having the best set. So I think it does show that TPC is just so cutthroat. The threat of relegation really does loom there for players, that if they have one bad set where it's not quite clicked, then suddenly you're out of things.
It could not be any other way. Volta has picked up Pandora's bench.
French bench?
His first augment. The French bench makes it back. I mean, you say the French bench, but I think really it's more the Volta bench than anyone else.
Yes.
Yeah,
true.
Has more often than not done some pretty crazy things across all the last few sets. And even if the change from silver to gold augment, he doesn't care. He's still going for the bench.
Yeah. I mean, it just Augment like deserve it for like Volatile, right? Like every single time he's doing well with it. So, and then you are picking it, and you're like, why this Augment gives me nothing? Like Volatile got like pretty higher game, right?
You have to change your nationality, Kubikson. It is
Yeah,
true.
sadly.
People were changing their in-game language to French when they were picking it. That was a tech for a while, and I don't think it helped, but a little bit of copium, then maybe it would have.
Going to the carousel now. We did see Pebble had a Jinx start. This is a comp that you mentioned. There is maybe some secrets around it. He does have 6 Blitzcranks. Is this a secret that you wanted to leak to us? Is Polish tech?
Blitzcrank 3 would be interesting. Never seen that, to be honest, but like maybe.
Wow, good
we'll
acting,
see.
Kubikson. You're trying to pretend it's not a tech.
If you get it for free, then like it can't be too bad. Like,
Yeah, I guess. I mean, -6 gold can't be that bad.
yeah, I do think
Looking
we
at
saw
the rest
yesterday
of the
and across
setups
the
here.
first. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I just wanted to see with the boards now being identified here. We see a lot of Zon enabled for Mad Pro as well, potentially going to Warwick with Infinity Protection. We have Hypno most likely going into an Ari reroll line with Yone. What are the new comps after the changes to all the different unlock changes? And Ari Strength as a 3 cost as well. Is this a comp you've been playing a lot of, Kubi? What are your general opinions on Ari reroll with Yone in particular?
Oh, that's the comp that I have like literally no reps about it, because like I do believe that it's hard to play around it. It's more like Ari comp than like Yone comp, and like it's kind of hard to play around it in terms of like it needs to be a good Ionia, right? You need like good spot for it, you need good items, and you need to be uncontested. So if that's all conditions meets, yeah, sure, this comp is pretty good, but like being contested or like having bad spot, bad items, it can like kind of destroy your game so easily.
I think just touching on as well with the needing a certain Ionia or some that kind of rule it out. I think also with seeing Yon becoming a viable unit, Yon was so situational where it was, okay, you needed to have the Yasuo spot and then also the Ionia was good enough, so it felt like he was just locked away and we never saw him. Now he still needs certain Ionias to step forward, but I think that's a good change that a unit that maybe even people had played almost 100 games and forgot about in this set. You didn't see much of him at all, but I think seeing a little bit of him, but not performing too well so far.
Cam is going for a bit of a Demacia opener. This is one of the ways I think a lot of players found a lot of success in stage 2 and 3 yesterday, either into playing directly into Demacia or using Demacia as a path towards more fast 9 stuff with Zillion and Annie and the AP backliners added in. In this case, birthday reunion for Canvas, so really wants to try and find a way to make it to 9 in the healthiest way possible and hope for one of those really transformative 5-cost like Annie.
The biggest problem of Demacia in this patch is like everyone is holding Garen, right? Because like everyone want his silos, and like if you're missing Garen 2 on your roll down, you are never finding one.
Yeah, it feels like we've even seen so many boards like pick it up. You have even Ionia players, obviously any of these fast 9 Arcanist boards, they all want it. And then also getting to Galio 2-star is no longer even like guaranteed if you're level 9, because you look around and these Rise players are unlocking it on their board. So it does feel like Demacia is just stable, but struggles to keep pace once all the other 5 costs come online.
And like it's really conditional as well. Like with Zillion on level 8, this combo is like 20 times stronger, because like the Zillion on this board is doing a lot of work. I'm pretty sure it's even better than like Lux 2. So it all comes if you got like Zillion. For example, Zillion from Outdoor Farming, it can be like your way to play Demacia, right? Because you have already carry, you just need to focus about your front lane.
Yep, and Demacia offers a lot of that, of course. Looking at the setup from Scapeus here, the Magician has somehow pulled a Leona 2 out of thin air and solves all the tempo problems of being down on Augment, essentially. You mentioned the Yasuo early on. Now you can supplement that damage with, a Giga Tank for stage 2 and stage 3. This is already looking like a perfect setup. This is kind of what you hope and wish for and dream for if you pick up Aura Farming. A way to not bleed a lot of HP or any HP at all, we're seeing here from Scapeus, until you get that 5-cost online. What are your general thoughts, Barry, on Azir as the pickup here, now that Azir is more of a carry after the patch?
I think coming in, as you said, with Aura Farming, if you're bleeding too much and then by the time you get to it, you only have a couple of lives, Azir, that's like amplified even more, because once you get the Azir, you then need a few rounds to get your Shurimas online. So it does feel like he's in such a good spot. I think if you get a Zia and you are loose streaking, it's suddenly looking a little rough because Zia's done well, but you need a secondary carry alongside it. It doesn't have enough damage on its own. I do think Scipeus, as you've said here, being level 6, just keep pushing on, staying healthy, should give him the time to really get this Shurima comp going.
We did see Toon TV in the play-in phase. He was like 2 wins away from getting Force Shurima online in one of the last few games of the play-ins. Have you seen Kubi much Force Shurima in competitive, like in tournaments throughout this set?
In tournaments, not really. I guess Tomino made it even twice, I believe so. But like, otherwise, not really. But like, Travis is sending me screenshots every single night. Like, oh, he got for Shurima. He's high rolling so much. He screams. He's gonna go the last in the tournament and stuff like that. But yeah, it's most like it's unlikely to players to reach to for Shurima. Also, it's like really risky, right? Going for that because like most of the time you have guaranteed top 2. And then you are starting to griefing, for example, for Nasus cash out and like something could went wrong and it's not that good then.
We do see here a very early Ari 2 coming through here for Hypno. Has that patient study as well, so should be able to use that to really push up on levels. And Scipeus keeping the streak going. Not having the best of items right now for his Yasuo to do loads of damage, but this Leona just, I don't think anything's going to be able to kill it this early on.
I mean, yeah, especially when he got 4 cloaks from Magic Roll. Like, this Leona is unkillable this stage. Like, no one can kill her.
Is there any consideration for actually playing into Leona reroll with Azir as a disruptor with Malzahar and just ignoring and maybe just playing for Shurima, like Nasus online as well over the defender package?
I think it would be too hard to play around like reroll without or like good econ augment on like the 1 or like some sort of combat. I think the reroll scums needs a combat, like at least 2. To be able to like outcap the legendary boards, and from spots like this, like from Scipeus, he is like 100 HP streaking. Like it's just free spot to go level 9, right? And we have already front lane with Leona too, and we got Azir, we have carry, we can go level 9.
I guess the magic roll, the magic roll pickup could have been a consideration in terms of if he gets Pal of Champions and he hits one of the 3 stars for the comp. True, maybe, but now that it was just items, he'll just push.
Yeah.
I've had plenty of spots where I've been baited into a reroll off a streak. Stagsaw, the player familiar to a lot of the EMEA pros, often says, looks at my board, and then comes back a stage later and says, what a waste of a 10 streak. When I've started to reroll something, and I'm like, okay, I'll just go 9, never mind.
It's a big golem for Sappho.
Yeah, big golem. Got the Aphelios 2 behind it as well, so able to actually have a decent damage dealer, so should be able to start picking up a few wins here at the back end of stage 3.
It's interesting what he's gonna play though. He slumped Kraken, and like Kraken in this meta is not really good. There is only like Jinx who really wants it. Like Yunara is unfortunately not a comp anymore, so it's really hard to play around Kraken slump.
And you do really want to play for a backliner, right, with the Golem, because I don't know, playing something like Velvet or Slayer, for example.
Yes,
the tankiness of the front line.
Yeah, looking around, we see actually a couple of players potentially with Jinx on their board as well. Mad Pro already having a Warwick, so it kind of rules that out a little bit when you're looking at elsewhere in the lobby. So we'll see exactly. Maybe he's just thinking it was a good enough slam for now, and he's really trying to focus on saving HP. But we've seen more of the AP slams actually performing better due to the fact that these fast 9 boards are mainly AP carries. So it does feel a little bit awkward. It kind of rules out the option to just push 9 and then figure it out. So. Do you see here though, why are you mad? Very early Warwick coming in here, three items on top of it as well. So staying pretty healthy here on a 5-win streak, and
yeah, though,
like player in the lobby
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, so looking at the spot, I really hate like being in those one because like our main carry is Jinx in that comp. Like people still kind of don't realize that. Like 3 because it's better than 4 cost, unfortunate. Like that's not how math works, but like yeah, it is how it is. Like it's the same as Ionia, and it's better than Leon. And like we have 0 items for our Jinx, and we have not a single component for her anyway as well.
Yeah, and coming off when I was looking at the stats, obviously you were saying the Jinx reroll not performing too well. Even just the like pushing 8 and playing around Warwick was also not. So it's not like some players were kind of unfamiliar of which way they should take it. It was like execution on both ways of playing the Zon line were kind of faltered. So there was a few games of multiple people trying to reroll though, and as soon as you have like 2 or 3 games where that happens, the stats do get dragged down quite a bit. So with such a small sample size, not an awful lot to read from it.
Yes, and like most people are like playing for the fast 9, and like you need to be really good at certain comp to outcap those boards. For example, with Jinx or like comps like Malzahar as well, right? You need some combats, you need some like different edge of the other players, so you can outcap the legendary boards.
Hear me out. He'll just hit Call Chaos into triple lucky item chest and itemize Jinx.
Okay,
Easy.
No
Just
problem
like
then. And like Jinx free from nowhere as well, right?
That's asking too much, Goofy. Let's try and be realistic, okay?
I mean, sure.
Looking at Canvas also going into the 80s plan. Of course, Canvas does not want to roll heavily on level 8. He wants to do as little as possible to make it to 9 with just enough health to hit that spike on 9. We'll see if he'll be able to manage, considering he's already on 52 HP, which is not quite the healthiest coming to stage 4.
Yeah, has an early Sway and an early Taric, so at least his front line's coming together. Obviously, the Herald unlock. Does feel that Birthday Reunion always get that awkward spot of some slams you really want to hold off on, just in case whoever you get really doesn't fit for it. We often see more, things like Shojin rather be slammed just because so many can use it. It leaves you a bit more open, but committing the DB there, Vixen, could potentially cost him when he gets to level 9 if he doesn't find the right 5 cost.
I mean, that blade is much better than Kraken, for example, because like Kraken, there is literally no units that wants her. I mean, maybe Kindred, but Kindred is not the main carry anyway most of the time. But like Death Blade could go on like Senna, could go on like the Shyvana, so we have more options to play around.
Good level up here from Jedusor, playing around the Freljord Invokers Flex. This is a comp that usually used as kind of a path towards the Rise Bruiser, usually used as a path towards level 9. Not really the strongest if you stay on 8, but Jedusor, I think he knows he has to try and stabilize. He has hit a lot of upgrades though, should be okay for stage 4.
Yeah,
he's missing
upgrades.
Yeah, he's missing the Demacia upgrades. He can't unlock Galio.
He's quite far away actually.
Yeah, I mean there is a Laxper on the bench and like around.
Javan 2 as well.
Yes. He just needs 1 upgrade, I believe.
Yeah, unfortunately, he couldn't get it that round. Really, ideally, then you can sell them off, start making your econ back as well. The ones you're not looking to hold on to. But yeah, as you've said, did hit enough upgrades for at least this Freljord core to get strong for the time being, and hopefully we'll be able to make it to level 9. We know that these 4-cost boards, once you get to stage 5, really struggle to keep pace.
I really want to check out Sappho's board in this Augment pickup to see what kind of direction he goes for. Still has a Felios 2 carry. We were kind of confused considering there's already 2 Jinx players and he's playing into an 80 backliner with the dummy pickup.
The duo queue is really good. Like there is infinite 5-cost that could be good for for his board. Oh, and Fiddle is good. Annie, though, in the other hand, he is not there.
Yeah, these items.
He's just trying to play some kind of like Kindred Flex, the less popular, more AD Fast 9.
Yes, I'm kind of surprised that he's so rich. Like with picking Golem, you are supposed to be like pretty poor, but like he got like 40 gold level 8. Like his body is like amazing right now.
I think he pretty quickly in just like 1 or 2 rolls hit that Aphelios and then didn't really need to worry about too many other upgrades. He just had kind of picked it up as he went on through stage 3. But as we said, Scipeus has finally arrived at that Azir. Stayed so healthy the whole game. The one risk sometimes with aura farming, that being down that entire gold augment really can punish you. But Scipeus, that really early high roll on the Leona is sitting in such a comfortable position now. Still has 30 gold as well, level 8. Easy look towards getting to 9.
But really want to find a Seraphine to slot over the Lord. He's got Disruptor online. Maybe he's strong enough to just go straight to 9 from this position off of the Azir coming in. And he has the health to do so, right? Even if he loses some fights. Yeah. The usual spot with aura farming is you're 25 HP and you're hoping your 5 cost will carry stage 4 for you. But at this point, even if he doesn't, Scipeus should be fine.
I think picking up 2 wins there, unlocking Mel, is in a position where even if you lose the next 3, you're chilling. So I don't expect we'll be doing any more rolling at that point. But Volta here, our French bench master, not quite worked out for me so far. We are seeing sometimes the downsides of picking up this augment.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there is no forecast 3-star.
Give it time, Kubi.
Yeah, two more rounds.
2 more rounds? Yeah, sure.
Give him like a stage to work his magic, you know? I think when we're not looking, that's when he does the magic stuff.
I guess maybe he just missed some other econ augments, so he couldn't really play around it.
Jedu has found the Zillion as well, so that's definitely going to help him maybe stick to this failure board to make it to 9 and just kind of skip the Demacia for now. He is still holding everything, so I guess if he continues the natural stops, he'll change the board up a little bit. It looks like he's not going to be rolling to 0 every turn.
Zillion in this meta is like amazing. He's like really good as a carry, like secondary carry, and also he's amazing because everyone wants to go level 9 and he's providing the bonus experience, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the general nerfs to some of the econ augments as well just makes him even better because you're less. It means you're getting there even quicker than the rest of the lobby, less of a guarantee that some people can get there. So yeah, it definitely feels in a really, really strong place.
The Kindred with the bow would have been a huge pickup for Sappho. Unfortunately, has been taken. Sappho now just confused, disappointed, sad about life. Picks up the glove instead.
Yeah,
I think Sappho needs like more like damage items than like attack speed items. He already got like 3 bows, Kraken and red buff, and he just need to focus about like BFs and like gloves.
Yeah, feels definitely stuck in a kind of a midpoint here where he's still carrying this Aphelios, but even if he gets to Kindred, you need somebody else alongside it because Kindred cannot survive on her own. So check it here with Hypno, who is re-rolling this Ari. Seeing the Ionia line now having a few more ways of playing it, getting that Yon 2 potentially coming through as well, whilst you're re-rolling Ari. Gets the Kennen in, so things are starting to come together here for Hypno, but just if you can get that
roll
Ari,
down,
it'd be such a huge spike, but not too bad.
I mean, yeah.
Went for the Yasuo 3 as well. With the TG.
Yes. Yeah. The spot look amazing. We got Kennen free, we are 1 of Ari free, 1 of Yasuo free, we are pretty healthy as well. We got like 1 combat at least. Don't know what dice is keep, but like yeah, this spot looks really good. We are just missing the 3rd item on Onion.
He got the 4 gloves, I think, coming through. I think he was the player that got that, which makes sense when you look at these items. So.
Yeah, that's true. Double QS is right. And then it's like
we move.
Yeah,
we moved the QS off of Ari later, but then I saw that Yoni already has one. I'm like, wait, what happened here?
Maybe in the late game we can like transfer QSs to Yasuo, like TG, Wukong or Set, and like find better items for.
Yeah, we've got a Reforger as well. Worst case scenario, you know.
I'm a gambler. I would reforge. Not really, but
there's a lot of hits when you have items in tank items or any hits, Yone items. It feels like it's not the best.
Basically every single item is good, like AP item, AD item, and tank item. So why not?
Very unfortunate game from Cambiz. I think it's similar to what we saw from him yesterday when it didn't quite work out with Bringer of Ruin, where the game plan falters and then it just can't really salvage it. Again, the case here, he's stuck on 8s. He's playing around Kai'Sa. AD Kai'Sa, not really the strongest forecast carry in this patch. Had to roll heavily to try and find any stability at the start of the stage 4, and despite that, still lost more than half of the fight.
Went for the birthday reunion with the Mumu and the party had as well, so the fact he didn't get there, it's a pretty sad birthday, but
yeah,
should be able to pick up a win here. Maybe one more cast coming through. Unfortunately, Lux does live though, and as you said, dropped so low.
Oh no,
Kai'Sa dashes into the Lux zone. A disaster.
You had one job, just one small sliver of space you cannot go into.
That's the safety position, by the way.
Now Camp is down to 3 HP, and it's scary because there's players that are going to start spiking in a big way coming into this stage 5 with Scapade, I think in particular, making his way to level 9, potentially finding a Mel 2 alongside a Zir 2 as well. Maybe Volta will find a 3-star forecast, so you have to be scared if you're Campus.
Yeah, especially that he's sitting on 23 points, like in the bottom of the score sheet. He needs a good placement, and going AF in this game probably like cut off his dreams of making it to TPC.
And the pressure as well, right? I mentioned it with the Spanish guys joining MCOI. It's a similar case. You join G2, you really want your first big tournament to be a success after you've joined the org to kind of have that inertia going forward. So both Enzo and Cambiz are in trouble. They're on the bottom 8 point or standings, players in the standings right now. Starting this day 2, we'll see if they can clutch it up.
Yeah, and as Kabixon mentioned earlier in the game, so many people just hold this Garen unit. We saw Skippers was hanging on to it as well, looking for the Silas. And it feels like if you're Cambiz looking for this Kaiser Demacia hybrid, and it's just like a lot of your units are gone. Just such a difficult spot to be in. But on the other side, though, we are sitting here. Jedasar got both his carries upgraded in the back line, got that Braum upgraded. We saw his roll down was pretty clean, and now has weight to 9. Still sitting on 20 gold as well.
Yeah, he's missing one Garen. He can unlock Silas. Where is Garen?
Free win for Jedusor here, though, considering Sappho's board still carrying a Felios, Unbest on the wrong side, stuck on Braum the entire fight. Sappho is going 9, I have to assume, on 5-2. All in all, I think this is one of the examples of where Sappho has maybe a weakness as a player. He goes with a flow a little bit too easily, doesn't have a clear game plan, and then maybe realized a little bit too late that maybe it wasn't the path to go down with this fast 9 AD.
We've got to be getting out of Aphelios.
I mean,
at least we found our 5 costs, but
I mean,
only on
really
1 start. So
it's really surprising that he's that poor, giving it a shot that he was 40 gold, level 8 for 2. I would assume that he should be at least like on 40 gold this turn, but he's like pure 0, so it's kind of surprising for me.
Cambiz and Sappho on their last lives. The first game of today that can set the stage for everything else that happens. The key moments for both of these players. We'll see what the Fast 9 AD board can do up against Volta, who has not hit any 3-star forecast yet. The Skarner aura not really helping too much, and it looks like the Lux is just cleaning up everything. Fast 9 AD is not really the priority for a reason. It's just a little bit weaker and less flexible, less options to hit when you go 9 in the first place.
Yeah, and like we have no damage for this Garen with Bramble. It's a 7 though.
Real tough start to the day for Canvas there, as you said, not in the best points coming in, taking that 8th place. Sappho is 29 before this one, so the 7th, not too bad. But checking with Jedasar here, really big round. We saw his level 8 roll down stabilized him quite a lot, so we knew he'd be able to get to 9 with a fair amount of gold, and now that's paying dividends. Rise 2, Galio 2 coming through. Spot's looking scary.
This was the goal, right, for Jedusor. He made it past the scariest part of the game plan, which is trying to salvage stage 4 the best way that you can, even after not hitting most of the Demacia units. And now he's made it to Rise 2. No Ball Bear in this setup, more of a Demacia Rise instead, but should be strong enough despite the sus Lissandra itemization.
I mean, this is Sunrise fine. We are just missing Volibear. I think like the Volibear 2 is also really good carry in those types of boards.
Kunuk and Skippers on the other side, who did get that really early Shireen run line, so already has his Zereth. We're just seeing the damage of Rise here. The backline nearly going down though, and it's a really close fight. Azia does pick that up. Jedasar down to 1 life now, and that's a big win for Skippers.
Pepoglad also going down, so clearly Kubikson and me cursed our poor players. All of them, all the Spanish and Polish players in the bot 4 for now. France with a big showing here. Skippers, I think predictably so, doing really well still. Has a Zerath unlock, as you mentioned, Barry, and the charms are going to be super relevant, right, Kubi?
Yeah, for sure. Also, like Skippos is outplacing Spanish people, right? As he said, that he will.
True, he predicted it.
Yeah.
You didn't have to bring that up, Kubi. It's okay.
I needed it, sorry.
A player here that has been doing really well though, Why You Mad Pro, out of all the names in the lobby, definitely the least known, one of the new players to the scene. On a 6-win streak here and sitting really comfortable. And I think coming into this day in such a pressure environment, when you look around this lobby and you see all these veteran names, it must be a real confidence boost to know that you can compete with them, and they're just the same players you've been playing against on ladder all season.
Yeah, but like from games like Why You Mad Pro, like it's common that he will streak like till this round, and now he's probably starting to losing because like everyone got to their level 9 boards, like Skippos, like Jedusor, and playing like Warwick line, it's not capping that high without Jinx free with good items, that he probably can't outcap them.
What would you say, Kubi, is the ideal cap out for Warwick's Jinx if you're not rerolling Jinx? Zigzag, I guess, is not really a consideration, or Vertical's on.
Yeah. The problem is that
Work
most
three.
of the legendary units that like easy to transition into, like T-Hex, like Ziggs, are not the best units right now. So I would still say that it's Sylas that caps the best in the zone board, and that the best way is just to cut off the Warwick and play around like Shyvana carry, plus items on like Sylas, make like Senna to send items from Jinx to Senna, and maybe something like that. But it's really hard to cap out this board on level 9. That's why it's better to reroll for Jinx even on level 8.
4 players now remain. Volta unfortunately went down. The Frenchman not quite able to work that magic in this game 1. We'll see what the Warwick can do. Maybe potentially wrap if the Sage is able to pull this Lissandra and rise out of position. But Warwick has a lot to chew through until he gets there. And Brahms continues to be holding strong here. The Rise is the Archangel scaling though.
Yeah.
Siege Genesis board just too much to deal with, as Kavixon pointed out, once you do get to this stage. So I think at least he's got the HP to work with, which maybe can give him another extra position. I think he hit this Warwick, obviously getting it pretty early, and he's went for really good combat augments as well. He's getting a lot of power from them, so it feels like he just knew that tempo, stay ahead in HP, and then I can take a few hits late game and just secure myself hopefully a top 3. But Jedusor had a little bit of a scare, dropping down to 1 life even after hitting a lot of his upgrades, but now getting the Sylas online as well, just this board, the cap for it is just so high.
Be careful with the matchmaking though. He faces Scapeus on a turn where he maybe hits the Golem Charm. That could swing things in Scapeus' favor.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Scapeus hit the Xerath 2 as well. I think that would be a huge spike if he's able to hit it. So this is a moment where now pretty much every single player will dump off all their gold, try and hit the maximum cap that they can hit entering this stage 6. And Jedusor being on 1 life could be a detriment considering that one bad RNG matchup and he's out.
Yeah, just one bad charm roll. If the golems, right? As you mentioned. But I do believe that Scapeus had the highest cap possible, but he's missing the Xerath too, right? Like the Xerath is probably the highest cap unit in the game right now, with alongside with Sylas, and he's missing Sylas as well. So looking at those boards, I would say that the Jedusor is winning the game.
Is that match
Mel
between
can do
Jedusor
here.
and Scapeus? Does have the double declaw, which is doing quite a lot of work, and Mel and Azir can get going in these really long fights, but as you see the front line just dropping down there, it's still pretty close though, but Azir falls down. Scapeus not quite eliminated, down to 1 life. As you said, Jedusor now on a 3 win streak. Cap for this board is just so high, but we do get the Radiant
comes through though.
Radiant
Radiant
Sterak.
Sterak's.
Maybe with Shyvana 2 it'd be amazing, but we were stuck on Shyvana 1.
We do see that Hypno did end up reforging one of those QSSs. I think he got a tank item for the Kennen, and does now have all his 3 stars. Everything's online. He's on a 2 win streak, so he's actually winning against some of these fast 9 boards.
Yeah, but there is a real challenge right now versus Jedusor.
Alice going for a walk in this one. We'll see where he ends up, but he's coming up against this Hypno board, as you said.
Really good TG for
TG's
the
really
Yasuo,
good.
Yeah, really good TG. Also, the cannon got double declaw as well, so it will be really hard to kill him.
If there's any fight to win, it's this one. Yasuo, can he? No, he can't. He's dead. I think it's just maybe too much burst damage coming up from the right here. The Ahri can't quite hang. The Taric holding on with the default as well. And yeah, the damage spreading to the backline means that it's just too much to handle. Hypno, they go down to 1 life as well. Scapeus, I think, is out.
No, Scapeus is alive. As I said, like, why you might probably start to lose everything around. Like, it's impossible to win.
I think he was hoping he'd at least squeeze out a 3rd place just off the HP, but everybody else just barely living. Real unfortunate for him. Let's get upgrade here, but I don't think it's going to be doing enough when you look at elsewhere in this lobby what he's coming up against.
Still has the 5s on with the Echo in the shop as well. I had to sell the Jinx off for the Senna upgrade. We'll see if it'll be enough. Senna does have a lot more single target bursts when she transforms. But yeah, it's Jedusor again. Kind of the Grim Reaper, the Boogeyman. Anyone that space Jedusor is getting taken down. And it's the risk of this game plan, right? The stage 4 is iffy if you don't make it to this Rise 2 and to this 4. But once you make it, you have a very high chance of winning the game.
Yeah, also the Galio helps a lot, like unlocking Galio on stage 4. And then like building around Galio too as a main tank. But like, what is happening? What?
They need to hire a new casting desk because I think
Okay.
all of us
Katie
thought
Suarez-
there's no way here, and it's a top 2 after all of that from YU-Man. Just needed 1 win, had the 4-loss streak, but the Warwick actually got around there, and that Senna really did provide a little bit extra oomph to that board, getting through the front line and getting Warwick that backline access. And then we've got our Ari reroller and our Warwick player in the top 2, and our Fast 9 players falling there.
I think
Shout out
that's
to the
ve-
underdogs.
Yes.
Knowing
like,
YU Mad Pro, the 2 players who have less experience in the circuit popping off in this very first game, both with reroll. I guess not really YU Mad Pro. He's not really Jinx reroll, but
Yeah,
Hypno at the
did
very
really-
least is doing pop off with the Ari again, a comp that we saw having really good stats, really good performance yesterday.
We've got
I
lucky
think
gloves
that's-
this game, by the way.
Hypno is so happy about this because I believe that there is no way that he's losing this matchup. There is like too much front lane for Warwick to get rid of. And like he is not beating Yedusor board. So yeah, YU-Man beating Yedusor helped him going first this game.
And he has a cracked TG again. DV Edge of Night on
Yeah.
the Yasuo 3. Maybe that can swing things in his favor if it is going to be a close fight. But it looks like you might be right, Kubi. A lot of bursts coming in from the Ari. The Warwick can't quite out heal. And the Senna is really just the only source of damage. Big win for Hypno, the ex-mobile player. Now on PC, has found his superpowers, it seems like, and he's hoping to stay in TPC by popping off in this final day of the week.
Yeah, and I think YU Mad there just played tempo and ended up getting himself that 1 win in the late game to secure that top 2. And Hypno playing the highest cap version of the Ionia board, it feels like you're not always able to get to a position where you even have things like Yasuo 3 just to provide a little bit extra support, and then also getting very good TGs in the last couple of rounds to help him over the line, but just had so many damage sources there. And we saw the Kedded as soon as Warwick got on top of it, unable to get through that, and just a pretty easy win for the board.
Kubi, you'll be leaving us after this wonderful game cast, but before you go, I'm going to give you a chance to bless 1 player in the field left today in day 2 to make it to TBC next time.
Is it bless or is it curse? To be honest.
That's up to you. That's up to you.
Yeah.
Gotta manifest.
Wait. Wait. I'm not gonna make a choice.
Now you know how we
Like,
feel, buddy. Who do you want to bless?
I don't wanna curse anyone, please. Like, don't let make me do
Kubi
that.
decides not to bless anyone. Thank you so much, Kubi, for joining us on this cast. Best of luck next week, and enjoy studying and copying the homework today.
Thank you, and thank you for having me as well. Yeah.
And we'll be going to a break, so stay tuned after this small break for the Analyst Test breakdown of this game number 1.
Always rises. Cannons. rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, one and all. We're already, of course, getting into things here in Elimination Day, but of course, we examined the wreckage of the first round. Let's talk a little bit about what we saw there, because honestly, we're getting some really amazing changes up and finishes I don't think we really were expecting at all.
I mean, I think we gotta put a little nod towards that Yasuo 3. I think that's something we didn't expect to see here. But the real kicker is, of course, YU Map Pro. We were dooming on this position. We were like, okay, a 4th is already good for what we're seeing here. Unable to play around this Jinx, just falling off in comparison to some of the other board strengths, and makes a brazen decision as he reaches those top 4, sells off the Jinx, says, instead I can go for this Senna Lucian 2, and does just that. Claws out 3 more placements into the top 2. Really, really cool to see this kind of heads up play, and I think neither the casters nor us were kind of like, is this going to work? It's not something you see a whole lot of, but that just goes to show that even some of these newer caliber players really have what it takes, and I thought that was just a beautiful moment for YU Map Pro.
Yes, an excellent way to recognize. Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
That's right. Well, all I was going to say is I feel like the positioning made a huge difference there. But I know that Kenobi, you wanted to talk about Jejusaur's game here, because we saw the classic max cap rise board, which was very much felt like it was set up to take over the whole lobby.
Yeah, and one of the big differences between this max cap rise compared to some that we could see yesterday was that, yes, he went for triple econ augment, but it was not pure econ augment. Each one had some combat power distributed. With the epoch, he gets access to the free rerolls early on, giving him better chance of upgrading. And then with the exclusive customization, he gets another item, and then the guild still gives some durability. So it was a very healthy mix between the econ that he needed to get to level 9 alongside a Zillion to be 9 on 5-1, and still have enough combat power to actually equip all these high cap legendary units.
And another player, of course, we thought was going to be doing out some pretty major things, ultimately only ended up with a 4th place. I mean, it makes things compares with the aura farming in that game. Managing to do, as we were saying on the cast, the very unprecedented move of win streaking, basically without an augment at all. It felt like he was set up for bigger things than just a 4th.
Listen, here's the thing. I bless this player on pre-show. I tell him, I'm like, Skip, I got your back. You got the blessing. And he goes in and clicks on the one augment I just don't want to see anymore. I'm sorry. It's a good augment, but I'm over it. I don't want to see it anymore. I don't want our players to click on it. He clicks that aura farming and somehow says, yeah, well, Makes, let me just show you what I can do. And he goes all the way to like 4-3 with like 83 HP, absolutely impeccable, playing a really, really strong board. And once again, I feel like a symptom of the meta of rather weak lobby early on, as many of these players are grading out for economy. Just really, really nice showing there for him. Unfortunately, in the end, it was just a 4th place. But if you clicked on aura farming, honestly, I feel like that 4th place was deserved.
Oh boy, the blessings come and go quickly. I do want to just bring it up from this game in particular as well, even though ultimately it didn't end up panning out. Kenobi, I know you have some thoughts on the Pandora's bench tech that was talked about in the cast. It didn't ultimately, work out, but I think he has some very good reasoning about why it's a good choice right now.
Right. Well, first of all, it's a great choice for Volatile because the augment is basically tailored to him. He's had some historically incredible games with it, and it's named the French bench mostly after his usage of the augment and the incredible standout games that he's had with it. But on this specific patch, I think that despite it being turned from a silver augment in the past to a gold augment now without many changes, which is a rather heavy nerf, with so many unlocks that you can have, the 4 cost, the 5 cost, you can guarantee to have them show up in your shops to then fill out the slots on your Pandora's bench. Unfortunately, that didn't pan out really well for Volta. It didn't look like he got to use that aspect quite well, and he was struggling. Manages to eke out a humble 5th position, which is not so bad when you're stuck on that level 8, but definitely an augment to keep an eye out on to in regards to these changes with the unlocks, the 4 costs and the 5 costs that you can feed into there to upgrade your units faster.
Well, mates, we've got our standings ready. Remember, eliminations only after round 2 today, but already we're going to have some players heavily in the danger zone.
That's right. I mean, we saw it there for Canvas having an 8th place when you're already in the bottom segment of the leaderboard just spells out tragedy. Chances of him making it out of eliminations after that next game are marginally slim, and the story is not very different for some of these other players. They're Luffy with 3 points, Lloyd with 2. They really need to try their very hardest to get a first place to maybe avoid their fate. Everybody else is, of course, trying to also claw away from the eliminations that will come in after game number 8, and don't let this be confusing to you. The left-hand number is from yesterday, then we add on the games from today, and the right-hand number is their total points.
It's a lot left to think about. Again, remember, of course, it's not just the eliminations at the end of next game, but also the promotions as well. So, Kenobi, to an extent, the players are kind of in the middle here. We'll get somewhat easier games as we go through the rest of the day, because just the very top performers will be out of the way and hoarding all the points for themselves.
Yeah, well, it also means that every single remaining player will be playing for all the remaining marbles, because right now, if you're facing one of the top points player, well, they're playing with way less pressure. They just need consistent, solid performance. And Kubikson mentioned that when you need to score consistent points, it can sometimes be a trap to try and play some safer lines with less potential, but that should have fewer downsides. And you get heavily punished by everybody trying to play for max cap boards, because some of them will inevitably hit and crush you, leading you to have some really, really terrible point positions there. So, but still, they can afford to take fewer risks, leading to more consistent gameplay. And when they're gone, and it's going to be knives out for everybody, and everybody will be out for each other trying to get the final remaining places.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a great point, because in some of those lobbies, there's not just one player that really needs a high finish. There's like 2 or 3 of them that currently find themselves towards the lower end of the standings. And that just changes up the lobby tempo so much, with all of these players trying to go for a little bit more risque style, where they go for that 1st or 8th playstyle. Now, we are getting a glimpse at our lobby here, and this, thankfully, is a lobby that is a little bit on the safer side, looking at our point totals here, but that will allow us to take some notes on how the top end are performing right now. We were talking quite a bit about Yosko at the top of show today, but I believe we're going straight into games, so let's take it to our casters here in Patches Panda and Barry Batten.
Thank you, Makes. As we move into game 2, one thing that we have to touch on, Barry, as well, is the fact that some players like Yosko have a chance to also get cut off from the top, essentially, and make it directly to week 2. I will say the top 4 players after this first game, they all had mediocre to bad results, so they've really caught up when it comes to the 10th and above position.
Yeah, it feels like the top 2 sitting pretty right now, but then those final 2 spots for that promotion really up for grabs. Skill quality on the cast has dropped considerably, losing Kvixen for this second game, but the skill quality from now on in the tournament for the players every game will just be getting even higher and higher as we do start to lose people, and there'll be even more up against it.
And we're looking at someone like Gio, who we saw in a few of the broadcast lobbies yesterday. Not the greatest starts. Had a 7th and 8th and another 7th, I believe, but really turned things around to stay alive, to dodge that first 8-player cut at the end of the day yesterday. And we'll see if he can start clawing up some more points here and maybe make a Herculean comeback in day 2.
Yeah, we're actually looking at a lobby where we don't have people that are below the cutoff. We have people that are just above, towards the bottom end. And as you said, Tahir starting that day yesterday so poorly, and I even saw at that point it's very easy to mental boom. We see some of our players, it's very difficult to come back from that position, because you're essentially up against it from then on continuously. But it's such a strong performance since a 1st, a 3rd, a 4th, and a 2nd to start today. So really kicked on from that point, and I think it just shows the mental strength to be able to fight back from that position.
Especially because there's no point reset. It's not like, oh, I survived the first 8-player cut and then we reset and I start again in day 2. No, you have to continuously play for this very edgy, first or second place position most of those games until you catch up with the rest of the field, especially if you want to make it to TPC, right? It's not just, oh, I had a good placement in day 2. I want to be among those top 16 to actually make TPC next set.
Checking in here with Enzo. 2 pretty good emblems coming through here. I mean, you're not too sad about either of these. Freljord and Piltover just so well-rounded, can fit them into so many boards. We've seen at the Vintage Rise, as we're calling it, the Freljord version, performing really nicely, so you could just easily lean towards that and splash that Seraphine in potentially. But Enzo, just above the cutoff here, 2 points above it, but as you said, you can't be thinking about that when you're in these games, because you're going to have to jump up so far in the standings come the end of the day. Kapixa mentioned it last time round, just play how you normally would, and almost ignore the standings a little bit. It's very hard for some of the players to do that, though.
We're seeing a legion of 3s pick up as well for Horo and Augment. That I think we've seen a lot of players angle for in stage 2. They like the direction it gives. A lot of 3 costs have been buffed, so it's just more relevant than ever. And we'll see what Horo X ends up cooking here. He did play a great 3-cost reroll game yesterday when he picked up the Darkened Staff into the Malzahar Zona reroll. But this case looks like a bit more of an Ionian.
Yeah, the JG Slam still leaves himself open to the Malzahar Targon line, possibly. But as you said, already having that Ari. Looking around elsewhere as well, seeing a Zoe come through. Aura farming Zillion, very, very good pickup here. It can get you to that level 9 pretty quickly. And we're seeing Aura farming, despite mixed results, the upside of it is so high. Taheo here leaning for that Demacia line. Kapixa mentioned how Zillion's like a perfect addition to that board in a lot of cases. Knowing you have that guarantee coming through is really, really nice.
Talking about Demacia, talking about high tempo starts, this has been one of Toon TV's comfort picks, it seems like, the entire weekend. Qualified through the play-ins, now playing in day 2 at 36 points, so not a bad place to be in for the French player. And this is the line he is happy to play as much as possible. We saw him really succeed on Demacia across the section.
Yeah, coming through the plains makes it... It's such a more difficult environment to start off. You've got that extra day, and you can't just take a step back and almost watch what the meta's going to be developing like. You have to know from the get-go. And we're seeing, coming up against another player holding these Demacia units, I think Stars Are Born, really, really nice when you're leaning into that line, just guaranteeing those upgrades, not having the awkward spot where you're locked out of one of them. And we're seeing just the value of even unlocking the Galio and then getting out of Demacia and playing just the 3-piece is so powerful.
I'd be quite scared if my game plan in any way revolves around Garion, because it seems like 3 players, everybody seems to be angling it, and then there's going to be probably some Mel player trying to hit Silas as well. So will be dicey for those trying to play for Demacia as a whole, Garion, or just the AP line in general in stage 4 and 5, considering the contest.
Yeah, you look around the lobby, you're thinking, I want to run Garen as my actual tank, guys, and you just all want to sell him. Like, but this isn't fair, you know. At least let me pick him up. But as you said, so many potential routes you can play it in. Even the Freljord line, often see it picked up just to get to that Silas point, and it's such an AP heavy meta. And even as we look around this lobby, almost nobody angling for AD. Feels like AD is more so 4-cost. We've seen some Slayers, some Warwick last time out, Yone for example, but early on in this lobby looks like more of the same potentially, where it's very AP heavy.
Yeah, looking at Kevin Parker as well on the opposite side here, did pick up Darkened Staff straight off in 2-1, so he's a player who mentioned at the start of this weekend that he's extremely confident, he thinks he has a very good meta read coming into the weekend. His prep is really, really good, he thinks, and maybe this is part of that clue. We've seen more and more players angling Darkened Staff compared to the start of the set, where it was kind of unpickable compared to Darkened Bow and Darkened Scythe at some point. So curious to see where Kevin goes with this spot right now, considering how Demacia is so contested. Could he be angling more towards Leona, Malzahar, Zoe if he does find an Econ Augment 3-2?
Yeah, definitely could be. It feels like a lot of these reroll lands, they almost make it very clear to you. They arrive at 1 or 2 units, you can get the pairs going, and then it's very clear that you're able to do it. But KP here, going for the early loss streak, So despite being down in Econ, Augment is going for this heavy Econ early approach. And he'll be looking around the lobby and realizing that the likes of Lux are going to be almost impossible to get to, or at least guarantee getting to. And we've seen the Freljord or Seraphine boards that they're not the best to play towards. It feels like you're really settling for your comp rather than playing what you'd like to.
And Gio is taking maybe a page out of Skip Hayes' book, where you have this relatively strong opener. You pick up aura farming, it really fits into your comp, but you're not having to lose streak all of stage 2 and 3 and, you know, cash out the aura farming, get your 5 buffs online when you're at 1 or 2 buys. You saw is part of the crux of this game plan, right? It's where you start to fail. If there's some Exodia player that just turns off the heat in stage 4 and you end up going out because of it.
Yeah, it feels like so many of these 5 costs as well. You actually then need a few more rounds to get the real value out of them. We saw it last time with the Zillion, exactly one of those. On in the past has been, okay, if I can get there and then live a few rounds, then maybe I can do something. But certainly, I think, especially when you see something like Zillion coming through, then you have to be aware that I need to save some HP here, because I want to get through that stage 5 to really get the value from this pickup.
Could this be a Veigar game where you have a lot of gold? Yordles is all about trying to push level integers much earlier than you tend to in a normal game of TFT to try and get the 6 Yordles and the 8 Yordles on like earlier.
Enzo here. Perfect pickup from the Freljord and Piltover coming through. Already has a Garen on a win streak as well. Sometimes when it rains, it pours. And a player here who was actually at lowest points in the lobby, so did need a little bit of fortune to turn his tournament around. Above the cutoff, so not immediately facing elimination, but with a rough game he could have been. And things are going swimmingly here, Panda.
Yeah, I really want to go for just a high tempo. Doesn't want to play into this risky line, considering he just needs, you know, a round of a 4th or a 3rd to stay ahead of that cutoff curve. Obviously, if you can get it first and make some space, great. But both of the G2 players, Cambiz with that 8th last game and Enzo, near that cutoff, near that area where they could get eliminated if they have one bad game today.
Yasuo too coming here through for Galosko, so a player that is fairly comfortable in the point standings. If you're going to pull out something like Yone or one of these AD lines that are 4th and 5thables, feels like this is the spot where you're doing it. We've seen the BT come through. Obviously, it doesn't narrow the line for him. He can still play around some of these 5 costs, but I definitely feel like if you're going to be playing a Yone game, this is the spot to do it in. Just get yourself through to that next week, secure that place.
Yeah, Kubi was saying, like, if you're given a spot to play Fast 9 in a position like Diosko's in this game, you should. I don't agree with him. I think Diosko has to just play it safe. He's point leader basically right now coming into this game. He really just needs to stay a little bit ahead of the players coming up from that 5th and 6th position. They're trying to contest these top 4 spots. If he lands in the top 4 when this game is over, he's qualified at TPC, which would be huge news for Diosko. He's a player who has not been super consistent, has been very good in some patches with reroll in particular. That's kind of his playstyle historically. But this would be huge news for him as a player to play the entirety of next set in TPC in Tier 1.
Yeah, for Giosko, 5 points ahead of the cutoff. It is such a healthy buffer. I think maybe you can pick some more men if you're just 2 or 3 points, you ignore it. But when you ask, it is such a big gap. Then I think, as you've said, not just facing the potential of your regionals performance and then onto worlds, that just getting that pro circuit slot just secures your next season, opens up so many more opportunities for you. We do check in here with Panda, who has already went to level 7, has these Veigar items ready to go on this Lulu. So we should be seeing the Veigar game. We haven't seen much of it.
He has to pray for a silver augment. Otherwise, he's going to lose a lot of value off of his advanced loan. If it's silver, he'll, I think, breathe a huge sigh of relief. His spot is really good. Level 730 with a Veigar unlocked on 3-2 to start scaling. It is silver,
okay,
so
not bad.
Pretty good gamble from Panda here. And it would be fun to see Veigar pop off. We haven't really seen too much of it. I think the spot is pretty particular to get into this comp. Obviously, it's much easier than it was before, only requiring 1 rabbit on the set of 2. Geo goes for the big golem. I mean, it's going to work really well with Zillion, right? You have this time bomb maestro who's just going to absolutely kill off the entire board if he has enough time, especially with the Gunblade. So the setup is looking pretty good.
Admin's letting us know that he just insta-picked it as well. No hesitation, just coming through straight away. So clearly knows the combination and being able to give him that time for the Zillion. And maybe he was just looking at this spot and thinking, I need to roll anywhere. There's not an awful lot. I need to get to this aura farming. I think Glemify, the problem sometimes is your grief shot econ a little bit. How do you get to your level 9? When you have a Zillion coming in, doesn't matter. You know you're going to get there. You know you've got your 5 cost. So really good spot to be in, especially with the Sony players angling Demacia, kind of getting out of that as well and leaving yourself open to anything else. Also really nice.
Yeah, and you think, I need a lot of gold to eventually have a strong board on 8. I need gold to roll on 4-2, but with Zillion coming in, he's going to kind of be a lot of the power on your board for a long time. It won't matter too much if you're level 7 on 4-2, if you're not rolling too deep, as long as you have, you know, some decent front line, and the golem's going to help with that as well.
And so here keeps the streak going, 2 points above the cutoff in a
2
really
Garens.
good position. Yeah, 2 Garens already. Hasn't even upgraded his carry yet as well, so if he gets an RE2, that'll be so much more power in the early game. Things are coming
He's not
together
even one of
really nicely.
the Demacia players. There's 3 other players apart from Enzo who absolutely need 3 Garens.
He's a Silas player. That's a Silas loading in eventually.
This is getting scary. This is a spot where they kind of hope that Enzo hits the first Garen as quickly as possible so that he can just sell it for Silas.
Horror here though. A bit of a random collection of emblems, I'll say.
Yone Gunslinger. I'm pretty down.
Gunslinger. Could be. He's got the JG slam coming through, also has the Sterax, so really just playing for early power, trying to get some item slams coming through. But see exactly which way Horror does choose to take this. One of our 2 UK representatives making it through to the regionals in the same lobby here. Northern Legends got a couple of representatives, Panda, but I don't have as many people to cheer for compared to your richer way of countries you can pick from.
I will say, I think the UK has quite a few players. We haven't seen him here, but blah 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 as well as was doing really good in the play-in phase, of course. Yesterday, okay. Today, he's I think near the bottom, so has to make a bit of a comeback as well. But a lot more parity when it comes to regions. France falling off a teeny tiny bit in this set. 16 Lauren Legends. Enzo definitely not falling off though. Toon TV as well on his number pick, sitting at 84 HP. 4 costs that are offered here: a Seraphine for Horror. There's a Braum potentially.
There's a Garen.
Any of the Freljord players, and the Garen for Panda.
Yeah, Garen easily picked up there, and some Braum potentially getting through. Taheo picks that one up nicely. So some of the 4 costs really valuable pickups here, and not entirely sure what ends up. It's just throwing the emote up here.
Really good spot for Jill already. After the Golem has 1-2 fights, usually you pick up the Golem, and maybe the next few fights you end up losing because your board is really not that strong, especially if you can't really go 6 right away if you lose a lot of the econ. But Jill seems pretty comfortable.
KP
more
here
dicey this spot though.
Is going for the 3-cost reroll though. Has the Malzahar on the board. Zoe upgrade coming through. Had unlocked LeBlanc as well, so left that open as an angle. I think now that you're not playing it, you're a little bit sad about the unlock, just seeing a unit you're maybe not hoping to carry anymore. But I think leaving himself open to see which one arrived and getting that Zoe 2, having a Malzahar already, making that decision.
Does have great items though. I would say pretty much Biss, Leona, as well as the Nashor JG combo for the Malzahar here with the Void Step on the Kog'Maw for now. We'll see if he can get the Zoe 2. Hasn't really rolled deep yet, so I mean the board is not really reflective of the econ he has, but would love to stay above 50 without rolling here if it's possible.
Yeah, just trying to manage how much he needs to dig here, and well, expertly done by KP, coming in and opting for that, staying above 40 gold, looking around and thinking, okay, I can win the next few rounds, I don't need to go any further, don't want to grief your game too much. We've seen the 3-cost reroll can perform very well. It's very expensive, and do get a little bit extra gold.
Whoa!
Herald 2 spawning in. Slight
Herald
change of plan for the
rolls
front line now.
Damn. I mean, that's going to work wonders in terms of not having to roll any deeper. I think with this front line, it hits, just start back line for the Zoe and the Malzahar, you should be good to go. Or the start of stage 4 even.
One of our players a little bit slower on tempo, going up against a Herald 2 in stage 3, and you're not rolled at all, not what you want to be seeing, but one of our players angling towards this Demacia board, maybe having a lot of gold to roll with, back that savings account once you get there. We know how contested this line already is. There's 3 Garens out the pool, I think, already, so it does make it more difficult, but I don't want to be seeing a Herald 2 loading in at this stage of the game, Panda.
Allegri should be rolling on 4-1, considering the gold influx he'll get from savings account, so that should put him in a good position against the other Demacia players, who I assume will most likely be rolling on 4-2, unless they're giga rich. I think Gio in particular will definitely not be rolling on 4-1 if he is playing Demacia Shell with Zillion, because of the golem pickup in particular, where he kind of lost some gold with that interaction.
I think he's gotten out of it. We're seeing that he got the Braum off the carousel. He's picked up a Seraphine now, so he's maybe thinking of trying to get some Freljord core online instead. You'd think when you look around the lobby and see how many Demacia players there are. Panda is playing that Vigar, as we saw that he got the early unlock and has been staying pretty healthy. He's on a 5-win streak here, playing really aggressive in this game. We got the favour of the second augment not being prismatic, which would have been an absolute disaster, but making the most of his early econ, pushing levels really aggressively, push to 7 to get the unlocks, push to 8 to get that 8 Yordle in, using the gold really, really aggressively in this particular game, but that's exactly what you want to do with Yordles. You can get so much value back from it just by doing that.
I will say both Horo X and Giosko seem dead set on playing for the Ionia line, so Kennen will be a little bit harder to 3-star if he can do it at all for Panda here, and that usually is the front line for the Veigar comp, to stall for Veigar to do this thing.
Horror coming in here. Teammates of our caster from last game round, Kvixen, on the new squad. So Kvixen, Org, and Travis, along with Horror. A really strong card there. We do see Glasgow. A lot of upgrades coming through. Has the set unlock. Yone 2 online as well. Maybe lacking a little bit of damage for the time being. And didn't quite get the positioning fixed after that unlock, but a lot of big upgrades coming through early on there, and coming up against KP on the other side, still carrying a Malzahar 1 and has rolled pretty deep.
First catch from the Yone onto the Malzahar, does not dash into the Malzahar again, but Set says, don't worry, I got you, comes in, and the WWE move is able to win the fight here for Giosko. This is really what he wanted. Roll to 0 on stage 4, try and win all or most of the fights in stage 4, and just slide your way into the top 4 or a top 5. That should be good enough.
Now we do get Prismatics coming through. Cult Chaos. We don't need to take that big of a risk, potentially, with our where we are in the standings, but...
Retribution's interesting, and I don't think it's quite good enough in this position.
He does have Salvage Bin, so he can potentially remove the JG he had slammed, for example. Jeweled Lotus a possibility. Thinking about Giant and Mighty, clearly, though, hasn't rolled that straight away. I don't think he's super excited about any pick here. There's not been something that's jumped out to him. Elsewhere, we do see KP did hit a Zoe 3, so that reroll board's starting to come together. Giant and Mighty, just a little bit extra combat strength. We do get a Call to Chaos here. We've got the TGs loading in. So just quickly checking all these before throwing them onto the board.
And Allegri, similar to what we saw from Jedusor last game, wanted to play for Demacia, but is still open to a Freljord shell as well, alongside the Demacia, just to try and mitigate any kind of low roll on this roll down here, putting on the Lissandra for now.
Yeah, leaving himself fairly open. Coming up against another player who's playing fairly open as well, so the Wukong 2 as that frontliner. Picking up a pretty big win here, Allegri, so making the most of those TGs, getting the value coming through. Worst round to tag the triple TG, because they can look at them all before throwing them on, so a lot of value, but gets the Galio unlocked now as well. Starting to come together. That's a big upgrade on the looks. We know how contested Demacia is in this particular game.
No Garen whatsoever, though, is the part.
Garen is missing.
You have to give up on this, maybe. And we have quite a few Call to Chaos. Kevin Parker does get the golden egg, and it's not from the best spot, right? He doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. Ideally, I think you get just 1 item amble now, from 2 that you used to get at the start of the set. So a little bit of help there, but you're still essentially down for Prismatic Augment, and I'm not sure if the Zoe 3 by herself will be enough to stay alive here.
No, and I'm interested to see what options we do have, because we're not particularly healthy, and like I said, it's not like we're really close to Leona. We've got a Kraken on top of this Malzahar, so our items haven't arrived exactly how we would have wanted. Able to pick up 2 wins here, though, so off the back of picking up the egg, at least staying quite strong. Maybe just look around the lobby and realize that a lot of people are going 9. You do have the Zoe 3, so should be a good pickup.
If it's enough, the Zoe 3 spike to get, like you're mentioning, maybe 2 more wins in stage 4, then I think you're on pace to cash out the egg, and then of course you'll be in a really good position, depending on what you pick up from there. Shyvana's still up on the carousel.
Another defense
Horgan slotted in
coming through for
the Ionia
KP.
board.
I do see Horror has ended up full Ionia. He's got the double gunslinger Yanara coming through, so something we haven't seen too much of. We've seen more so Ari and Yone, but elsewhere in this lobby, those units are being contested, and it's a little bit difficult to get to. We have to play what you hit here, and Horror hoping that Yanara can give him enough to maybe survive in this game, but she's really struggled throughout this weekend so far, not the demon she once was.
Can't even find the upgrade on the R here because Giosko, of course, is also in this Ionia line. So a little bit cumbersome considering he really would want to have a dual carry here alongside the Yunara.
Frontline's lacking as well. Comparatively, we see Wukong 2's upgraded on multiple boards. Horo is coming up against the person who has stole so many of his units away.
2 losses for Giosko here. And loses the aggro drop there from the set. Now the Yone is being targeted. The Ahri has no items. He gave one the Ahri to go together for the set potentially. So really just relying on the set and the Yone to clean up. Set's doing a lot of work
the
though.
Backline, though, and other sets coming through, but we've already deleted almost all the damage dealers. And compared to the TG on the flip side, we have almost perfect items on top of set. And set alone there pretty much cleaned up because Yone fell very early in that fight. Another Garen pair at every bench.
We're level 9 for Panda as well. Got XP from Cult of Chaos. Yeah, Shyvana 2 found thanks to that extra XP, able to make it to 9 early with the Veigar 2 already upgraded. So a really good spot here from Panda.
I think as well, considering how aggressively you played leveling to 7, then leveling to 8 in stage 3, the potential for 9, yeah, you get a lot of resources back through Yordles, but the rerolls don't get you there. The drip econ is not often massive, but still be in a position here to greed the 8 Yordle as well at level 9. Really, really looking nice.
Not sure why we're not seeing the Bramble on the cannon here, or all 3 items on.
Yeah, we have the 4 removers. Sure. I think you can afford to use one of them there, but maybe just thinking I'm 8 Yordle, looking around, expecting not to pick up a win regardless, and knowing that there's a few sales coming through here, potentially getting rid of a lot of these Yordle units, opting to just play a little bit extra greedy.
KP, unfortunately, I mean, Cult of Chaos, we've been, I think, celebrating this set as this augment that you almost insta-pick despite the randomness because there are so many good outcomes. I think he has been punished, unfortunately, in this case with the Golden Egg pickup. We'll see how far it is from being hatched. I have to imagine quite far, and you are 1 life now. You're very far from the Leona 3, so you just don't have enough front line to hold out for the damage coming out from the Zoe and the Malzahar.
Yeah, there's
5 out of 11 for the Egg.
So many hits for you. I mean, if you do jump up to level 8 off the back of it, lets you to splash something in, you can continue re-rolling. The re-rolls, all the 3-star 3 costs, these things could have been so warping, so...
The items as well.
Yeah, a lot of things you can make use of here, and we see, unfortunately, did land on the egg, and that's the risk you can take, but you do have to really hit everything now. Oh?
I mean, 2 double Malzahar shots. He missed a Malzahar there, it looks like, no?
Yeah, we skipped 1 Malz. We haven't got to the Leona either. And she sell off a Seraphine.
Kraken on his Seraphine. I mean, that's a start.
Okay. It does have the front line coming through, which is what he was lacking, but unfortunately now have to give up on that Malzahar. As you said, the backlight items essentially down a full 1 with that Kraken. We'll see if he's able to do enough here. Coming up, this Leona is going to be tanking for a long, long time, though.
This set will do a lot of work though once he comes back and picks up this Leona with as much health as she has.
No, set straight onto the back line. Deleted.
Does get bursted though by
there.
the Zoe. Saves the fight because that could have been very detrimental if Set was able to cast there on the Malzahar and the Zoe. The Yone, a little bit threatening, but not quite threatening enough. What a close fight there. And I'm surprised players, when they have Set in the rotation, aren't moving to the right side, all things considered.
If Set had got 1 cast anywhere in that fight, it would have been the difference, it feels like. And KP knows that he got away with one a little bit there, deleting the set just in time. If he's able to get another matchup that does go so favorably, then could potentially get that egg cash out. Horror here. The emblems really didn't materialize. We saw early in the game he had the Noxus as well. His slams were quite flexible. He was slamming for tempo with the likes of JG and Sterax, but ended up in just such a weird spot here in his third augment. Getting those swords coming through, it's okay, but it does narrow you into Yunara, who we know is just relatively dead as the primary character.
We'll see if Horo can stay alive here. Gunslinger Yunara up against Allegri's board, has hit his backline, has hit the Swain 2 here as well. Did finally found enough front line with the Braum here just to stay alive at the very least. Now they're entering stage 5. Looks like it's just too much damage. Lissandra pops the front line, and this Yunara without enough attack speed just can't quite do enough. That's lights out for Horo X.
KP
Evan
also
Parker
falls.
also down, which we expected. Gyosko does stay alive as the other Ionia player. And a top 6 maybe is enough for Gyosko, so he has to be happy. This next fight could be it if Toon TV goes down as well.
Yeah, feels like should be enough. He's 5 full points clear of the cutoff. Just potentially a 6 can get him in. Toon TV here. A lot of pairs he could hit here. Has the Braum pair still. Galio pair on the bench. So many players are looking for so many similar units in this particular game as well. We've seen Set splashed on a lot of boards. Even Wukong, we saw there for Horo. He was still on the Wukong 1. And when you look around the lobby, there was Wukongs on the Freljord board, for example. Really lacking that, but can also go here. The set 2 is going to do an awful lot. We know how much it can do. Coming up against this aura farming Zilean, we haven't seen for quite a while. Can Set do enough in this fight?
Zilean seems to be doing a lot of work for the Greek player. For Geo, he's already on a 4-win streak here, staying fairly healthy. And the Golem is helping so much, right? You have so much time for the Zilean.
Set is on the back line here, though, and trying to get on top of the
Gunblade.
Zilean.
The Gunblade might be enough. It is enough.
Doesn't get the
Gunblade
cast
healing
off.
comes through. That's it, Zilean. The time bombs, just too much to handle. I don't think the Yona can clear here.
Yona is trying his best, is trying to heal through this. There's another bomb coming through in a really, really close fight there, but a 6th might be enough. Does still stay alive, actually, so still fighting here. Toon TV down to 7 HP as well. So
The setup is so strong with the Zilean. The Gunblade Archangels, it just makes it so that you get these bursts of healing on your front line, and we're seeing there in a drawn-out fight, it's just always going to be a win for Zilean.
yeah, another really, really close matchup, though. So just 1 second difference, and that Set can manage to get through it. But Toon TV has actually dropped out, so our overlay not quite showing us the updated HP totals. Toon TV has fell away, so Glasgow at least a 5th, which considering he's 5 points clear of the cutoff, we expect should be enough. Enzo, potentially a real big winner in this one, who was just 2 points above the elimination cutoff at the flip side, the bottom end of the table, having a really, really strong showing so far.
Yeah, the players in the dicier position coming into this final game before the 4-player cutoff were Enzo, Gio, and Allegri. They're all angling, it looks like, a top 4. So great news for the players who needed to find good results here. The players that went down early, I think, were all in the middle of the pack. So it doesn't really change too much. They're still, obviously, they have enough time to come back for the next 3 games and still make the top 16 cut at the end of the day.
And if Gio's able to put together a top 2, top 3 finish in this game, it's such a great turnaround from the beginning of the tournament. We see Allegri here just barely staying alive for the time being. Coming up against this Annie board, his Lux is ticking away in the back line. Galio's managed to get on there. Unfortunately, Allegri, I don't think has enough damage here. We know how powerful Annie can be, solving both your back and front line with the Zilean bombs coming through. Allegri just staying alive for the time being, but dropping down to 1 life.
I'm really impressed by Panda's game plan. Went into the Vagar line, didn't overcommit into it, had just used it as a transition, as we've seen with kind of the failure boards, the Demacia board as well. And now has pivoted with all the extra gold he got from the Yordles into this full fast line AP board with the Annie 2, the Zilean 2, and the Silas 2 coming in potentially very soon. So really happy to see Panda doing so well in his debut in a massive, a big tier 1-ish tournament. I think he's a player who's I've seen on ladder a lot this set, but not really playing at the highest level in tournaments. So he seems to deal with pressure really well.
Has been dealing with it very well, proving he's maybe the Panda that deserves to be in the pro circuit, finding his way there. But representing the UK as well, and representing your name, a player we're both happy to see do well. showing the flexibility of the AP line where you really, there's so many level 9 units you can fit in. And when you get there, Zilean and Annie can just provide so much. Going up against Enzo, who was one of our stronger players in the early game, taking a big defeat there. And Panda, as you said, greedy the extra few rounds as well with Yordles. We saw in stage 4, accepted, I'm not going to pick up any wins here, I'm just going to leave 8 Yordle in and get as much value as possible. Play this game on the knife edge, but was paid off for it.
And maybe that's why he didn't use the removers as well, where he knew he was not just going to continue playing Yordles and just needed to have, 1 or 2 removers to make the swap, but instead maybe he had to figure out the entire optimization setup for his Fast 9 board as he hit those upgrades, cascading throughout stage 5. So really good game from Panda. I think adapted well to Cult of Chaos as well, where he hit the XP. He said, hey, I just got a lot of free XP. I can't continue playing Veigar carry as my game plan. I have enough gold to play something with a higher cap and transition really well.
And now we are getting into stage 6. We're seeing the familiar spots. We're seeing the rises coming through. The likes of Galliard, Freljord Core as well. Silas getting unlocked on more and more boards. It becomes easier as the game goes on. The Garen pairs are getting held, and then people do start to sell them off. And we start to get to the point where we're seeing a familiar setup from so many players.
2 big pairs here for Enzo. He's not able to hit either the Volibear or the Rise. We are in stage 6. 18 HP should be 2 lives, but I have seen some big knockout punches.
Still Braum 1 as well for his primary tank, so maybe doesn't have enough survivability in that front line.
We'll see the matchup here against Allegri's board. A lot of the same pieces here in the front line, in particular the Lux angle will be hitting just Lissandra for now. The Volibear, I think, is not really wrapping in any meaningful way. The Silas, though, pretty impactful stun there. The ult on the back line, but I think it's just... Oh, it looks like Silas is doing a lot of work, actually.
Yeah, Silas just doing quite a bit of splash damage as well, and with the Rise and the Lissandra, just enough collectively. Not really the single focus. There was a lot of damage dealers just chipping away at the back line, doing their best and managing to take it down. Does drop out there, so Enzo picks up a big win. Panda stays alive. We're into our top 3 here, going up to level 10 now off the back of the Zilean, who'll be able to get even stronger. Taric getting splashed in such an AP heavy meta. I mean, that's a familiar level 9 unit, level 10 unit.
Silas pair as well. For Panda doesn't hit the Silas upgrade, but at least he stops maybe Enzo as well from hitting it. Both these players are looking for the same way to cap their board out.
At least when you are playing around this Annie unit, you does solve that front line. We see a lot of players struggle to get the same upgrades for these 4-cost tanks, but when you do have Tibbers, that isn't necessarily the problem. But Panda here, coming up against Enzo's Ghost.
See the Swain stun if Swain is able to cast. It's going to be a really good stun on the right middle bump. Looks like he's going to cast there, just the entirety of that middle board pumped out. And looks like Annie, Zilean, just too much damage, I think. Unfortunately, Enzo was not quite able to hit the cap he was hoping for with the Rise 2 and the Silas 2, despite playing a really good early game.
See if Gio's able to pick up the win. Gio does beat Enzo on the flip side there, so Enzo dropping down to 3rd now and seeing his Ghost fall and then losing to Gio as well. Maybe won't have enough to deal with, but does get the Silas upgrade for Panda, so he's getting even stronger. In terms of where you want to see this playing around the likes of Annie and Zilean get you to, this is the ideal spot. It's pretty much hit everything here.
Let's go for the blue buff transition from the Zilean onto the Silas. Enzo did hit at the very least the... Oh no, it's still Rise 1.
He's got a Braum.
Yeah, he just hit the Volibear.
He's got a frontliner at least, so...
We're celebrating a Braum upgrade on 6.
In 6-3, I mean, we'll take it. Elsewhere, you're coming up against an opponent who's been hitting their Silas upgrades almost every 5-cost they can get. You see Enzo Silas is trying to get onto the backline there, and the Silas 1v1 does fall down, and just Annie burns away at this backline, and we are seeing it's pretty close. If you have 1 or 2 more upgrades, potentially could have been the difference, but Enzo does drop out there. Gio, I believe, losing to Panda's Ghost as well, so a bit of a statement for Panda there of how strong he is in this lobby.
The day of the underdogs. Once again, the top 2 is 2 players who were not in TPC last set, who are relative newcomers to this tier of competition, but brushing off any kind of nerves or pressure and popping off yet again in this second game. Gio in particular, we have to talk about. I mean, he's a player who went 7th and 8th in his first 3 games yesterday, and since then has top 4'd every single game. Another top 2 for him.
I even saw him pop up in the chat and say like 7-8 masterclass. Like when you're chatting about how bad the first couple of games are going, then it's normally an indication that it isn't going to turn around. But showing the mental fortitude here, and both players playing around a few augments with a little bit of a risk, but some of those riskier augments can pay off so well with the aura farming and Call to Chaos paying dividends here. And we'll see if Panda is able to finish this one off, or if Gio has got something up his sleeve.
Gold from the Silas in particular is going to be the fire RNG decided by the Silas here from Panda onto that back line. The Rise being targeted now as well. The Silas doing so much work while the Zillion slowly cleans up from the back, and the burn from the Annie comes through. Gio played a great game, but I think Panda played a better one. The celebration comes through on the bottom right. A huge win for a player who needed it at 29 points, was close to that cutoff position, now has a lot more breathing room coming to the next 4 games today, Barry.
Yeah, now our top 4 players in that game were sitting at 28, 29, 29, and 30. So the players that really needed that response coming into this one, they were above the cutoff for elimination, but you're still thinking about towards the end of the day, you need to jump up the standings. So big results there. And Panda, level 7 at 3-1, playing really aggressively to get that value coming through, getting Yordles online. He was level 8 in stage 3 as well, just pushing his tempo. As you said, recognized the Call to Chaos came through that could take him all the way potentially to level 10 and expertly piloted.
We'll go to a quick break very soon, but stay tuned because our analyst will break down that Fast 9 AP Masterclass from all of our players in this game too.
Always rises. Cannons. Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, everybody. We've reached the point we've been waiting for during the early part of this day. Our first eliminations, our first promotions. Before we get fully into that, we do want to talk a little bit about the previous game and with our extra special guest here as well to provide the insight. Well, I mean, apparently some of us got the Call to Chaos a little bit early, but let's talk a little bit about that because, you know, this has been the game which has really defined so much by it.
That's right. Call to Chaos is certainly what is happening right now, but that is what I want to talk about as we go into our highlights, because 3 of our players inclined to click that Call to Chaos, and then some of them reap the rewards, some of them don't. But why do players in a position like this actually go for Call to Chaos, I think is the bigger question that a lot of viewers might be thinking while we are looking at this. And it's very simple. They are looking for those top cash outs, they're looking for those high-end boards, and something that's as risky as a Call to Chaos can also mean that you get a really, really good result at the end of it. However, a player like Kevin just got the bottom end of it. That egg did nothing for him. He was unable to cash it out. He clicked Call to Chaos in the hopes that it would save him, and instead it kicked him down the staircase.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about aura farming a lot, and I think it's kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of how many outcomes are good versus how many are bad. And the golden egg definitely is the worst one that you could be getting, because it's so delayed, and it can oftentimes just send you straight to the grave, as it did with KP. But all of the rest are just slightly better than all the other prismatics of the same category. The 3 lucky chests are better than the other item augments. The 64 XP is better than growth mindset, which does the same. So it's just so many good opportunities to just have a leg up, and so that's why so many players are taking it. And we got to see the perfect example: 64 XP, 3 Thieves Gloves, and then the golden egg, all placed respectively according to how well they were rewarded by the augment.
Honestly, it's eye-watering stuff. And I do want to take this chance, while we've got the chance, heading, of course, into our games yet to come, to talk a little bit about Zilean, because, of course, a huge part of the previous 2 games, or rather the top 2 players in this game, with the aura farming, of course, delivering one of those Zileans through. I mean, makes this the guaranteed kill after 60 seconds. As long as your front line is good enough to keep the Zilean alive, it's something you just can't get anywhere else.
Honestly, I feel like Zilean is a little bit of an undervalued unit for all of the set, right? You pick him, you look at the extra XP he gives, and then it just takes forever until he finally does something for you. However, this weekend in particular, Zilean has really been absolutely shining. We've been seeing so many good results from the Zilean boards. We've been seeing so much damage, we've been seeing crazy clutch ups as XP becomes more and more valuable, and I think it's just cool to see that development of the unit.
Yeah, and it went from a mostly pure utility unit, adding the Invoker to the board, adding some kind of inevitability to the hyper tanks that we've seen, the huge Scion 3s that were dominating at the very beginning of the set. And now it's a full-on carry with a healthy side of utility. As you mentioned, level 8 is a complete dead end, and being able to reach level 9 while being stronger for playing Zilean is an absolute treat. And it's no wonder that the players in this game that got Zilean 2 were able to get high placements. And what better frontline would you ask than a huge, thick golem that was picked up in 3-2 by TGO, and it really gave him so much time, alongside with the tempo of the 3 cost upgraded that's given with the golem, and that really sealed the deal for him.
So we'll be having our scores coming through shortly. As we mentioned before, we've got our 4 players being promoted immediately out of the tournament and into next week already. 4 players being eliminated as our first ones of the day, which, of course, that's an absolute heartbreaker for anyone, for any of our players, of course, who've even gotten this far. You're so very close to getting back to the TFT Pro circuit, to get that guaranteed, 3 cups and to be in the limelight. But, of course, there's so many players who won't get the opportunity and will have to take the very long road to try and get back their next set instead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of insane if you think about it, that we are saying bye to some players while we're saying, oh, see you next week to the other group. And then the rest of them, they're still fighting. There's 4 more games to go today. There's 3 more rounds of promotion/eliminations for these players to go through. So the pressure will just continue to be on for them. And I believe we have our standings ready. So let's take a look at the unfortunate souls that were eliminated at the bottom end. And and that is going to be our bottom 8 players. So Vigos, blah blah blah, Canvas, and Wed Jungler, some huge names in that bracket.
Yeah, I was talking about Cambies earlier, hoping for him to make that big comeback. Unfortunately, an ace in the first game kind of buried him. The 4th place in the second game got him a little bit closer, but he was still 2 points short. And as well for Vigos and blah blah blah, ending up on 30 points will not be enough to get them to the pro circuit. But now you have to look at the players that are just barely made it, because they've got a respite of 2 games, and then there's another cut, and then there's no more respite. Every game after that is going to be a final cut. But on the flip side, you've got the 4 players that have already made it to next week. Zyko, Giosko, Lekoko, and these are the 2 Gentlemaids player making it hand in hand. And really, first page that's dominated by French player, which is something that we were not seeing as much of anymore in the previous sets. Yeah.
We're expecting to see a much bigger change, and we certainly saw that in the previous days. That was the case, but I suppose, when it all comes down to it, over the extended period of time, there's a reason why French players have really defined so much of TFT's history. We talked about depth of player pool in EMEA in general. I think while other countries, other regions are doing their best to catch up, France has a massive head start in that respect. But let's head into the next game. Again, it's important to know now we've had our eliminations. This next game to come is the only game for the rest of the competition. There will not be an elimination after. Our players will just be jockeying for position.
Honestly, can I just share a fun fact as we are looking at this lobby screen? I am currently in Germany. It is 4 p.m. 37. So is Kevin Parker. If you look at this camera, why are we sitting in the dark? Did he close the blinds on purpose to play in the gamer cave? I need these answers. I've been thinking about this all weekend long, looking at this player camera, and I just don't understand, Kevin. Please tell me.
Yeah, he just thrives in the darkness. That's when the evil Kevin Parker can rise, and that's the one that performs best in tournaments. When he lets the darkness, the dark side of the force, obviously, control him. That's when he appears to be doing best. You can contrast the Lusher is in full light. There's no problems there. It's just
coin it as well. The Dach gang. It's not a general theme of the German-speaking players wanting to be edgy. I know we sometimes seem like it, but it's not a thing. I'm telling you, that is a Kevin special.
To be fair, Kevin looks quite relaxed on his camera. There we go. It's a little jump scare.
When you can see his face.
With his lighting. But he's, for a player who did, ultimately, as you guys talking about, really get hit very hard by one of the least favorable outcomes of Cold Chaos in the previous game, we're hoping to see that he's kept his head on straight heading into this game 9.
And we are going to be going into that game. We'll get 5 random 1 costs to fight on the Holding Abyss. Kenobi, is it time? Are we going to see Yordles?
Well, honestly, I'm surprised we haven't really seen, well, aside from Elia and the emblems yesterday for Game 6, we haven't seen anyone being able to find a spot to use the Yordles to propel themselves to this vaunted Fast 9. It was the preferred strategy at the beginning of the set, and then it faded out as the Yordles got weaker and weaker, and the alternatives got better and better. We're not getting enough rewards, and it's too costly in HP to try running these Yordles most of the time. But who knows? We still have 4 more days of competition with this one and the next week, so we might just see one player find a success with the 8 Yordles into Fast 9 combination.
And you're talking about big pitch stuff for our players who do get through to next week. Of course, they join the TFT Pro competition, and at least most of them, when we come to next season, they'll be able to do the same thing. They'll mostly be in week 2, and makes if we end up in a similar situation next set to this one where there's so much to learn, just having that week where you don't have to play and you can spend it purely on refining your play while other people play kind of for you is an advantage in of itself.
Oh, these players never stop playing. There's a lot of bot reviewing. There's a lot of investing and spectating and talking and all of that. But they still play. They get their reps in. They test new stuff. They try to see how different comps feel. And that is just something that will never stop, I think.
That's very true. And one of the things that I really like to get us back into this game is with some portals that give like just a tiny bit of econ. You already saw Horex on 1-3 making 10 gold, calculating that he was guaranteed to get these 2 gold, making 10 in the previous one. Coinid here looking to do the same on the following round. So they're already preparing their economy, making sure that they do not rely too much on having to find that econ augment to get a good start. And here, the water axiom is being picked instantly by Coinid, going into LeBlanc unlock to try and get to that reliable male flex that we've seen so much of. Seems like a very solid start. We'll see if he manages to get a streak going once he unlocks the LeBlanc. That's what has been making the hugest difference in between the players going for the Fast 9 is preserving HP early.
We're just going to see if we can find out what Camus ended up getting from that dice as well, because certainly we can see from Kevin Parker as well, decided to take the random start to the game, and Sappho also going for the random emblem. So our players keeping their options open early on and seeing where fortune takes them.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? If you think about the state of the game, you were mentioning now there's only one game until we see another elimination. That game matters the same way, though. If you have a good run in this specific game, then that sets you up for a better run in the next one, and so on. And they will need to stay on their toes. They will need to fight for every single placement here as we are moving through the stages. And something like an early win streak. I mean, we've been seeing these from Psycho on and on again. Now, of course, qualified with the most points, 52 after 8 games. He really plays around that win streak early on, and I would like more players to kind of try and go for that, play a little bit of a stronger board instead of greeding all the way for that economy to really set themselves apart.
Yeah, but it's a really tough balancing act, because the more players try to go for this aggressive position, this aggressive stance to the early game, the worse it becomes for them, because the harder it then becomes to actually convert into a full win streak. And when you're picking an econ augment and you're trying to make yourself just a little bit weaker, then you have full control up until the moment where you decide to sell everything, which is something that we haven't seen much of besides some very specific game plans. But yeah, the issue with the trying to go for super aggressive early games, and the reason why the players are not going for it as much as we would like, is that obviously there's only at most 2 players that can reliably 5-streak in a single stage 2. And if you're going for an aggressive early game and then you get burned, you lose your streak, then you're suddenly in a terrible position, because then you have to play catch up for the rest of the game, and that level 9 will be a very, very distant dream.
I do think that maybe we'll be seeing Kevin trying to go more aggressive himself, since he did get the 2-star Yasuo from the dice, so had the opportunity to build out a stronger board. Will be Ionian Spirits for this one, so but decided to sit further back. You know, it does seem like we're seeing some of our players being a little less aggressive, and this could open the door for players like Sappho, who randomed into a Bilgewater emblem. We know if you can take over the early game and start those farms, you can go crazy in the game.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've seen a lot of Pirate Kings being called to, and a lot of Kenches unbenched for our Bilgewater players all throughout the weekend. It's certainly a good thing to find yourself in if you have the option to get one of these emblems. We even saw the potential of the Bilgewater 10, which is usually very elusive, but could be something Sappho is considering, as 2 more augments are still in play, so he has a chance to maybe hit more of those extra emblems. I am a little bit sad about the fact that Kevin Parker with that Yasuo 2 is not trying to go for a more win streaky moment, to be honest. I don't know how you feel about this, Kenobi, but with Spirits, you know you can play around this Ionia line, and with that Yasuo 2 that does a lot of heavy lifting, I feel like you would really want this win streak.
Well, like you mentioned just earlier, the spat, it's a pan here, getting instantly picked up by Horek. And I think this lobby is quite the aggressive one. If you take a look at what the boards are, you can see 3 2-star Viegos, which is something that we haven't seen that much of. The Shadow Isles Thresh is one of the big absents when it comes to the legendary units to being unlocked. Despite the requirements being lowered a lot, it's not popular at all in this tournament. And this game might just be an upset to that, with so many Viegos from the early game might be converted into Kallistas, and then the Thresh will come online later. And it's been such a dominant unit earlier on that it's earlier on in the set, that it's kind of surprising not seeing any of it with the requirements being lowered as much as they were.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Even as just a temporary stopping off point, as it seems like it might be in this game. I do want to kind of add on to the point, actually. Yes, we've got Hypno, Marks, and Sappho, all with 2-star Viegos in place as well. We noted that Sappho in Bilgewater, Hypno is also taking a stopover in Bilgewater as well. So we're actually starting to see a lot of the boards coalesce around very similar units early on. We've got some Ionia, some Bilgewater, some Shadow Isles, and a few other bits and pieces.
Honestly, I really love the flex into the Shadow Isles whenever players get the chance. You can see here Marks is building out this win streak as well as Gwen unlocked. Because of the change in the unlocks, getting Thresh is a lot easier, and you can still play around this Kalista. It's not a line that's very contested, because of course you do need something like the Viego to start you off into it. So it is still one of the lines that's a little bit harder to just tap into, and I really like what we're seeing from Marks here.
Yeah, Shadow Isle is kind of funny because the requirements to unlocking Yorick have been lowered. Obviously, you don't need 2-star Viego anymore. But at the same time, you kind of still need 2-star Viego to be able to do anything with it. Since you need to kill the units, you need to have some good early games. So the conditions haven't actually been lowered. It's just now you have the option to find the Yorick and then maybe find the Viego just a tiny bit later in stage 2. You've got a little bit more room for flexibility around here, but not that much more actually. So that's kind of one of the funny things that we can figure out here. And I'm curious to see what Marks is going to be doing. He was holding on to some zone units. We've seen, I believe, a Jinx, so might be a Viego that turns into a werewolf a little bit later on. It's super nice that we can do any kind of things with the unlocks now, that it leads to the players having to figure out so many paths in the early game to get to their desired late game board.
I think if you have the chance, you for sure want Thresh. That unit is so strong, and if you're able to get those Shadow Isles early, those Shadow units, then you definitely want to collect them, and I think that's precisely what we're going to be seeing from Marks now. I'm not sure what the final board is going to look like other than having a Thresh on there. It could be Kalista Thresh, but could also be that we see a lot more legendary soup with that Thresh in there. He's just such a menace, he's such a good unit, and I would love to see that from Marks this game.
I think that's been one of the great gifts of the, quote-unquote mid-set coming in. Is this flexibility to see units in places you wouldn't expect them to see. Yeah, Lusher doing very, very well early on. He is sharing a win streak with Marks right now. Hypno has cheated his HP up, but as we come into stage 3, it's between Lusher and Marks to see who can take over the momentum.
And it's not just about that, right? If you're Kevin Parker, you're looking at your countrymate, you're looking at Lusher, and you're going, man, what the hell? Like, I already got this Yasuo hand dropped. I was on that Ionia line, and now you get a free Yasuo too, and a free Ari2. Well, free, but you know what I mean? It's certainly something that will need to stay on your mind, and I'm really hoping that after the really unfortunate call to chaos that we saw in the previous game, that's not something that's on Kevin's mind still. He is one of the players that are a little bit more susceptible to tilting, and I hope he can get over that real fast. Find a new attempt in how to structure this game, but here's the answer to your question. Lusher will take that win streak.
Yeah, Marks, not under any illusion that he could compete, did not go for the aggressive level 6 because he obviously recognized that if he came across Lusher, he would get backhanded across the field, and it did happen. At the very least, he saved his econ, made 50 in gold, so he's definitely going to be fine. Unlucky for him to be facing Lusher at his strongest point and not being able to contest that win streak. But we're getting double silver augments, so very low power when it comes to the encounter, very low power when it comes to the augments, and so the game should cap out. Oh, and now we're getting a restart mission. So suddenly a very, very strong board from Horo, and he might be contesting Lusher win streak as he is in his fighting pool.
I mean, I like the attempt being made here to snap the loss streak and say, you know what, it will be a little bit of an incoherent board for a while, but what we've got here is pretty solid. Of course, we've seen the power of the Zoe Mazhar from before. And given that we have seen a lobby that's so concentrated in just a few different lines, it's very much open for Horo to move into what has statistically been our most powerful reroll by far.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if it comes into fruition. You could, of course, also with that Freljord, try to play around that Freljord rice, that vintage rice, as we've been calling it. I'm eager to see what Horror is making. Everybody else is kind of stopping by, as you can see here. They're all checking out this fight to see how Horror's board has turned. But that is a Tryndamere unlock. That was hard to do quite some time ago. Now, much easier. Calls back to the Ashe Tryndamere reroll that was a little bit of a menace for a long time, but we do have Zoe in there as well, of course.
That board from Horo is nasty, honestly. The Ashe was a pretty bad unit without the Tryndamere, without stacking up early on, but here in this position it's going to be great. It also has been made less reliant on early stacks to be able to be more effective in more situations, and Horex is about to reap the rewards of these changes. Recognizes that she's going to be very strong, unlocks the Tryndamere, activates the 3 Freljord for the stage 1E, for the Ashe. She's going to have an absolute blast for the remainder of the stage 3. In the meantime, everybody else is trying to hold on and scale, and we're getting first level 7 push to maintain the win streak here for... Oh, to maintain the win streak, no, sorry. To unlock 4 cost units for Sappho here. Gonna get to that 5 Bilgewater. The Lulu is gonna get replaced by a Fizz in the next round. It's gonna allow him to stack his Silver Serpent to get to the Tam Kench earlier.
I wonder how much Sappho's been slowed down by having, the Bilgewater being contested with another player. At least the unlocks, of course, will be free for the taking as we get into the stage 3 carousel. Lusher maintains his win streak up at the top. See Clamu and Horror X down the bottom. They have taken a pretty heavy kicking in the other going.
Yeah, and I mean, between our 2 Ionia players, you can already see that they have unlocked that Yone, which is really important, and a player like Lusher is in a premier spot to now just start slow rolling, pick up the extra copies of Yone, pick up the extra copies of Ahri, and navigate this to a really, really good board. The same cannot be said for all of the boards that we see upon us. I think Sappho, who you were mentioning, has a little bit of a better shot because, of course, he has that emblem, so he can take any unit and duplicate it with the Bilgewater Serpents, which is always something, or the Bilgewater Duplicator. So that is always something you need to keep in mind when you see those Bilgewater emblems. That's just so good to play around on. But yeah, Lusher's board, dangerous.
Dangerous, but I'm not sure Lusher and KP will decide to reroll, because both of them being in such a position will probably mean that if one of them decides to reroll, the other can just play defense and hold a few extra copies to make it extra hard until the other one just gets eliminated. But in the meantime, Sappho with the early level 7 push gets heavily rewarded with an early Shyvana in the coming shop. It was not only a Fizz, he came accompanied by his dear friend, the shape-changing dragon. It's gonna make a huge difference here, gonna add so much tankiness to his board, gonna allow him to beat on Hypno in the contention with the Bilgewater, so gonna feel twice as good.
And that is important, particularly because we did see Sappho starting to struggle a little bit as he finds a very early misfortune as well. So 7 Bilgewater unlocks in stage 3. The more HP you have, the more momentum you have, the longer you can stay in this mode. You're scooping up untold amounts of Silver Serpents and items.
Just taking a look across the lobby, we were talking about this board early on. Callista has been found by Marks as well, and I am pretty sure we're on our best way to get the Thresh in play as well. And it's so nice because he can just play around the 2 Shadow Isles. That'll be good enough. Callista does decent damage. Now, it's good enough against a Horror X board. I'm not sure. Callista 1 is not the strongest forecast to go through. You can see she does a nice AoE, and yeah, the other side is playing unfair. They have a Kindred on their board.
Oryx playing a full stage ahead, restart mission, full upgrade, and then a legendary on 7 as well to cap it off. And it's the one that really synergized well with the Ashe, so it's a double bubble for him. And Marks is the only player that remained on the Shadow Wilds line. Hypno was just using that Viego to go into the Bilgewater, and the third player just completely sold any Shadow Isle related units. So we're gonna have to see if Marks can make his, make his mark as playing Shadow Isle in this stage 4. Gonna be unlocking the Thresh relatively soon. Needs to find some kind of upgrade because that board is all 1 star.
I do like the item setup we've got from Mark's going on though, because you mentioned before that whatever we see longer term going to be, of course, very heavily built around the Thresh, and we've got some good Thresh itemization spread across the team, waiting to be brought onto him once we do get the unlock in.
Yeah, we'll wait to see when that actually rolls around. In the meantime, let's check in with our favorite Austrian as he just finds a bunch of upgrades.
Wait, was that Tariq 2 or was that just the... What? Wait,
that was definitely highlighting. Hold on.
Hold on, that seems fishy because there was one on the bench, but it was Tariq 2. So production confirms that we were not dreaming. That was
there were 2 on the bench and he didn't buy it. He said, nope, I don't need that.
And I was refused.
Guess he really likes that Darius.
What? I mean, 5 Noxus is pretty strong, but that's definitely a very, very strong statement saying that Tariq 2 is gonna mess up the rest of the board because everything else is fitting so nicely with the Kobuko giving the bruiser, the 5 Noxus, yet he must be valuing the Attackant super highly in the 5 Noxus form for its damage.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's 12 gold that you're down, and he is on 33 right now. I just think he didn't want to go that low in econ and made a conscious choice to say, yeah, Tariq 2, probably a really good unit, but I can't afford it right now. My board needs to be strong enough the way it is. And so I think that's what we just saw from Coined, but it's certainly a very, very brave decision that was made there. Checking in with Kevin Parker, he's on RE1, Yone 1, update from across the board. Lusher is also still on Yone 1, but currently both of them are sitting in 1 and 2, so they're probably not too mad about that.
No, not at all. I was saying, only a very trafficked in this lobby, but I do want to take a quick check if we can down on Clamu. Of course, what I believe I'm just double checking, but I think it in fact may be, and I wanted to double check this especially, our only Demacian player in the lobby, which is a very strange thing to be able to say based on what we've seen from previous games. We have got Annie 1 in place and we're itemizing her right now, but I'm still a little worried that Clamu might not be able to turn the corner.
He's kind of with the back against this wall. This one is not looking to go his way potentially either. Oh, Ari clutching up. That Gwen cannot clear board, so Clamu stopping the bleeding for now. On the back of that, Ascension does get the Galio as well. This could be the turning point he's so needed. Still needs a bunch of upgrades to get this one going. He's kind of looking at what Coined just tossed away and says, any Tariq for me? You got any more of them Tariqs?
Trade offer?
Yeah. Economy has been a huge problem for Clamu. He's well out of money and cannot buy the Garandu. Has not found a single Lux as well, so definitely looking to be in extremely dire straits. Good news for him is that he has a healthy point lead on the following cutoff, so he should be fine even if the game goes terribly wrong. But that said, just burning your final life across the tournament like this is gonna feel pretty bad if it happens to him.
I think it's a good time as any as we get to the sort of roughly mid-later point of the game, just to reiterate where we kind of are with all these players. You see it on their names on the right-hand side. You can see their points number to the left of their names. You can see that there's quite a big difference between those numbers, particularly for our players down in the lower 30s, like Lusher and Marks especially. Kevin Parker to a lesser extent, and HorrorX as well. They all need good finishes. Even if this round doesn't directly eliminate them, they may well find themselves otherwise in a position where they can't come back next round at all.
I think we kind of need to talk about this because we were all kind of walking around the topic. Marks did sell his Viego and the Thresh unlock has changed. So it has moved from being just 175 souls to 5 Shadow Isle star levels and level 8. Now, ever since he sold his Viego 2, he's been trying to get the Shadow Isle units back on the board. And as of right now, we're on 4 stars. He does need 5. So either he needs to upgrade that Yorick to a Yorick 2 or the Callista to a Callista 2, or we need to get a Viego back in play, and he has no economy left. Look at this.
The game's just taunting him with the Brom 2 that he knows he must buy, but at the same time can he afford it because he needs to buy the Callista pair if he wants to upgrade Callista and then find Thresh. It's a complete disaster. Sells the Seraphine, but still probably has to lock the shop for the Callista, which is a complete disaster for him. Selling this Viego is biting him really hard in the backside, and Clemou's looking at him, probably feeling a little bit relieved that somebody's going to be biting the top 8 bullet if nothing changes in the next 2 rounds for Marks.
I think this might be an indication just that Marks maybe hasn't had those reps on the composition enough to be able to notice the small nuances of the players they do come in. But Marks takes the L. Clemu is down to 16 to Mark 17. Sappho on 18. So we've got almost a 3-way race to the bottom here. Just a question of who drops out first, with Marks, of course, being the one who will take the biggest consequence if he's the chosen one.
Yeah, we're seeing the Kench, but Sappho suffering from a similar problem to Marks. A lot of upgrades are still on the table. We're playing around Senna 1, MF 1, Shyvana 1, Wukong 1. Well, actually, there's 2 Wukongs, but it's still Wukong 1, as well as a Tom Kench 1. So there is a lot on the plate, and there comes the Boogeyman. 14 win streak. Lusher on the back of a Yone 1, whereas Kevin has found the Yone 2 already. He's just been cruising through this lobby. In comes that set and causes some more chaos as the front line, due to the lack of upgrades, just absolutely crumbles. Can Lusher keep this going, or is that Tarek going to be his stopper in the win streak? And yeah, Sappho able to hang in there for now.
Almost
great news for Sappho. Yeah, great news for Sappho. Winning this round is crucial in order to save a few points. Marks finds the 2-star Yorick, and Clemu goes down to his final life in this round. It's looking like it's going to end in disaster. We haven't upgraded any of the forecasts. We've been talking a lot about how important Fast 9 is, but when the augment comes silver, gold, you're getting so few resources that we are not seeing anyone being close to level 9, except maybe for Lusher, who's had... let's say a premium time in this game with a 14-win streak, printing money like it's no big deal, but everybody else has been struggling, and the theme of this stage 4 has been missing your forecast upgrades.
I will say, I think Lusher just played that really, really well. He didn't greed out for rolling the Ahri, he didn't greed out for getting the Yone instead of Kevin. He just played his strongest board wherever possible and played a really good win streak.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we're left in a situation where Lusher is definitely heir apparent to the game. But Clemu, though, down at the bottom, I mean, finding the 2-star Garen would normally be incredible news, but I don't think as you said, getting anywhere near level 9, so just have to make do with what we've got, including a 1-star Lux on the backside, up against Kevin Parker, who's got the 2-star Yone to chew through the board. This could be the end of the line for at least one player.
On one side, you have the 2-star Yone and the Ahri 1, and the other side, you have the Garen 2 and the Lux 1, and it's looking like the Yone is going to have the upper hand. The Garen is going to fall to one final slam. Yone goes the wrong way, does not matter. Clemu goes down in 8th, and Marks Marks and Sappho both dropping to their final lives at the same time. Both saying, oh wait, no, it's Hypno actually. Sappho has stabilized, but Hypno going down to the final life. I was betrayed by the overlay. My mistake.
We've all been there. Don't worry about that. I will say, in Clemu's defense, that Lux whiffed. That Lux was a Smurf from Bronze playing in Challenger. She did not hit that backline correctly. That could have gone the other way if those ults would have aligned a little bit more. But yeah, checking in with Mark's stat thresh was finally unlocked during this PvE round. But still, he lost the previous round. You can see items on him now, but it's still a Thresh 1. Kalista upgraded to Kalista 2. We're holding a couple of those artifacts. Is that good enough?
Yeah, is that going to be good enough, especially against Horo, who we haven't talked anymore about, but since the restart mission, he's just been thriving, and he's the sole remaining streaker. He's been on the 8-win streak, so definitely the restart mission was the turning point for him. Eliminates Marks. I believe Hypno is falling at the same time as well. Marks will go down in 6th, Hypno in 7th, and Horwix is looking like the player that is winning for now, but Lusher has just gotten to level 9 and he's the first one there. So if he finds the upgrades, I'm seeing already a first Silas, so definitely has the potential to outcap there. But for now, the ball is in Horwix. Camp, he still has time to build more recon and then get to his own level 9 to compete with Lusher. It definitely feels like a match within the match between these two.
Absolutely, and it's kind of throwing us back to before Megs, where we saw, the Jinx being used for a while, eventually being replaced by a 2-star Senna. I mean, in this case, Lusher has gotten there a little bit ahead of the rest of the field because, of course, he's playing his own Senna. So we'll have to see how well Horo can match up long term.
Yeah, absolutely. As of right now, if you look towards the right-hand side of your screen, you see everybody in this lobby is broke, besides Horo, who has been on that win streak. And that just kind of tells you the state of the lobby that we're in. For Lusher, a big upgrade like that Yone 2 is still missing. For Kevin Parker, as the Aries battle it out here, it's going to be a near win. Very good for him to still be on 2 lives here as we go into Carousel. And I just think that goes to show how close this lobby is without the extra influx of the resources. We are in a silver, gold lobby. The portal was not transformative. We just got like 5 gold from it. And that is exactly how this lobby is playing out.
Yeah, and going back to the Fast 9, we've got something that's kind of funny on Coinid's board, which is what we call going for a P-bar on level 8. He's playing mostly legendary units, and besides his tanks are full cost units. It's an Asus and a Skarner. We're gonna get there in just a moment, but everybody doing damage on his board is Zilean, Mel, and Azir. No forecast to be seen here. Only the best for Coinid. Just needs to find a way to upgrade them, however.
Ooh, Sappho.
And speaking of upgrades, lots of upgrades have come through for Sappho there as well. Here's that board we were talking about, Kenobi. Lots of stuff happening at the same time. Sappho fighting for survival, so we're gonna hop on over as he faces off against Kevin Parker. Can this board be good enough to deal with the Spirit-enhanced Ionians? Still lacking on that front line. Can the Taric, the Wukong hold?
Well, Lucian Senna being upgraded sure is doing some work here for Sappho. It's looking like it's going to be one more round, and KP is going to be dropping down a little bit lower, still in the 2 lives realm, but Sappho buying more and more time, and he might have just reached the point where he will be able to outcap at the very least those 2 boards and get to a safe top 4 or top 3.
Yeah, if Sappho can survive just one more round, gets the 3rd item on the center, he is nice and toasty. Coin, thank you, Rush Observer, for showing us that a way off of picking up the Radiant item, but we are seeing the Zilean we mentioned from before. I think the item's going to be changed, yes, onto the Xerath, looking for raw punching power. Bear in mind, we've got 2-star Nasus in place for Coinid on 17 HP right now. We've got 2 players left with any amount of HP in the tank, and 3 players very close to elimination.
Honestly, can I just quickly say I have a problem with this lobby? Whoever at the admin side put this together is just rude. 3 Dach players, they can't all win. I would like a revision. I would like this to be rerun, but it is going to be a very close matchup between KP and Coinid here, which might just lead to KP hanging in there as Sappho is eliminated. The Dach wall has entered the top 4.
Yeah, and Coinid being able to unlock the 3rd Shroom and that Xerath in stage 5 is quite the feat, honestly. Being able to manage that, I don't know if it was on purpose or, well, that was his plan from the start or not, but it's very impactful because the big difference between Xerath and Zilean is the amount of short time burst damage that he's able to do and his ability to sometimes snipe out the carries. And that was a win without any extra Ascendant charms that contribute to so much to the power of the board.
And Coinid definitely becomes a major threat. Horo, of course, is still trying to build up some power. He's a little way off of his full version of the board, but notice that we are seeing, makes me talk about potentially the Senna, that option being taken by Lusher already. So Horo's found an alternate AD carry in the Kindred.
And there's also another alternate take that Sejuani that joined the board on 3-2 is still there giving the defender. She's also being given an item. She's been doing such great work for him. He's rewarding her with a little treat. It's kind of fun to see. You don't see her staying that long on the board.
Listen, Bristle has powers, and he will not disrespect the boar in a game where Volta is a pro player. You can put some respect on that. But let's have a look at the 0th damage that is coming out here from Coined's board. Unfortunately, only one cast, second cast interrupted as it starts, and that is going to be a huge hit for Coined and Kevin Parker as both of them go down. Seems to be that Coined gets that 3rd and Kevin that 4th place here in our game. Number 8, 7, 6, hold on, 9? There we go.
You started went the wrong way. It's been a very, to be fair, it has been a very long weekend so far. But I mean, we talked about it before, Lusher has been in command of the lobby since pretty much the beginning. A ludicrously long win streak, and Kenobi pointed out, him and Horo were really the only players able to hold on to any serious amount of money at all.
Yeah, and now they've spent most of it down to 1 and 0 gold respectively. Fiddlesticks upgrade in the shop for Lusher, but most of the board has gotten there for both of them. We are seeing the Jinx has been replaced by a 2-star Kindred on one side, there's a 2-star Lucian and Senna on the other, so they are definitely hitting the high cap board.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Lusher only found that Yone in the round where Kevin got eliminated. Until then, he had been playing around a Yone 1. He won the last round on the back of it, but it's not good enough to keep up with what Horo X has built. I'm not sure if the Fiddle 2 will be a decision maker here. You'd really want that Silas 2 to come online and help you out, but no goal to roll for. He will need to hope that that just appears in the next couple of shops.
Something I wanted to bring up, which I find really interesting about Horo's board, is we've got this itemized Shyvana who seems to actually be doing a remarkably good amount of work. Not something which I'm certainly used to seeing Kenobi, but I mean, are we seeing these items going somewhere else long term, or is this actually what Horo wants?
Oh no, Shyvana is actually insane. When she's not the main carry for your board, she's gonna do a ton of AoE damage on top of her added utility of reducing spell damage for your entire team. But it's just, you rarely see her being itemized, because if you itemize her first, and you just are not going to be killing anything, just going to breathe fire on everybody, get everybody down to 50% HP, and then you're going to get rolled over. Anything has any kind of sustain, regeneration, they're just going to be back to full before she manages to spit fire again, but here, she's incredible.
I was looking at this carousel. I was hoping, there would be something really good. Instead, I believe this might be the moment where we say goodbye to our Sejuani, because we have found a defender emblem to replace what she brings to our board. So an upgrade for Heroics.
Never forget.
No! Now she's going to go to sleep.
No, that's so sad. Well, what we have got in replacement for that is the Blast Shield for Heroics, which is going to be a massive increase in overall tanking. So team Lush have managed to find the Silas 2, so these two heavyweights are squaring up to face against each other. Lusher might not be able to take in the loss, depends how bad it goes. Let's see if the differences are equal or swing the matchup.
But to buy the Silas 2, he had to sell the 2-star Fiddlesticks, so it's not as big of an upgrade as we would like. But this unit can definitely make a lot of work. The laser going completely the wrong way. Can he get a good Garen ultimate in there? The Kindred being taken very low by the Silas. Will he jump again? Yes, but Kindred are still alive, and the Silas is being taken apart. And Lusher is getting absolutely slammed into the ground. And if that set does not do more damage, it's going to be the end of him.
It's over
with a straight -17.
Ay, but what a game. Horo X clawing his way back there on the back of this Somm board. Really, really cool way to play around this restart mission. Identifying, hey, everybody else's boards are kind of weak. I'm just gonna scoot on by. And that's exactly what he did. I do think Lusher also deserves recognition for the way he played this game, getting it to a second place, despite being contested, despite taking forever and so much gold to hit that Yone. Certainly something that can be commanded.
All right, guys, so as we said, this is the only match where we're not having an elimination as of this round. So we head to a short break, analyst desk, and then we'll be right back into elimination stations. So stay tuned. We'll be back momentarily as we move into the back half of the day.
Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, everyone, and that was quite a game. We've been used to Fast 9 AP every single time, these crazy boards, but things got toned down quite a bit, Barry, for the 2 silver augment start.
Yeah, if you've just tuned in, you would think, oh, the meta seems to be all around these forecasts, but actually we had Howling Abyss, which is a very low resource encounter, into double silver, so essentially set up the lobby for streaking mattered most, and we saw our top 2 players come the end were both our win streaker and our loss streaker in Losha and Horo. We do see they were able to actually get towards those level 9s and start to put something together, but other than that, it was all about these forecast lines. We've seen a lot of the likes of Yone, opens up the potential to play things like Shadow Isles and Bilge, which didn't work out in this game, but a bit of a different meta than what we've seen so far, Panda.
Even Lusher was surprising. Double econ augment start, despite it being silver augments, of course, still managed a 14 win streak off of natural upgrades. And there was a big difference between his Ionia game and Parker's Ionia game, where Lusher had so much HP to work with. He said, why would I, grovel on the floor and roll down for Yone 2 and Ari as my carries on level 8 when I can just push directly to 9 and repivot my strategy around a Seta 2 or a Silas 2. There was a window of time where he was losing a lot of fights and losing a lot of HP. That's understandable, but that sacrifice allowed him to eventually get to that top 2. Whereas Kevin played around the Ari, had Ari items, just wanted to play for top 4, kind of knew, I think, from his spot that he was playing for just that good enough placement.
Yeah, I think a real unfortunate game for Clamu, who Demacia has actually been kind of the go-to, okay, I'm not maybe fast 9 every game, this is what I can lean towards, and he just wasn't able to put that together. But I think Horo showed that Zorn has been struggling, but been in the meta. People have been playing the Jinx reroll, playing around Warwick, but the actual cap for this board, if you get to the likes of Shyvana, get to the likes of Ziggs, in a lower tempo lobby like this, can still perform really well. So I think Horo maybe, as soon as he got that restart mission, was able to put together an actual strong board early, realized that, okay, Warwick is actually meta normally, so surely in this particular lobby it will be able to perform.
I think for Camus as well, just not enough econ to hit all of his upgrades. I think Demacia is kind of a threshold comp where you need to hit those upgrades early to stabilize level 8. But we're looking at the standings now. Of course, there won't be a cut right now, but next game you have to start thinking, what placement do I need to mathematically stay alive in the tournament to keep my hopes see alive? I mean, so much is going to be at stake in these final 3 games today. For some players, just the embarrassment of having to play through week 1 and having to maybe go back to TBC if they were playing it already. For other players, for underdog players, maybe the hope of finally reaching that level of being able to play against the top tier players in EMEA, like the Devils, like the Cocos, like Kubrickson even that we had earlier on in that tier 1 competition.
Yeah, and I think as we look at the standings here, we've lost our bottom 4 and our top 4, and then once again we'll be losing the next highest 4-point earners and the lowest 4. So this is how it's going to be working. We're going to keep cutting. So players we will be saying goodbye to, but some of them in a much more positive light, where we'll be seeing them again next week, and therefore in the pro circuit going forward to play against those big names, as you mentioned. But elsewhere, some of our players we will be saying goodbye to, and they'll have to go back to the tier 2 circuit and reassess what went wrong this season.
One player I want to touch on here from this next lobby coming up before we go into game, Revan, TPC winner, already has a spot in the TAC crown. We're in day 2, or the final day of this week. He's praying to God because he needs one thing. Any top 4, please. He has an 8th, a 7th, and another 8th in the start of this day. He was looking really good yesterday. He was among the top 8 coming into this day 2. But all of a sudden, he might get relegated from TPC while already being qualified to the TAC crown, which I think would definitely be a first. And I don't think Revan wants to, pave the new path in that way exactly.
Yeah, that's certainly not the accolade you would want. But we do get into this 5th game here, so Mix, Counterfeit, and Kenobi take us away.
Thank you very much. So, into game 4 then, into elimination once again. Of course, we're looking very closely at our players' points for this game to see whether or not they can get promoted or demoted as a result of this game. And I believe for this lobby, we're definitely much more on the getting eliminated side of the equation than the other way around.
Honestly, what would be a more fitting portal than Silver Scrapes as we go into an elimination game? I was shocked when I saw that come on through, but we're definitely getting a high stakes finish board in a lobby that is level 9. Just generally, this portal can turn so much around towards the end.
Yeah, the final two, if it had been in the previous lobby, Lusher and Horex, for example, would have been able to maybe go level 10, add some extra upgraded legendaries to spice it up even more. Let's see what this game has in store for us. Well, it looks like Elia has at least 10 gold in store for the very least.
I suppose if we could start, we'll have to see what the augments end up being, but while still the scrapes will give us a lot of power later on, certainly in the immediate, it's going to rely on our players' augments and streaks, as we were talking about in the previous game, the desk was talking about as well, to really get their economy afloat, to get towards being those final two players at all.
Absolutely right. For now, players will need to try and assemble early board, maybe find themselves some direction. The augments could be helping. We are on the Ionias that gives XP, so all of our players should be extra enlightened as we are going to be reaching golden augments as a first set, and that is usually good because that gives you a lot of direction early on, and oftentimes players would like to have that. Savings account, trade sector being picked up on the right-hand side, a lot of the generic goodness we've been seeing the past days.
Oh, the birthday reunion has been heavily favored by the players, especially for someone like Revan who has just the one frontline upgrade. If it gives him an upgraded backline unit, it's Timo's something, I guess. He can pair it with the Caitlyn and do decently well in the first few rounds, but he's gonna be needing to find something just a tiny bit better to get him to that famed level 9 to get that birthday reunion. But honestly, Timo is kind of a meme down unit, but it's not even that bad. It actually does a lot of damage if you have the front line to buy time, kind of like a mini Zillion, but like much shorter, stands on the ground, and much more toxic as well.
Thank you for elaborating the physical differences between Zillion and Timo. I thought that was really helpful. I appreciate it, Kenobi.
I felt like I was back at university. I do want to have a quick look at our augments across the right-hand side because we're seeing some interesting ones creeping in. As expected in a low economy portal, a lot of our players going for extra money, but I do spot from Aaliyah, who's on 43 points right now, going for the lifting competition, something we've really not seen at all.
Yeah, it was super popular at the beginning of the set as an enabler for Scion reroll, and then it was discovered that this is actually a fantastic econ augment if you want to play into something like the Invokers, the LeBlanc with the Scion, and then into the Lissandra, who then leads you to what we've been calling the Vintage Rise, the Rise plus Volibear duo carry as the later board. I talked about how the econ augments need to have some combat power balanced as well, and this augment gives exactly that, because not only it gives you gold, but it also gives you a full Anima Visage and wait, is it Anima? I'm getting confused. Is it Anima Visage? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it does. I think you.
And then an extra belt on top of that. I'm getting confused with the artifact that was renamed, and now I'm losing my words. Sorry about that.
That's all right. That's all right.
The belt on top of it here, you got what I'm saying. A good item.
If it makes the bruiser bigger, it probably is going to turn up at some point. I know that we occasionally like to throw our dreams into the ring as well. I hope we get to see the full version of a lifting competition from Aaliyah to go for that impossible lift as well, which basically gives you enough of a cash out to win the entire game there and then.
Yeah, we'll see if that is in the cards, but I will say, with how the unlocks have changed, a Bruiser Splash, the Volibear Rift Herald, is one of the most insane things you can play towards the end, and it's so much easier to achieve with the changed unlocks. So I kind of like what Aaliyah is thinking. At least I hope that's what he's thinking. So we're going to be seeing if that is in the cards. Of course, that will be towards the end of the game, so let's not get ahead of ourselves for now. Can look across the board, and we're already seeing one player at least picking up the Bard here. So Gark saying, I will play for a little bit of econ. I will play for a little bit of tempo here for now, as he is getting those extra coins from his augment.
I wonder if we can check in with Lloyd, who's got something interesting going on. We'll be able to see along the bottom here, right. Trade sector, and what is threatening to actually be a genuine and not temporary Ash Tryndamere board. I don't know if any of you guys are being tempted into being believers as well.
Well, it's definitely a blast from the past, one of the dominant 2-cost reroll compositions, especially when, if you are able to come across some artifacts, so we'll have to keep an eye out for maybe a Portable Forge on 3-2 or something similar, because Tryndamere really thrives on a couple of these artifacts, and with Ashe being higher power as well, it adds some extra potential, and this shop is exactly what he wants to see, because the earlier he's able to get kills with Ashe and Tryndamere, the more he will stack that extra damage on the arrows. You'll see extra tiny arrows flashing in. It's going to be absolutely fantastic here. But for now, Lloyd is looking to lose streak using that bar that he unlocked with the trade sector. It's right there at the front, and he's got no tempered fate to prevent his own demise.
I'm not sold on it yet. I would love it. Listen, I'm so down for a little bit of shenanigans, but I'm not sure that's what we're going to be seeing here. Lloyd, by the way, now on the correct points here, he is the player with the least points in this lobby, 37. We're expecting our cutoff to sit around the 42 mark for the lower cutoff, and the higher one to sit around 54. So Lloyd will need a high performance here in order to curb that, in order to save himself to one more game. But of course, it doesn't stop there. There's 2 more eliminations to come. So the higher you can place here, the better, especially if you are in the lower points now.
And if your estimate there is correct, the 42, we've got, pretty much not the entire lobby, but close to the entire lobby, close to that point. So they'll be fighting against each other, even 1 or 2 placements that can help push them forwards, particularly players who are above that threshold right now. If you look across the rest of the field, we can see Revan and Enzo, the ones who've been controlling the win streak so far. Aaliyah, of course, with the lifting competition down at the bottom, has been controlling the loss streaks. But everybody else, for the most part at least, keeping hold of the goal.
That's all right for Elia. He's just warming up. He's gonna deadlift this entire lobby soon. Trust me, for real, no cap. In the meantime, Revan with the Teemo has been doing fantastic. 3 long shots being played. Yesterday, Elia was the player playing with all these long shots with the emblems. Maybe it will be a blessing for Revan, but as I'm saying this, I'm seeing this Jhin with the Ginzus and the Kraken cracking this board open. Actually, the Vayne is not going to be able to do it. The Jhin has stacked up just a tiny bit too much, and Revan falls short of that 5 streak.
And honestly, you'd love to see it. We heard Panda just talk about, as we were going into the game, that Revan really had an unfortunate series of games today. A lot of very low placements after a really good day 1, a really good season in general. And so he has a lot on the line to prove. He has a lot to shrug off on those past games, and starting the day off with what could be a win streak but is still a good saving of HP is certainly what you want to see for him here. We're also checking back in with Scapeus. We were highlighting him top of show, and listen, I would love to tell you what he's going to play, but if there's one player that I can never correctly predict that for, it is Scapeus. He will do whatever Scapeus does. You might look at this and you think, he's open for Mel. Could be, could also not be. It's Scapeus.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly got a decent item set, and the spatula as well is very nice to be able to potentially go further into the Noxus side of things and make sure you can get the biggest summon overall. This compares in a pretty decent spot right now. Enzo still remains in control of the lobby. He's running everything he can to put together the strongest boards, but again, a lot of our players in this lower econ lobby waiting for that second augment to come in to really make their big committals more aggressively, or just riding out stage 3.
You're definitely right. And talking about aggression, YUMAT Pro already level 6 just has to expand 1 interest threshold, so pays the price. No hesitation with a huge Nautilus 2 that will be holding the front line, giving time for this Briar to just run around and nom against everybody else on
Can we hear that again?
Sorry,
can you repeat that?
Yes, that's Briar's voice line. She's just nom.
I just wanted to get a clean one of that as well, yes. That's my ringtone from going forwards.
You're welcome.
Gold Knockmans as a second set once again. Some of these players insta-picking here what they're seeing. Some others still thinking about it as they do come in. A lot of generics still. Know Your Enemy, Ascension, Darken being picked up on the right-hand side. Revan and YUMAT Pro thinking a little bit longer about their choice.
Ooh. I'm not sure about this from CPS. Besides the branch out ends up with Yordle and Defender, which is certainly not a bad choice, but I guess if you were looking for direction... of course, we had the spatula as well, so we're going to be able to make ourselves into a very pointed composition.
Here looks like
Magic
we've got
roll.
extra HP if my eyes do not deceive me, because that Briar was going nom nom nom, now she's going nom 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 nom. Trying to make her best cosplay of Shogas. Everybody's going bigger, extra HP for Wild Pro's entire team through this magic roll. And I can see that my imitations are getting to you, so I'll be sure to keep them coming.
I was going to say,
you. I'm
better not
enjoying
stop
them.
them anytime soon.
I do think it's XP as well. We're also seeing a Golem being picked up by Reven, so that is an interesting one to look at as well as we are going through the stages. And we are going to be seeing what comes up in the carousel as well. That allows us to take stock of our lobby. As of right now, I believe Elia and Scapeos are the two players that are looking specifically to maybe lean into the Mel in the long term. And then we do have players like Enzo, who we haven't talked about too much just yet. So he's currently on a 7-win streak. We're playing around this Jhin for now. But he is certainly cruising through this lobby.
I think this is a fascinating board. So we've got the mess hall in place. So of course the speedy double kill. So Enzo just being able to take, just grab everything which he can. 4 defenders certainly gives you enough time to scale up for the round. And I think with the mess hall as well and the triple items on the Jhin, you've got a good amount of inevitability there on the board as well.
Well, if you took a look at this Jhin and you'd show it to anybody from one patch ago to the beginning of the set, we'll be saying, well, that's just him playing Ionia. But I'm fairly confident that this Jhin is in fact a Jinx, and that he's going to be angling towards the Warwick. No, I'm on a tear today. You can't stop me, and you can see keeping the Vi and just waiting to find one Jinx in the shop to unlock the Warwick without having to expand anything. But unfortunately for him, the win streak comes to an end. We have not been able to find any upgraded frontline to go with that 4 defender and really have the base HP to multiply those resistances.
There is an Ambessa, and this carousel is going to be picked up by Garg. Certainly a target unit for anybody who is looking for that Mel. Instantly allows the unlock. We've seen many players angling for Mel and then not being able to find the Ambessa in time and just fall to that. So you're always happy to see that on the carousels whenever it does come up. We are going to be hopping across the board and taking a look at Aaliyah, who we have been talking about playing around those bruisers.
And let's check on the lifting progress. So we've just cleared the first round one, or maybe it has already been cleared and we're not making progress yet. Keeping the Scions on the bench to be able to jump to 4 bruisers, but I think Elia's going to have some trouble getting to these later lifts, like the 8,501, which is the most important. To get really the ball rolling, giving a lot of the resources. The Scion has not been stacking. He hasn't been finding upgraded bruisers besides that Shen. We're not going to be unlocking the Herald as well, so it's going to be a series of problems for Elia to overcome. But if he does, then he's in a great spot to just get a solid placement here.
I guess maybe one of the problems we're seeing here makes with the kind of bruiser line, it's the same sort of reason that people were having trouble with some Demacia is, in this game at least, Scapeus early on was just running LeBlanc and bruisers just as a temporary composition to get a little further into the game and potentially keep him open towards playing Mel, which means getting your star ups on early bruisers just that much more tricky than it should be.
Yeah, I do think there's like 3 copies of Scion out of the pool looking across the board that aren't on Elia's board at least. So that's certainly a unit that we're seeing a little bit less off. And back when the lifting competition kind of came into place, people would often play around this Scion reroll together with the Aphelios and the Bard. I think for Elia, the plan is to go instead for the Volibear Rift Herald and see how that goes. But yeah, we're seeing some interesting choices here by Lloyd.
Well, Lloyd desperately looking for 2-star Jinx, trying to make a repeat of the Zone Darius that we've seen have so much success yesterday. Unfortunately, despite the trade sector not finding 2-star Jinx. He's been rolling very, very deep, listening some groans from me because that's a terrible position to be in with just the Jinx one and these items components as well. A sword, a belt, and a tier is not a prime Jinx itemization material. It's looking like it's going to be enough to get him that 2 streak at the very least. The Ari not going to be up to the task of taking on that board. But on the flip side, you already have 6 Mundos on the side of Lloyd, so that might be a way for him to get back into this game.
Checking in with Kaiser, who just found a Kindred level 7, might I ask, on 3-7. He just went level 8 after that. Doesn't want it though, says, nope, I'm going to be rolling down for my Demacia. I want Galio instead. I want Silas. Give me more. And as of right now, he does have at least 1 copy of the Garen. We'll need 2 more to make that drone come alive.
Yep,
We've had a
Galio's
couple
unlocked.
of different... Oh, sorry, please, Clem, go for it.
No, I was just wanted to note that we have enough star levels for the Galio now. Go ahead.
Well, just taking a note, Keizo, well, we've had a couple other players going for the Renin goal. Keizo is the only savings account player, so getting the cash out here means that he's immediately dramatically stronger. If he's going to come back in stage 4, he's certainly going to be very well equipped for it. The 2-star Garen comes in. I don't know if we're going to hold off on trying to push for the 2-star Lux as well, but this is looking like a pretty solid board.
Certainly is, but if you're looking on the right-hand side, he also needs to make something happen. There are players in this lobby on 70 plus point, 60 plus point. He's the only player that's this low. There's a big chunk between him and Lloyd and the HP overalls. So Kaiser needs to find that stability right now, which is also why you're seeing that Garen in the front line being played for now, just to try and add beef, just to buy that Seraphine time to really cause some commotion as he goes up against Scapeus' board and does have the Galio spawn in that he just unlocked. Will be good enough for this one. Let's hope that the augment that rolls around also goes in his favor and he can keep this trend going.
You're right that he definitely needs something in terms of items, because right now the Seraphine was more than enough because he's rolled basically 60 gold on 8 against somebody who was still staying on level 7 because it's 4-1. Now he needs something like the big grab bag, like the exclusive customization, goes for it instantly, needs some mana generation or some damage. We're getting a possibility of maybe a Morello here. Something is gonna have to be reforged, I imagine. Yeah, here goes the... Oh, that's beautiful. We got Jewel Gauntlet and Nash's Tooth plus a leftover belt. Exactly what he wanted. I'm expecting us to remove. Nope, does not go for the Nashor's Tooth just yet. Opts for triple item Garen and Seraphine.
Taking a quick look on the right hand side, see where our players have ended up with their last augments coming in. It looks like we're seeing a lot of additional power being poured into the compositions. The combat augments, for the most part, coming out across the field. Our players apparently happy enough with the boards they got right now to not look for anything else.
Yeah, and I mean, I said it when we first looked at this board for Scapeus. Now we're looking again, we're playing on this Invoker line, and what looked like it was for sure going to be a Mel board is now very much looking like it's going to be in the Rise category for Scapeus. Has built out everything on the Freljord line, a little bit more of the vintage leaning Rise, the Freljord Rise, but will be good enough to take down Reven's board. And Reven on his side is looking to maybe unlock the Rift Herald with all of those Void units on his board.
Wow, that's I wasn't expecting the Volibear to be unlocked from a Scion 1, but with the Warmogs plus the fact that the Freljord emblem gives 400 extra HP, it's more than enough to get him there. So we're not getting the 7 Freljord, which is adding a crazy effect that I think goes kind of unsung. When the Freljord Tower dies, they explode, stunning the entire enemy board. No restriction on range, so that's 2 global stuns that are basically for free here on top of all the extra stats. And that's gonna make a huge mess for everybody to try and deal with, especially somebody like Elia, who's gonna need a lot of damage to get through that board.
It's interesting, we mentioned before, the cutoff is just above where Scapeus is at the moment, so he took a bigger risk deciding to branch out into this game, but we can see he's getting rewarded for it. Even though Zillion is doing his best on the back line, there's just a little too, surely there's too much beefiness. Respawn,
Hold on.
Zillion, and no, you can see Aaliyah doesn't believe it either.
Yeah, to be fair, you are playing bruisers, your game plan harps on that Volibear, and then a guy rolls around that's for some reason playing 7 Freljord with a Volibear, just messing up your entire game plan, 1 by beating you and 2 by taking your unit. I can see the frustration on Elia's side.
Yeah, and it's funny for Elia because you can see on his player cam the frustration is translated by him rubbing the top of his head and pulling his hair back. A little worried for him. He will end up bald by the time the competition ends if he keeps going like this. But hopefully for him, it's going to be just fine, and both his game and his hairline will be saved in the coming round.
I can see the HP turtles are not being kind on the bottom of a lobby, especially. I mean, Enzo, we mentioned before, had been controlling the lobby for quite a while, has managed to stay up, but for everybody else, from 4th place downwards, we're dripping HP. I mean, you know, Elia and Kaiser, they may be low already, but they're not the only ones.
Yeah, that's right. We have more and more players dropping lower and lower ribbon, and Garx now joining in on that bottom end of the HP totals, and we're getting a glimpse of Lloyd Sport because we were talking about that Zound, we were talking about the Darius, and I'm just squinting at the backline. So we are sitting on 4 Jinxes, and we are sitting on 4 Dariuses. As well as 7 of the Mundo still has a little bit of gold to roll with to try and get this board online. I believe that's also still a Warwick one, so lots and lots of potential that could still be realized by Lloyd.
Yeah, and speaking of the Jinx for Lloyd, and I mentioned Enzo would most likely be going for the Jinx, but it looks like he's completely bypassed that part and he's playing around the Lucian and Senna on a just purely what looks like a purely AD flex board, which is something that we definitely haven't seen a lot of. And somebody else who's trying to play what looks like a pure flex board as well is Revan with the Golem and the Sand Soldiers adding to that front line. We've got the pure flex front line, Taric, Skarner, Defender, just adding as much extra resistances to the rest of the board to buff up this huge Golem, to buff up these Sand Soldiers with the auras from this unit. The main issue is that this Kai'Sa doesn't scream fast enough to deal with the enemy's boards.
Yeah, and I think for Riven overall, you know, just looking to try and make this his turnaround game, his last 4 games have only been 7th or 8th. So he's gone from being a player who was, I believe, top 4 ending out day 1 to suddenly being a player who's plummeting in the table. This time it looks like it is going to be good enough to get Revan the win, break his loss streak. Unfortunately, just ahead of PvE round, but he's going to need to pull something big off if he's going to recover his tournament.
We are getting word from our observer that Elia has reached critical mass on his lifting competition. 8,500 has been reached. That means our item is in place now. Of course, we would have loved to see this go to a 36,000 lifting competition. I'm not sure if that's in the cards anymore, but let's take a look here. Has slammed it onto our Wukong to
he's 950.
beef up just a little bit more, yeah.
Wait, he's 950 gold. Hello? How is he so rich? I mentioned that it was giving a decent amount of economy, but I wasn't thinking that much. It means he's not rolled at all on level 8 and he's now going to be able to reap the rewards with a sizable HP lead remaining. So he's not only going to be able to cap out his board extremely high, especially if he finds these upgraded legendaries now sitting on the pairs, but also he has the time, which is usually a luxury that you are not afforded in this position. Rise is upgraded, and that's definitely the most important one. Gonna get the Jewel Gauntlet going here. Oh, he has Jewel Lotus, excuse me, sorry, I got confused for a moment. Here's the Volibear 2, and Elia is now ready to lift, not the competition, but everybody else in this lobby and slam them down as if he was set.
Well, we hope so.
Wild.
Opposite side though, Mundo 3 has been achieved. A bunch more upgrades have been found for Lloyd as well, but it won't matter. Look at the sheer damage that the Lysandra and that Rise are ripping through this board. Elia nods in agreement. He knows he's built a board that can contend, that has a good shot here to get a higher placement.
You can't unsee it now that you've seen it. His player cap is just this gesture over. But now his position is absolutely fantastic, and he's a contender for winning the entire lobby from this position now.
A player who's in a much worse spot, our Bilgewater, well, I say quote-unquote Bilgewater player, our Slayer Vanquisher, really the throwback board, if we're talking about throwback boards of Rise, bringing in Gangplank 3. We've seen this be a very volatile board more recently, makes, and not really putting out the kind of performances we've seen under other patches.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too strongly about this. You know, EMEA is in this lobby. On the other side, we're once again seeing Lloyd. It's like the 4th time in a row. He has now found this Jinx 3 that is adding a little bit of oomph to that board. Won't be good enough against what YU Mapro has built by the looks of it. Hold on.
Wait, both
Hold
3 stars are
on.
still alive. The Jinx is going. Wait.
Okay, well, that's it. Wow.
Hello?
That board failed the
Crazy.
item massively.
The Ascension on top of the Ginzus, and the Mundo, who seemed to be going down super quickly, just cast one more time, got that regen going, and Jinx just cleaned house with those rockets on top of the Ascension, the Ginzus, and the Kraken. Everything was there for him, and Lloyd stabilizes on a crucial round with 20 HP, still 2 lives, so that's going to be very healthy. And as you can see, 1 player going down, 2 more on their final lives. Revan on the cusp of being in a terrible position, just barely at that cutoff, so might be an elimination round in all the ways for him here, and he goes against the monster board from Elia.
Yeah, this is nightmare territory again. 4 games in a row, bottom 2ing. To have a 5th game in a row the same way means I can't imagine any player can recover the mental after dropping down that low, and it's looking like it's going to be a whole heap of hurt. Revan takes another bottom 2. He is plummeting down the table. Chiesa will just about stay alive as Lloyd takes a hit above him. We're starting to lose HP across the rest of the lobby as well, but we're now officially down 2.
That's right. And I mean, we were talking about Revan's position in this tournament, in this season, how well he's been done, and he's just been free falling forward to down. Now sits on those 42 points where we are expecting that cutoff to be coming in. That is a worrying statement.
Yes, and what's not worrying is Lloyd that just picked up a Gunslinger emblem, which means that this Jinx was already quite scary. He's gonna get assisted by the Gunslinger synergy now on the Warwick, and that means he's gonna be able to not only shred the armor but just add a bunch of extra IED on top of her. In the meantime, Garx with that scary looking board with so many legendary upgraded, Silas 2, Fiddlesticks 2, Mel 2. That's gonna be so much burst damage, but if the burst damage is not enough to completely clean house, he's gonna have problems in the sustained damage department here.
Keeping an eye closely on how Lloyd finishes, is our lowest remaining points player in the lobby overall. As Mike said before, players looking approximately to hit 42 at minimum to even make it past this round at all. But Lloyd's board is omega strong. The Gunslinger is going to kick in later on, and the Ascension as well. This Jinx is going to do so much damage, but she gets stunned for a good amount of the round. The Silas locking her in place. I think we'll see a second stun onto her, but the rest of the board is already dead. And Garkes is out of there. Lloyd survives.
That's right. He is, I think, safe on points for now. I was also looking at Kaiser, though, because he is, of course, the player with the highest points in this lobby. Keep in mind, we're expecting top cutoff to be at 52. And with every placement here, he is getting closer to getting a golden ticket to week 2, to getting out of the we need to fight for our life every single game from now on competition that today is for those players. So if he can claw 1-2 more spots, he's putting himself in the best position to do just that as he goes up against none other than Elia on the opposite side. We're getting to see what the Bruiser board can do.
Yeah, and it could be a triple elimination round because aside from Elia, everybody is in lethal range depending on how bad Skippers loses. If it so happened, Kaiser getting wiped just like everybody that's come across Elia so far in this lobby. Enzo going down, ended up going the standard 5, well, the past standard 5 Ionia board, enough to get him a top 4. So great news for him. That's 5 extra points that are definitely necessary for him to get to that cutoff. Kaiser, as you mentioned, not too unhappy about a 5th place here, gets him close enough for the following game. And Skip, surviving, I mentioned possible lethal range, but survives on 1 HP against what I assume to have been Lloyd's board.
So we're down to the final 3. 2 of those players having a single life each. And with 50 gold in the bank, a 7-round streak, and multiple lives. I mean, this has been an incredible lobby for him in the lifting competition.
It absolutely has been. I'm not sure he can take it, though. Looking at Lloyd's board is certainly a contender here. We're also seeing upgrades fly in on the right-hand side for Scapeus at Kindred 2 just popping up. We're getting a little bit of an upgrade in the Loris 2 for Lloyd as we hop across the boards to see what kind of last selections, what kind of positioning swaps players are making to maybe set themselves up for success. Scapeus is going to be facing what looks like a ghost copy on the opposite side, and then Lloyd is probably fighting the real deal against Elia. We could be getting a double elimination counterfeit.
Wait, no, Lloyd is facing off against Scipeus' Ghost, which is much better for him because Scipeus is essentially a worse version of Elia's board. But it's looking like the 7th Reliol has been doing a lot of work. The Mundo gets taken apart, but the Lissandra gets sniped by the Jinx, and Scipeus is the one going down. Lloyd barely managing to get a 2nd place here, which means that we're getting the silver scrape that none of you had forgotten about. Obviously goes to level 9, but Elia was already level 10. Means he has the potential to do something like a 3-star legendary unit. This bench definitely seems expensive to me. Unlocks the Silas and is gonna cap out the board a little bit more, but like, what can he reliably change? He just unlocked it for the fun of it. Okay, never mind.
We're chilling. See, he has 32 HP to fall back on. He doesn't really need to do anything right now. And excuse me, I did get baited by a overlay previously. He needs to see whether Lloyd can beat him in the first place right now, and then he can invest gold at least for one more round. His interest is going to be helping him out here if it comes to that. Look at the sheer power of what lifting can do for you. Elia will take this round for himself. Claims the first place. We see the celebration coming in, and Lloyd with a really, really good 2nd place probably also saves himself from elimination in that specific game. So great news all around for our players.
Yeah, Lloyd was looking like he was in a terrible position when we checked up on him at the back end of stage 3. Fortunately for him, a combination of great augment selection as well as probably hitting the Mundo 3 earlier on than one would expect managed him to stabilize him for a long enough time that he was able to hit the Darius 3 that we've talked about so much. The Jinx 3, who is dealing absolutely bananas amounts of damage, carries him to a top 2. Scipeus, in the meantime, just like Elia but weaker, so a respectable 3rd place for him, and Enzo going 4th with these standard Ionia really round out this lobby's top 4.
All right, well, Elia's going to really ask us the question that do we even lift? We're going to lift ourselves into a short break, and then, of course, we'll have our analyst test to announce the next round of eliminations. Remember, from this point forwards, eliminations every round until the day is done. So stay tuned, and we'll find out who's still in the competition after the break.
Always rises. Cannons.
Lanterns dance as twilight spills across the till I see you again. To the end we begin. Taste the shine,
always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, everyone. After that, Game 4 has concluded, ready to break down exactly what happened, Barry. But a big difference from last game. In this case, a lot of those Fast 9 players thought they had enough fuel in the tank to make it to 9, to not lose too much HP, to then stabilize and take over. That's the dream everyone has in their head. The reality was a little bit more unfortunate. A lot of those players that were trying to go Fast 9 ended up in the bottom 4. Only EMEA, with that lifting competition, was really able to take over in Stage 5 onwards.
Yeah, it feels like a return to what we've seen more of throughout the weekend so far. Last game, if you just watch that one, you'll think this game's crazy in comparison, but this is a lot more of what we've seen, where players are getting to the point where they're so close to putting something together. They're getting to like 1 life and not able to get to that level 9. EMEA, making the most of it being silver scrapes as well, was just able to push on, but more of what we've seen, the Jinx reroll performing strongly as it has done in quite a few games, and then elsewhere, just legendary soups being put together. We see on this here, Garx had the Mel board, but even though he had 2 stars coming through, not enough single target damage to get through this Darius, so not able to survive and falling away with a really strong setup there, which just showed how high cap this lobby was.
I had to play from Enzo as well. I was a little bit worried. He was going into 80 flex coming to Stage 4. I wasn't sure if he would try and go for what we saw from Safo the game before that, where it was more of a fast 980 flex. Instead, he just went into Yunara, despite not really being the premier carry anymore. It was enough, especially with Metal and Exiles, to break combat augments to supplement the comp. Enough for a top 4, which is what I think Enzo was looking for coming into that game, especially from the conditions of his early game in particular. Someone that contrasts with Enzo, also in the AD-ish line, was Brevin, who was on birthday reunions. He was trying to make it to level 9 in any way that he could. Was on a Kaisa 1 with some pretty weird items, not really able to win any fights in Stage 4, and then couldn't quite stabilize with that Zillion 2 that came into the birthday reunion. So just not really able to cook enough and really well enough in this game, unfortunately.
Yeah, it feels like when you have that birthday reunion, especially when you've committed your items so narrow, in the sense that you'd slammed these AD items, most of the carries that have been successful at 9, other than maybe Senna, really are these AP ones. So Zillion comes through and wasn't able to make that work, but Lloyd actually put together a really, really strong version of the zone board. A little bit fortunate, he got that Gunslinger emblem coming through, which in that one round, that as we saw against the Mel player, really could have made the difference. But we saw actually rerolled along with the Mundo, but also Darius off the back of this Zorn emblem. We've seen Jinx rerolled with Sejuani or Mundo. Darius getting the ability to do that, having that extra slot off the back of the Zorn. Darius is so tanky and actually doing quite a lot of damage as well. Just meant he had this higher cap version that we've seen. So maybe that's the hidden tech that Kabixon was talking about. Maybe it's the Darius is the front line he should be rerolling.
That was one of my guesses as well. Also, the Darken Bow was missing a Jinx item. 4-2 picks up Darken Bow. That really helped him stabilize in Stage 4 and really not have the detriment of itemizing other units before that Jinx had her 3 items. EMEA as well with the Darken Staff. I think we're seeing it more and more. It's pretty evident that it's very, very strong in the meta right now. It seems to be, not just because its AP is good, just it seems to be a lot of players are angling this item as a great way to itemize your carries. But looking now at the cutoffs, I think Revin, despite the poor result here, has just barely made it through this first cutoff.
Yeah, just scraping through, but just considering where he was at after 5 games yesterday, to be tumbling down so far to the standings, just barely clinging on for the time being, But now 3 points below the cutoff. We're going to be cutting again after one game, so we're going to be losing our top 4 and our bottom 4 once more, getting us into that final 8. So it does mean the middle of the standings, those are the only players we are going to be seeing from now on. Revan really going to have to start turning things around because it feels like the wheels have came off a little bit in this tournament.
We did lose, unfortunately. Kevin Parker will not be making it to Tier 1 to the TBC, despite a strong showing this set in the TAC Cups and in the yesterday especially. But now looking at the top standings here. Oh, well, we're going back to the bottom. We're taking a journey through time. We're back. We're back
We're
at the
back.
top.
There we are.
And it looks like we have 4 more players who have made it through. EMEA, after this performance, wins the tiebreaker, actually.
Yeah, it shows how big that result was. You could see it on the camera. He was celebrating. He thought it was going to be a make or break moment.
4-way
Obviously, you don't know
tiebreaker.
exactly what's happening elsewhere. EMEA gets himself in on that tiebreaker into the pro circuit. Massive achievement. As you've said, to get tiebreakered, those players have to not let that affect them for these last couple games. They're still in a really good position. Everybody else in the tournament would want to be in their position. So they're not going to worry about the fact they've missed out on the tiebreaker so far. Just keep doing what they're doing.
Happy for Pepegod as well, a player who both times that he's played through TPC has had to fight his way back into League 1, has not had an easy time in TPC, but yet again, he claws his way back into that top 16, into that top 8 rather in this case, and finds himself once again in TPC next set. So great news for the Polish representation outside of just those top players like Kubrickson, like Travis as well.
And Toon TV actually making it in as well, and that's a player that had to come through the plains, which is extra difficult. A player that initially started off as more of a streamer and an influencer within the French scene, a player that everybody knew coming out of France, but not for the competitive side, but then really made the transition to focusing up, realizing the potential they had as a player, and now made that jump from semi-pro TFT to you're now in the TPC, you're in the big leagues, you can call yourself a pro.
So you can go from content to competitive. Can you go from casting to competitive? That's the question I will hope to someday answer, but unfortunately don't have the answer just yet. 2 more games in store for us, Barry. We have now, as we mentioned, some fast cuts happening after every single game. We are now remaining as 16 players competing, but of those 16, only 8 players will take those final 8 slots to make it to week 2. The main goal for all of these players, let's be honest, is guaranteeing TPC, right? That's the first and foremost, especially from this position where there's only 2 games left in this weekend. The stretch goal, though, is maybe making it to TAC round, maybe winning an EMEA regional championship. Just because you're qualifying later than others does not mean you're in any kind of detriment. Week 2 will be a full reset, all things considered. So I would be a little bit nervous if I was these remaining 16 players, Barry.
I think it kind of depends on your expectations. Compared to what you've done in the past, your experience at this level. You're talking about some players that are eyeing up that crown. We're seeing players that have already fell away today that haven't made TPC that we'd expect to be pushing towards a crown, whereas elsewhere, I think if you're making TPC for the first time, next weekend, it's going to be a stressful experience for you, knowing so much is still on the line, but I think maybe they'll be a little bit more positive coming in, knowing that they've already made this step forward. But we will be joined for our next game, Panda, by Kenobi's joining us once more. So welcome back to the cast, Kenobi.
Hello, I'm so happy to be there for the final couple of games casting with you because the stakes have been increasing. We're going to get 4 more players qualified, 4 more players eliminated after this game.
And a really interesting narrative split as well for this lobby in particular. We have 4 heavy hitter names that have made a name for themselves in the elite scene. They're coming from the TPC. We have Volta, we have Lusher, we have Revan, and Horo X. Lusher not in TPC this set, but he's someone that has been, even in day 3s of regionals in the past, so he definitely has that pedigree. Whereas on the flip side, we have 4 players who I would consider underdogs coming into this weekend with Allegri, Kaiser, Garx, and Geo in particular, who started off this tournament with an 8th, a 7th, and a 7th, and is now continuing to fight his way, cut after cut, to stay in contention for TPC qualification.
Yeah, somehow still here. I mean, after the first couple of games, especially, he didn't seem the most upbeat about his performance so far, but has been able to claw his way up the standings. I think, looking at the players that are at 51 points here, we've got Horo, who was in the TPC this season. A lot of players, initially when he started playing in the US, were unfamiliar with him, but he actually had a rich history of competing within China and working with players over there. He's been a highly respected player from a coaching side as well. He's coached a lot of the very highest skilled players, and now on a team alongside some of our Polish players as well. So it really feels like more and more familiar with him in the scene, and now on the verge of requalifying for that TPC.
And I'm gonna call it what made the difference from TGO is my headcanon is he changed his camera angle to give us that beautiful just forehead cam that he had, which is cracking me up every time it comes on. It's definitely become my favorite comedy genre, just looking at the player cams and seeing what crazy angles that they have been taking. Something interesting happening here, Kaiser pre-pushing to level 4, which is something that has fallen out of favor in the past couple of sets. But here, unlocking the Bilgewater, knowing that he's going to be playing super aggressively, trying to stack up these Serpents, he makes the decision, goes aggressively.
The question is, Kobe, is it forehead cam or chin cam? Which is your favorite? Because those are the two angles we've been seeing quite a lot of. I'm leaning towards the chin. I think looking up at them, they know they're on a higher playing field than you. It's got a little bit of aura to it, I think.
I like the
Kaiser here with the Allow 2 upgrade, hoping to play for tempo with Spoils of War. I do think Silver Spoils of War is one of the better ones because you're not really as dependent on having to snowball the win streak like you are with the Prismatic version, for example. And this is what Bilgewater wants to do, right? Try and find a way to tempo stage 2 and 3, preserve a lot of HP, then maybe sack a little bit in stage 4 once you get the 7 Bilgewater line, you fall on the Serpents, and then come back with that huge power spike on level 9 with the Tompkins 2 ideally.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the Silver Spoils of War, kind of the only one that is clickable. What's unfortunate for him is that it's just the Illaoi that's upgraded, so that might be a little thin, and if he doesn't get the ball rolling, then both his Bilgewater and his Spoils of War are going to make him fall a little bit further behind every time. If he got some gold here and was able to buy that Draven, for example, that might be very good at enabling him to snowball once on level 5.
I wonder if he scouted before picking this. We do have 2 Patience of Virtue players, so there might be a few more loose triggers than you would expect in stage 2, which would make Spoils a little bit more attractive, as long as they're not open forwarding, of course.
Feels like as well, with it in a silver lobby, that when Bilge has the potential to snowball, we saw it earlier not really work out that way, but it has definitely struggled in some of these fast 9 lobbies where their caps are as high as you, they can get to these legendary units. Whereas if you can get Bilge going in something like a silver lobby, a little bit lower resources, you can definitely kind of run away with things. It does open that potential.
Mm-hmm. And what we want for Kaiser is to not come across Voltarix once he gets to that level 4, once he starts adding extra units to support that Yasuo 2-star with the Ginzu, because that board is going to be absolutely crushing if he comes against the Bilgewater.
Lusher is going to be on one of those random output augments, the branching out. Disruptor emblem picked up, has a Scion, I think is unlocking LeBlanc right now with the Disruptor emblem and a Rod on his Scion. So that could be an easy way to get into Mel Flex. I think Lusher is a player in EMEA that is also in the same school as Capeus. Maybe Capeus is the professor and Lusher is like the disciple when it comes to flexibility and creativity. So I'm sure Lusher will be pretty happy to have this set up into Mel Flex.
Yeah, it feels like Disruptor just so strong in the mid game as well. We've seen the Seraphine item holder getting the +1. You can, as soon as you get the Mel unlock, it just helps bridge that gap in the mid game when you're trying to get to level 9. And there's so many ways you can play it. We've seen Azir itemized is actually a bit of a unit now, whereas for a while it just felt like he was tickling the front line. So it does give you the potential to carry almost any of them, really.
Yeah, so we were mentioning the Patience is a virtue player. Both of them have started rolling here to unlock the bard. TGO actually spent either all 4 of his rolls, or he had bought something because he doesn't have any more left over. And it's been a common strategy. Patience is a virtue. Roll 2-3, try and find bard. Maybe hit an Ishtal if you're a little bit lucky to add some more juice, more resources to your board in the later stages of the game. But looks like both of them just hitting the bard and nothing too crazy to go along with that. Looking like it will be a Malzahar Leona kind of game for TGO, and for Revan it's going to be the Jinx reroll.
Yeah, both players with the angle of 3 cost could get a little bit of a bonus here on this first carousel, but none of their key upgrades have been found just yet. Depending on Revan's pickup here, I think it'll be a good tell if he is going to go for Jinx or not. It does pick up a bow, so most likely that's the angle he's going to go for. I think Revan in this position, after 4 games in a row, he's finished 7th or 8th. He needs to have a clear-cut game plan to execute on. I think this has always been his strength as a competitor in the TPC in particular, was playing high tempo, but playing without cooking too much, I would say. So I like this for him.
Yeah, it feels like last game we saw he didn't really have that clear direction. Obviously, he was pushing 9 off the likes of Golevify, but his game was very dependent on what he was going to find for his birthday reunion. He wasn't playing the game on his own terms in a lot of senses. He was just very reliant on what he was going to find. His slams left him quite narrow as well. So I do feel like, especially when you've had such a rough patch of games, as you've said, just knowing what you're playing early on really can help settle the nerves a little bit. But we do see here with Garx, pretty strong early setup. He's got a Void Staff coming down in the AP meta, holding that Demacia core, coming up against another player like Ryu, who's also holding that core, something we've seen so much of already, and I don't think that's going to change in these last 2 games.
It is definitely a very, very strong board for him right there. The Vi is going to not only be rather tanky, but also just be able to add on that damage that Sona does tend to lack a little bit, but on top of the Orianna, that should be enough to let him cruise through the rest of the stage 2 and most of the stage 3 as well, until the first 4 cost units start coming along and make troubles for him. He's going to be quite stable this way, and looks like Kaiser has lost a couple of rounds, and it's only Voltariux on a complete win streak right now. Can he make it a 5 streak, which is so important to making gold?
And Volta did pick up the team building, playing for the Yasuo 2 right away, having that power spike now propel him into this 4 win streak, so it definitely has paid off for now. I am curious if this will eventually be that Yone Ahri comp we've been seeing so much of, especially considering what we're seeing from Horo here, who does have the Ahri pair, does have the JG Slam, is a player who I think has been playing a lot of Ionia in general across these 2 days of competition. So I'm curious to see if there'll be a contest potentially between these 2 players.
Yeah, it feels like Volta was definitely potentially what he was angling straight away, but if he does see that Horo takes his game in that direction, you can just essentially use the second dupe as a even more tempo, get that Ahri 2 earlier, and just keep going from there. But the problem is, this Yone line, if you don't have something like the Ahri 3 behind it, really struggles to keep pace. Is, however, no encounter and a silver lobby, so maybe Yone is able to survive without that 3-star behind it.
And the thing that I want to add to Voltariux is not only did he 5-streak, but he 5-streaked while staying on level 4. So reading that he did not need to level to 5, making that just tiny extra bit of money that can definitely be what gives you the edge when it comes to the late game, when you wish you had 1 or 2 more gold, either to make an interest threshold that will get you to level 9, or just to buy that extra unit without having to lock your shop or waste an extra turn. Definitely something that can set him apart and shows how cool-headed he is, despite being so far into the competition, the stress and the exhaustion having piled on, seemingly to no effect on him.
Allegri seems pretty dead set on playing into this Demacia line from current setups. Going to have perfect items for that eventual Garen that I hope he 2-stars on pace.
not a
with
given.
Expectations. Definitely not a given across what we've seen, with Silas Unlock being now so attractive to so many of the players if they're playing any kind of AP board. And I think, like Revan's eventual plan with Jinx, Allegri is happy to play into a very clear game plan with Demacia. Especially if players have been using Demacia, at least for me personally as well, as a comfort comp across this entire set, where you've played it so much, you know how to min-max every single itemization, positioning, etc., that you feel very happy to play it in a game as important as this one.
Yes, it's definitely one of the comfort composition. Had so much potential on level 8, even when you were stuck. But I want to bring your attention to a possibility, okay? I know it's not guaranteed, it's not even likely, but Lusher, having slammed a Rabadons, now has the potential to maybe do something crazy like a Disruptor Veigar if he thinks it's good.
Okay.
I just want to point out that it's a possibility because we haven't seen any Veigar at all, despite the unit being quite good, really, and being locked behind the fact that you need 2 rods at the same time in an AP heavy meta is quite restrictive. But here, the pieces are here. It's a possibility for Lusher. Will he be able to go down a creative route or stay towards, well, never mind. We've got Ambessa already, so Mel's going to be played.
Yeah, Mel is certainly going to be playing a real nice pickup there. It's exactly what he wants to see coming through. And puts him unfortunately off the Vigar Disruptor line, which would have been a nice first addition, but does pick up exactly what he's wanting to see here. We're seeing our Bilgewater player here, often with that Draven behind it, which is something we saw a lot of at the beginning of the set. I don't imagine we'll be seeing any of this Draven Bilge reroll, just using it as the item holder for the time being. But off the back of Spoils of War, Bilgewater, Draven, it's a lot of resources potential coming from this bot.
Takes Alawi as well for Kaiser here. I wonder if he's considering playing for Alawi 3 and maybe more of that Rise Bruiser setup that we've seen Bilgewater cap out with sometimes. Although maybe not quite the spot for it just yet. Does have an open pan, so a lot of possibilities, either reforging into a Bilgewater emblem or playing around all the different traits that Bilgewater can enable while playing.
Yeah, but the rough part for him is that he's coming against somebody who's, well, from the non-best side is going to be very strong, but he's quite poor for somebody playing something that can give out resources like the Bilgewater and for playing the Spoils of War as well. So the situation is quite rough for Kaiser. If this economy does not improve by the time stage 4 rolls out, he's going to be in so much trouble and won't be able to upgrade his key 4 cost units.
Yeah, it feels like he's at a similar point to almost the rest of the lobby, and in some ways he's actually fell behind in econ, which, considering you've sacrificed your potential strength in the late game, picking up the Spoils of War. We do see, checking in here with Horror, who does have the duplicators coming through, so we thought he might be leaning towards Ari reroll. Definitely an indication that's going to be the case. Volta is full streaking here, so maybe won't actually look towards playing Ionia. Maybe will just be looking towards Fast 9 if he's able to keep this going, especially with Horror on the same line.
And for Kaiser as well with the Bilgewater, we haven't mentioned it, but it's silver again, right? It's going to be just so low resources when you are trying to make it to 80s on your side of Bilgewater. So we'll see how Kaiser can navigate that, as you mentioned, Kenobi with the low econ right now. I don't see any crazy second augment picks on 3-2. Revan did pick up branching out into an Ixtal +1, which you're not going to really get much use out of this late into the game, right? You haven't really have a board set up for it. You're playing around Jinx and the Zon board instead.
Hear me out. I know I'm being that guy in this game. I'm the hear me out guy for this game, all right? You're playing Jinx reroll, which means that we have an extra slot for a defender, could definitely be a Nidalee, a Nico, and then add on to that a Nidalee, and suddenly you're making extra resources thanks to Ishtal for free. Unlikely. I'm definitely grasping at a very thin threads here, but besides that potential use, or maybe unlock a Skarner and add to that frontline with the Nico as well, it's definitely a possibility. We're gonna see if he decides to buy any of these units or even unlock them. Right now, we're gonna be rolling for just a couple of 2-stars like the Mundo and the Jinx to stabilize a little bit.
I'm gonna be less of a cook for this one. I think he's going to be praying for a Reforger, and literally anything else is maybe where this Ishtal emblem is going to be going. I think especially with Revan's start to today and the end of yesterday having such a rough set of games, taking the risk and it not paying off, it can definitely impact how you're approaching this game. So hopefully he does get a Reforger and he's able to put something together. Taheo here, 10 gold, rolled quite a lot for his 3-cost reroll. A lot of copies of Leona already coming in here, so that is why he's quite poor, but didn't get the Mal's upgrade, unfortunately.
I think it's desperation roll down. 5 loss streak, felt like, hey, I'm losing too much HP and it's not really getting any better despite the massive roll down. When you go down this deep on level 7 on 3-5, you're expecting to win the next 2 fights and hopefully the start of stage 4 as well, until you can slowly make it back up to 50. Not the case here for the Greek player.
Yeah, and the shop that he just got was something that Revan would have wanted to see instead. Double Jinx and Mundo. Not finding the Zoe 2, not really being close to any kind of upgrades, no mana generation item on this Malzar. Honestly, a kind of a disaster roll down for TGO, not finding the damage he needs to end up winning the last couple of rounds in stage 3.
Okay, we've got the Bilge +1. Things are coming together a little bit, but another player that's pretty poor, Panda. We've seen so much of this lobby pushing 7 in a low resource game. It's not worked out so far.
The HP totals after the stage 3 concludes. Revan is in a dangerous position again. It seems like he really cannot catch a break. And this is, I think, part of TFT. We haven't talked about the psychology of it, right? If you're 4 games in 7th and 8th, it's really hard to come back from that mentally, despite your ability and your performance across this set in TPC, being a TPC 1 winner back in the Shurima Cup. So a lot is gonna have to be asked of the Spanish player if he wants to stay alive in this tournament after this next game.
At least, of course,
Raven
he is one of our world's qualifiers already, so he has made the crown, but
that makes it worse, I think.
But yeah, I think it can. But he does have something to fall back on. He actually does have another chance, I suppose. If it doesn't work out today, he has something that he can recover his season with.
An extra chance is right, and Allegory has hit a Lux on level 7. He's now sitting very pretty with a 5 streak here. Usually stage 3 should be one of the weaker points of this kind of board if you don't find something like an Oriana too, but with these items and an early Lux, I can believe that he was the one winning all 5 rounds.
We'll see what we get for our final augment as well. I think some players will really need the econ from a prismatic augment, in particular on 4-2, to really make their game plan make sense. One of the players, probably not Volta. He is still on a win streak, a 10 win streak now for him. Has
he's got 6
Yasuos.
Yeah.
So most likely playing this more traditionally as a Yasuo plus Yone duo Slayer reroll. We're seeing the Yasuo 3 coming in right now. And Yone pair as well with 44 gold on level 7. This is a fairly insane spot for Volta here.
Pretty insane, and I think especially when you looked around, you saw Ari reroll elsewhere, you were kind of thinking, oh, Yone alone isn't often enough to deal with these boards. Does get the Yasuo coming through, and now is suddenly not even had to roll too much at all, in such a great position.
One of the big changes of Yasuo 2 being only the only requirement for unlocking Yone 1 is that you can roll for the final Yasuos as well as getting a few of Yone's, whereas before you needed to hit the Yasuo 3, which then allowed you to start seeing Yone's, so you had to hit Yasuo 3, then hit Yone 1, and then level up, and then roll for Yone 2, which was very convoluted, and now you're able to do both at the same time, and Voltarix is poised to destroy the rest of the lobby.
Two combat options here for Volta. Picks up the dual Lotus right away. Doesn't have any crit built right now, so we're going to get full value from this on both the Yone and the Yasuo. I do wonder where Volta will go with the comp in terms of how you can cap it out. I think one thing we have not been seeing at all from this Yone line is winning. Usually it's good for top 4, but it ends up falling off in stage 5 and 6. So from a spot as crazy as this one econ-wise, I wonder how Volta will try and cap out this board to try and play for first.
If it's going to be any game, it'll be this one. Double silver, no encounter. A lot of the rest of the lobby really struggling to put anything together. Do see here with what our desperation rolls. Rolling so deep, having to take the grab bag, does get the Leona online. Malz is arriving now, but no econ to work with, and you can envisage that having to sell off one of these 3 costs at some point to get the upgrade.
Yeah, it's a real heartbreaker here. And I mentioned the Ishtal emblem unlocking the Nidalee for Revan, but it's actually Lusher who's playing a Nidalee right now. We're gonna get to his board right after this fight, but that's gonna be one of the rare Cougar sightings in this competition. The unit has not been too present, just in the rare few games where Ishtal has been played. And in the meantime, TGO is slowly falling down, but maybe the Leona can hold on just a tiny bit longer. The Archangel has been stacked. Will the Voidlings take Lux down? And it's going to be a nail bite.
Just enough there to come through. Let's go ahead, Panda.
The Geo as well just doesn't have enough items on the Leona, right? So it has a weird combination of a tier and a glove and can't really make any items. Only the Stoneblade on the Leona for now. So we'll see if Geo can stay in this game and win these next few fights. Similar for Revan. Revan did find the Jinx 3, has her upgraded now as well. And he is playing the Freljord Zon variation that we have seen a little bit more of on this patch, not the standard vertical Zon.
Yeah, definitely think it's done a little bit better with the Sedge. If you can get to Sedge 3, you have such a big front line. You also get the potential to run some of these Freljord units like Volley and the Sandra for an extra damage dealer. Whereas if you just reroll Mundo, you're relying on potentially getting something like Ziggs. Do see here, Conan Skarkes, who early on, angling towards this one of these AP flex lines, has a Mel already, has a Dazia. He's stuck level 8 at 0 gold though, so Revan does tag one of the players that's rolled really deep, takes a loss there, and that's not what he wants to see, but at least is sitting at 50 gold, so still has a lot to play with.
Big issue for Revan is having to pick Patience is a Virtue into the heroic grab bag just to hit Jinx 3, and that's it. Yes, he's still on 50 gold, but when he hit that Jinx 3 on 4-2, The hope was that it would carry him and leave him some more time to build these 3 rolls again into another big roll down on 5-1, level 8, then maybe level 9, and that's how he should have been able to cap out. But it looks like his dreams are being cut short a little bit, and it's going to have to scramble.
Would have liked to find the Kindred there, it looked like, but unfortunately going to have to settle for the Chain, finish off that final item of Sejuani, maybe hoping for either the Braum or the Warwick upgrade. I think he has enough gold to make it to 8 right now and for 5 if he really wants to play for just a top 4 at this point. And he's paired on both, so I think you have to.
Like when it rains, it pours for the 3-cost rerollers here as well. Enabled by other people playing it. We've seen so many in this particular lobby. It does make it
That's
even
huge.
worse when you are on the low roll side. Revan, though, getting the Braum upgrade. As I said, had a little bit of gold to work with. Pushed to level 8 as well, but Tejeo on the flip side, level 7. Does get the Zoe 3 coming through. So the units are starting to arrive here, these 3 costs.
Yeah, but is that going to be enough and early enough? Because TGO is down to 15 HP, so that just a couple life or one particularly bad loss would end it on stage 5. Here he should be fine, even if he comes against Voltarix. And it's a very strong board, but I don't know that the Yasuo has what it takes to get through that Leona just yet, and that there is enough accompanying him that he will do it. Looks like the Zoe has taken him for a target, and he will be going down to the following bubble. Takes the Yone out as well for a double kill. Zoe is going to be fine. TGO is going to be fine for now. So is going to be Revan.
Yeah, both of the 3-cost rerollers. This is kind of the pattern you expect, right? You hit your 3-star 3-cost upgrade, you start winning a few of those fights. The big question comes more so in stage 5, when the fast 9 players make it to 9, they roll down all their gold. Is your board going to be able to contest those boards in power? Are you going to be able to top 4 off of this playstyle?
See here our Bilge player, still 7 Bilge, has the Kenshot line, but not really in a position to be feeding. Has the early enough on, but starting to bleed here a little bit. Still having items on Draven. The awkward spot where you're trying to get to level 9, but still don't want to be bleeding too much in this position.
Important to note, he's still playing the 7 build water, and in his build water shop there are the bark knuckles, that will round out the Ilaris item. It's gonna bark. It's at some point I thought it was something to do with the bark of a tree, but bar knuckles, obviously, or as we call it in France, the cest. It's going to be right here, rounding out the Ilaoi's item, making her so much more tanky, also adding a little bit of damage, and he's low-ish on HP, but has the potential to get to a level 9.
Ornn is printing as well, so we could see a big spike once he makes it to 9. He finds the barnacles, as you guys mentioned, and the Ornn gets the artifact online as well. Geo did lose this last fight. I wonder who he faced off against. I wonder if we can find out, just to know what board beat him out, because it looks pretty strong to me. He is missing the
Lost to Revan. It's there. So Revan actually picking up a big win for himself. He would also been dropping down to 1 life, but Tejeo just took so long to hit, and considering how much he'd had to commit to this, now gets a Duke coming through, maybe at the perfect time. Does need the items to arrive for Mal's.
If he rolls like a perfect TG for a few fights in a row, that could be huge. Can duplicate the Seraphine here as well.
All right, could be Gauntlet and Quicksilver. Not the worst. Oh, going to go for the Quicksilver on the front line to round out the items and the TG. All right, not the greatest TG, obviously.
No, and didn't get the tank item as well, so certainly not what he wanted, but checking in here with Garx, level 8, playing Legendary Soup, the coinage special from last time, just rolling on 8 for these 5 costs and praying more so than anything else, and just shows that what can happen in these silver games. Coming up against Volta, though, who has now got that Yone online and that Yasuo.
And Volta did not go straight to 9. He said, you know what? I think my position is strong enough to just stay on 8 or roll out for the Yone and try and preserve a lot of HP in stage 4. And that could be pretty bad news for someone like Garx, who is just trying to make anything work, trying to find any kind of upgrade, but doesn't have the time to do so. I think he's just barely going to survive this fight. And Geo unfortunately goes down.
Yeah,
maybe the end of his Cinderella run.
Garx should barely survive, but I'm not sure. No, he goes down as well, right on the dot, and that's going to be a heartbreaker because that should be the elimination for him after this game. And Voltarix is level 8 and was 0 gold in the previous round, which is kind of surprising with how long he's been win streaking, but it's proved to be key. stopping somebody like Garx in his track, playing the AP flex board with all legendaries 1-star leaves him quite vulnerable, but if he found any one of those 2-stars, it could spell the end for a board that would stay stuck on level 8 for a while longer, like Volatile.
Player who's been win streaking here though, Horror, on a 6 win streak, not really any close to level 9 though, comes up against Revan, whose tournament really relies on this game here. He's been running it down a little bit on the standings, but unfortunately has not been able to put something together here, coming up against our lobby win streakers so far. Jinx though is firing a win, and it is only a Yon 1, and the upgrades to the front line we saw from Revan coming through, the Taric getting hit at the perfect time, just has enough here. Revan's tournament stays alive for now.
That being said, Revan is quite far behind. Both Revan and Hypno are at the lower end of the standings, and Revan has 42 points, whereas Lusher, for example, has 44, just 2 placements above him. So he really needs to play for, I think, a second or a third at the very least. A top 4 is not going to cut it here.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's not going to be enough, and Lusher, even if something like a second or third might be enough for him for this one game, for the following one, it's going to be harder. So a first here would be most welcome, and he's not played the Vigar that I hope, but he's the one that picked up the Nidali, so I'm happy enough, and I'm gonna be rooting for him even against my own compatriots.
See Revan again on the other side here once more, up against the Bilgewater board, who has made it to level 9. Has the center upgrade now, but still hasn't dropped a lot of these Bilgewater units, still running 6 of them for the time being. So maybe Revan can just have enough here. And Jinx is doing an awful lot of damage. Does get out of the back line. Revan's getting some pretty good matchups here, coming up against players that haven't quite fully transitioned their boards.
Quite scared for this Jinx. No Gunblade means that you really have to make sure your single source of damage does not get yourself into any danger, especially with things like Yone running around and trying to access the back line. But for now, it's working out in that fight. Just a lot of damage with this build on the Jinx.
Yeah, the Flicker Blades that have been crafted by the Ornn for Kaiser, barely not enough to give him the damage he lacks. He just looks like greeding for another artifact, or just greeding for an extra unit, or simply hasn't found something better to replace the Ornn win with just yet. No, he has the Shivan on bench. There it is. Okay, there it is. Picked it up, picked her up on the carousel, gonna upgrade his board substantially.
Losha here though, playing around this Nidalee in the mid games really helped him get towards this point, but unfortunately, despite getting this Disruptor emblem, not got to Mel 2-star, not even close, not picked up Seraphine even as a potential item holder. So I think nice to play around this Nidalee in the mid game, but really now he's at level 9, it's fallen off quite a bit.
I would have liked to phase out of this board coming into stage 5, but still sticking to a board that looks like it's still a stage 4 board, really. We'll see now from Revan. Can he keep his tournament hopes alive? Can he keep his TPC hopes alive? The Spanish player has to aim for at least the top 2, I'd imagine. And this Jinx is really the only source of damage. Warwick is unoptimized, he's been taken down as well. He's facing a pretty tanky board with the Legaries Demacia set up. It might just be too much for the Jinx to chew through.
Oh, and I'm very sad to say that Revan loses this round because the Jinx gets stunned not once but twice by the Swain. Revan greeting the Freljord Hex positioning for the Jinx, costing him big time. That's so many seconds that she spent not attacking. And the fight ends up being quite close with the Lux sniping him down and shutting him out of this week 2 of regionals. So Revan's going to be in a pretty unique spot when it comes to the qualification for the Tactician's crown and the pro circuit, in that he's qualified for 1 guaranteed and has 1 last shot at qualifying for TPC for next set.
Oh, Bilge player here, just trying to get a little bit extra value from the shops there, dropping down, just trying to get some stats going. Coming up against Horror here, is stuck at level 8, doesn't have Yone 2, so really hasn't been able to put anything together since hitting this Ari.
These are the 2 players who lost a tiebreaker on 51 points. If either of them has a strong 2nd or 3rd place, they could be through to the TPC. Kaiser in particular, an underdog player, making this Bilgewater line work. We thought he was going to die early on. He didn't look strong enough coming to stage 5, but the Ornn artifact print and the upgrades on most of his 5 costs are now helping him turn the corner.
Kaiser played this game on a knife edge, leaving the Ornn in as long as possible, greeding that little bit extra with the Bilge. Now at the point where you're 1 life, you can start removing them and getting these legendaries online. But Losha here picks up a win and actually does stay in the game, so we thought that Nidalee wasn't able to keep pace. Does pick up 1 win here. Allegri on the Demacia line, down to 1 life as well. Volta playing his own game at the top here, just a 57 HP, don't worry about him.
Looking down on all these 1-digit HP peasants below him, he's basically secured a 2nd place already, which is something he desperately needed. Well, not desperately, but that was very important to give him a good shot at being top 16 to stay in the TPC, and now he's going to be able to pull the trigger and go 9 either this round or the following one, depending on how pressured he's going to be feeling. But given the state of the lobby, I'm going to say not very pressured.
It's waiting 2 for Lusher. A few upgrades coming through, but I think still missing a few of the key upgrades he needs. The Mel 2 in particular is not even close. The Draven, I think, not going to be too impactful in this next fight. And Lusher has outplayed some of his direct rivals like Revan and Geo by a few positions, but could still be in danger of being cut in the bottom 4 of the standings.
Very important fight coming up.
Certainly could, and got out of the Nidalee into the Ambessa, but couldn't against Allegri here. See where this Lux does fire. It does seem to be locking on to the Mel, but the Ambessa's doing all the work. Gets deleted though. Lux stays alive for the time being. Loshalo with the 7 Noxus, a little bit of damage coming through there. LeBlanc's still alive for the time being, and that fight really could not have been closer. Losha stays alive.
And Losher takes Allegri down on the back of that Ambessa, sneaking into the backline, chunking the Lux enough for the Atakan to finish the job with that cast and a dash, and really, really clutch top 4. But that's only one player. Wait, only one player died, and so 4 players on 1-digit HP, and only 1 got defeated in this round, meaning the ghost shenanigans have been crazy. Voltarix losing 1 round here, probably making Losher pull at his own hair. Oh my god, I can't pronounce anymore.
Lusher has the Mel up or the Mel pair as well, and maybe he finds the next one on the carousel. We'll see if he can survive this fight first. A direct matchup between 2 1 HP players. Lusher versus Kaiser. The Bilgewater has been scaling. Is this Mel 1 going to be enough?
Mel 1 really needs a little bit of front line here, but the Bilgewater just has too much damage, burns through that front line. Lusher does fall down. I think, all things considered, not a bad result at all, as we do see Horror also falling away here. 2 eliminations. We do have our top 2 players, and as you said, yeah, Kaiser outplacing Horror, massive for their own tournament.
Yeah, meaning Kaiser, should be enough to get him to that secured position and send him to the pro circuit in his with this huge rookie performance. Honestly, huge props to him playing. He's a very young player, and he's been playing on a knife's edge this entire game, playing one of the trickier lines, playing with that Twisted Fate with 3 items, playing around that 3-star Ilaoi. Huge shout out to him. It's going to go against Voltarix, and I think he might have enough to just completely outcap him at this point.
And Volta, on the flip side, has had a pretty chill game of TFT, a 10 win streak into just having...
It's the chin count, I'm telling you.
All of stage 4 and stage 5. Now, I think, understandably going to be losing. I think we saw a similar case with Lusher when he had that 14 win streak with Ionia and then ended up moving out to the 2nd place. It's just really hard to have this board cap any higher, especially against Bilgewater. Once Bilgewater makes it past the awkward hump in stage 4, where you could go 8th, and turns that corner and starts scaling the Serpents, it gets to the Tomkins too, and that starts scaling as well, it's just really hard to beat.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier of how does Volta win this game. You saw the big win streak, now what do we do? And it's just, other than a 3-star forecast for Ionia, or completely transitioning out of it, which is almost impossible, doesn't feel like that is the case. And we touched on the potential of Bilgewater to run away with a game in low resources. Double silver, no encounter, that does appear to be the case.
That does appear to be the case indeed. The infinite scaling engine in the Tamkench and the Silver Serpents at the same time. This board is looking like it can't be taken apart. The only big weakness for Kaiser would be the set grabbing onto the Tamkench and slamming it into the backline, but as you can see, he's been moving the Tamkench around to try and avoid just that, because he knows it's the biggest point of failure that could happen for his game.
So Silas has been added in as that last measure for Volta to try and do anything in this fight, but it could even be an 18-0 win here for Kaiser. The loss is looking pretty juicy. We're at the end of stage 6. Elimination for Volta, still a strong top 2, but hats off to Kaiser. Like you mentioned, a great season of competitive play, making it to TPC as an underdog, an unknown player from France who has now fought his way to Tier 1.
Kaiser doing it in style there, coming in where early on we knew, okay, they can look at outplacing Horror. That's the aim for them in particular in this lobby. But when you're coming in ahead of the rest of the pack, off the back of getting tiebreakered out, it's easy to potentially lose a little bit of focus and think, oh, I was so close. Well, he just came in, gets that first off the bilge water, and it wasn't the most straightforward game. He didn't win streak with spoils. It's not like everything went swimmingly. He had to play this game on a knife's edge.
Yeah, you mentioned he was in the mindset to play this game super aggressively from the stage 1. Remember, it all started with that pre-push, telling everybody and mostly himself that he was feeling confident into playing Bilgewater from an aggressive position and taking the win.
And France back on top, unfortunately, but you must be happy, Kenobi. We'll hear from the analyst desk as they
unfortunately?
break
Hey,
down
what do you
this
mean?
win for Kaiser.
Some things never change.
Cut, break.
Always rises. Cannons.
Ta voix est lune, ma voix est miel, mon cœur bascule, les balances, s'il faut tenir, dernier soupir, lançons la danse. Toi et moi, une vie qui recommence et qui cherche à guérir ses souffrances. Chaque fois, celui qui veut défendre la lumière rappelle les plus tendres.
Avenir fabuleux, je mène la danse et on se tire genre Formule 1. Nouvelle vie, on passe à un autre stade. Fini la nostalgie, aujourd'hui on saute les obstacles. Oui, pas de semblant, vite, on supprime cicatrices. Le but c'est d'être libre, indépendant. Viens ma main, lance la danse. Le chemin de la victoire nous attend.
Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, one and all, to Analyst Test. We are here to prepare you for the absolutely brutal game still to come to end out the day by taking a quick look back at what happened in our penultimate game. Max, we're really bringing the field down to almost nothing at this point. We had 2 lobbies in that previous round, and everyone was fighting for every point.
And honestly, it was an interesting one, right? With all of the lobbies that we have been seeing in the past couple of days, it almost feels like we're treated to so many high resources games where we see so many late 9 boards that this just feels counterintuitive. 2 silver augments as well as no portal lead us into a lobby that you correctly called out to be very reroll heavy. And I was kind of thinking about that because often for reroll you also need resources, but with 2 of the players identifying themselves as rerollers, you just kind of get more tied into that because you know all of those 3 costs are already out of the pool. And so why not, after all? Why shouldn't I also reroll a 3 cost? And seems like that's exactly what our players were thinking.
I really love just saying the commitment in from very early on. The patience as a virtue and bar combination for both Revan and Geo. Especially with seeing the commitment in towards the grab bag towards the tail end as well, just making sure they got their rerolls online come hell or high water. It did feel like it ultimately made for a pretty different lobby to what we were seeing from before. I think Volta in particular standing out there for managing to get his Yasuo 3 an enormous amount of mileage out of that, actually being one of the very few players this tournament who brought out the Yasuo 3 board, given that it's no longer anywhere near as obligatory as it was previously to get a hold of the Yone.
Yeah, absolutely right. I feel like with Volta, his max team when it comes to playing has always been like, oh, I'll play to whatever I can hit and I'll be open-minded for it. And that's just once again showcasing here. He has that early augment, is able to get into the Yasuo earlier and builds out that win streak. Everybody else is just kind of struggling, trying to hold their econ really close to make sure that they're not investing too much, setting themselves up for success later. Volta says, I don't need to do any of that. I'll just streak through until forever. Does just that. In the end, falls short to Kaiser, a player that I feel like our caster friends already correctly called out as one of the big surprises of today. Has been doing so well in this tournament day.
I really loved, as we were talking about in the cast, seeing together the spores and Bilgewater. A great combination as we take a look through the wreckage. Remember that we were only looking from the 32nd place up, so we're cutting away everybody until we've only got 8 left right in the middle. So everyone down to 12th place is already qualified as of this round. It will be from 13th downwards who are we looking to be playing. So just a little bit of this page and the players yet to come.
But that also means some of our players have not made it. Unfortunately, Lloyd, Scapeus, Lusher, Crescent in this round, losing out just barely on 1 point to maybe make it to the tiebreaker. On the top end, we are in our promotions as well, and that has to feel really good for our players as they are moving forward here.
And we can't iterate on this enough times to say how incredibly important it is. The TFC Pro Circuit has been completely game-changing for our players to be able to commit in their full time and resources to just very focused competitions that let them really realize their full potential there as well, and give them that guaranteed spots, in the most rewarding form of the regular TFT. So yeah, it's a real heartbreaker for our players to not have that. So as we look forward again to the last 8 players remaining, there's a huge swing here. Half of these players go to the pro circuit, half of these players go home and have to fight their way back through tier 2.
Excuse me, I lied. All of those 4 players are still in. I was in the wrong row, it seems like. So Hypno, Revan, Geo, and Gargus are out, and those 4 have made it in, which is great news if you are a fan of one of those 4 players. But I'm also surprised to see someone like Volta in that last tier bracket. This is usually a player you would expect to straight up qualify after, game 4, after game 5, for him to go all the way into that final lobby and still need to fight a little bit more is certainly a shocker.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be the decision here that will resonate through the rest of these players' careers from this point forwards. The ones who have to fight up from the bottom on the lower points. The players like Volta who work under the burden of expectation. I mean, he's a player with a ludicrous amount behind him. But let's get into the final game before the final cutaway. Take it away, guys.
Final game of the day. So much at stake here, and a pretty big divide in the points as well, and the placements these players have to aim for in this final game of the day. Volta in particular, he seems to be, fairly safe. You'd have to really mess up to not make it from 54 points to try and just dodge that 8th, 7th place position, which I think Volta should manage. But especially the 5 players from Allegri and down, those are the players that are really fighting between each other for those 3 remaining slots.
The ultimate caster curse. Really safe, would have to really mess up. Laying it all down there for Volta to unfortunately have the biggest slip up. But as you said, we expect the points to be really congested for last 8, but not the case in the fact we've got a couple of players quite far ahead.
Yeah, and well, the thing is, yes, he would have to really mess it up, but since it's 1 game, 1 lobby, a single 7th or 8th could just be the end for him, because everybody else would overtake him and put him in the terrible 5th place position relative to the others. So that's going to be something we keep an eye out on. The observers very kindly showed us that the Ionia is the Blade Master one, which is the one that everybody shuns and nobody likes to be playing around, except for the very, very early game where it's quite nice on Jhin, and it becomes completely terrible right after that because it gives no defensive stats.
Upgraded champion is going to be our encounter as well. Scapeus instantly sold his, opting to make 10 instead. I guess not really happy with what he was given. On the flip side, I think Allegri, I'm looking, has a Sona 2 and a Kiana 2. So very strong upgrades to play either into both AD or AP, depending what his strong 2-1 augment choice is going to be. But we're sticking with Scapeus here. We'll see what he ends up going for. Is it the French bench?
Yeah. Volta's in the lobby. It would be rude not to. You pick it, you walk to his board, you say, hey, look, can you bless me real quick? Just come over here.
A couple of Darkin Forges really being picked up. It's an augment that has been so good for the entire set. First with the Aegis and the bow, now with the staff as well coming online after a few buffs and the AP lines dominating as well.
Ooh, Bringer of Ruin for Scapeus with a Briar 2 upgrade. We saw this plan fail miserably for Cambiz yesterday, and we talked about why. It's a comp that, or an augment that you really need to snowball the Atakan. He has to get stacks early. Those stacks will become, easier to get the next stacks, and you just take over in stage 2 and 3 if everything goes well, while playing into that vertical Noxus on stage 4.
So, Banger of Ruin, will it be enough to stack up? Obviously, this first round is just going to be a dud. He needs to take the time to unlock that LeBlanc. But this is not a board that is screaming that he'll be able to accrue the stacks necessary, especially with so many aggressive augments, honestly. Double Solo Plate, double Darkin Forge, 2-trick. Well, I was about to say 2-trick, but he sold, so not really an aggressive one.
I think we've seen how well LeBlanc 2, even in the mid game, could hold up though, so maybe he's thinking about should be stable enough. However, he is one of our players that's not sitting like ahead of the rest of the pack, so does need to get that going. Crescent here though, TF upgrade, does have the birthday reunion. We've seen it fall flat on a couple of occasions when they've not been able to get to level 9, but having Bilgin early really does give you the potential to get there.
Trying to take a page out of Kaiser's book that we saw in that last game. Why you mad pro currently on that first loss streak? He is going for savings account with Demacia, it looks like. So most likely going to be that big spike on for one in particular, trying to stabilize on the Demacia tree. Overall, I think a pretty good lobby complexion. A lot of different comps being represented now.
Yeah, and why are you mad? I mean, a player we should really give props to just for being in this position. You look across the rest of the field, a lot of big names, a lot of veterans that have so much experience, but coming in with not the rich history that a lot of these players have, and setting yourself up for a really good position here, regardless how this tournament plays out, should be really proud of this weekend.
Really important win for Scapeus here, barely by the skin of his teeth. And the thing you have to keep in mind with the Bringer of Ruin is that the Atakan is not going to get stacks on units he hits if he dies before the unit gets taken down as well. So sometimes you can win the rounds and still fail to stack, but on this one, it's going to be at the very least a couple of stacks for him.
Goes for the Bard unlock. No, we've seen this a few times actually already this week with savings accounts. The idea is if you're going to hit the proc anyway on 3-7 in particular, you might as well get the Bard online for even more rolls for when you go on that big roll down on 4-1, especially if you're able to get some wins. That's the ideal. I think similar to aura farming, it's possible you go on a 10 loss streak. Ideally, you want to enter that roll down with maybe at least 3 or 4 lives.
Yeah, keep an eye out on YU Macro because he's the final player from play-ins still in play and has the potential. He's 53 points, so he has a shot at making it to the next week and the TPC, which would be a very great performance as well, and joining the likes of Toon, who's already qualified from the play-ins as well.
I'll always cheer for a play-ins warrior. It's the hardest route. You have that extra day, the extra bit of pressure. I think we should cheer for the underdog on occasion. So why are you mad? Definitely got a fan in me.
Looking at the augment choices here, I'm wondering what Camus going to think to go for with the double stone plate and the solo plate pickup. Most likely, we've been seeing a lot of Leona with Zoe Malzahar backline as the go-to comp for this setup. Maybe we saw, I think, Darius from one time from Revan as well earlier yesterday. But for now, just an Ionia shell with a LeBlanc item carry.
Yeah, he pushed aggressively level 5 to try and win and break other players' streak. Unfortunately for him, not coming against Allegory, who must have been his target. So if he ends up losing his streak, he's going to be in huge, huge trouble economically relative to the other players in his lobby.
Yeah, Allegory sitting pretty so far, sending the tempo in the lobby on that Demacia line, which we know is so powerful. Skipe is here, really not able to put together much of a board as of yet, and you touched on it, Panda, about how risky of a pick this is. You really want to be tempoing off the back of it as well, because it's not going to contest the absolute highest cap boards in the lobby.
It is LeBlanc pair, though. The moment he hits this LeBlanc up here, that can completely change the outcome of his win streak in stage 3 in particular, especially the 3-2 augment as well. We mentioned that Cambiz, when he went down this line, he picked up power up on 3-2, which obviously gives you no tempo, and that didn't quite pan out for the French player. So we'll see if the 3-2 augment can be something Skipe can use as a high pressure option to continue a win streak.
So far, flip-flopping between wins and losses. Hopefully for him, it's going to be a win on the final round. In the meantime, Clemu versus Allegory is the match within the match for that 5-win streak. It's going to be hard. Like, this Sona from Allegory is pretty powerful with 3 items in the staff, but this Shen, well, he's going to be carrying both solo plates and going to be hard to take down.
Clemu, a player coming in here, 52 points, sitting in a good position. The Annie Whisperer on coming in from the play-ins. Actually, back-to-back aura farming Annie games just to set the tempo there to get him through. So he'll hopefully be hoped to get blessed by the RNG gods in this one as well.
You can see how important this game is for some of these players. The moment Clemu sees he is facing a lose streaker, he just starts clapping. That's how important getting his 5th win is in this stage 2. The snowballing of Econ. And Clemu at 52 points, he should be fairly comfortable to make it through as long as he finishes in the top 4.
Damn right, he should be. One that we mentioned should be comfortable is Voltarius. With this, well, I've mentioned earlier that nobody had gone down the route of the Yodels, and it's looking like we're going to get the Dawkins staff Vigar here.
We did see it from Panda in game 2 today, but he pivoted into Annie. It was just a Vigar item holder, not quite the respect that he deserves.
Yeah, I think Vigar's been in a bit of a similar spot to the likes of Nidalee, where you see them a little bit for a short glimpse and then they're gone. So Vigar's been playing his part, but just very, very briefly, unfortunately. But maybe, I think if anybody's going to pull it out, I think it would be Volta.
For sure. 4 Yodels already. Should be cannon unlock. Yep, there it goes. Just missing the Tristana for the 6 Yodel. Start stacking these 3 rolls which have been so instrumental at the start of the set for so many of these fast 9s, but it's going to be so hard to win rounds against these massive double gargoyle front lines.
And there's a bit of a Wild West showdown between Lloyd and Clemu here. I think both players indicating that maybe they'll play Malzahar Leona. For now, Lloyd has found the first copy from the comp. Both players with solo play, both players with double stone plate.
Well, Clemu has 2-star LeBlanc, so I think he'll be fine going into standard Invoker into Mel, I believe.
Yeah, should be the case. You're happy to see someone you're contesting high roll a little bit just to pivot off. You don't want to be playing a 3-cost reroll contest. It would be doomed for both of you. As you see here, this blitz so big to deal with. These solo plates are just making these massive beefy front lines. Why you mad though is our lost streaker, so no surprise coming in there as we do get into our second augments. See if anything too crazy does arrive.
Kipus went for a super aggressive level 6 push to fit in the 5 Noxus, which hopefully will allow him to stack up this Bringer of Ruin. And we're getting a prismatic augment, so a lot of power. Suddenly something we haven't seen so far today on 3-2.
And Skip has to find the right prismatic augment. If he falters here, he could lose all his tempo and he'd be in big trouble for that Bringer of Ruin game plan.
Destiny.
A lot of things you can hit from Luxury Sub as well, though. There's a lot of high rolls that can almost instantly accelerate your game, so...
It's probably scouting around and... Oh, Luxury Subscription, what is it?
I'm out.
Annie or Zillion.
Universal groans coming in out there, but... We could fit it on any board, that's the bonus, but definitely not the most exciting.
And here's a bunch of rods. Not something that empowers the attacker, however, but gonna help him do a lot more damage for this LeBlanc for now.
Also, no upgrades, right? This is the bigger problem. I think he would have loved to see a natural LeBlanc 2 like Camus has, and it might be pretty difficult for him to get a win streak going here with the prismatic augments coming through.
Crescent went for the Destiny, got the Giant and Mighty. Not Crescent, Camus, sorry. Crescent actually got the Trait Tree. So, considering you just have that birthday reunion, a little bit of a potential gamble in that you might get. You're playing out your game on a little bit of a flip, but see if he does able to make that work. Camus should be really, really strong off the back of that Giant and Mighty just to keep tempoing.
So far, Skip is fulfilling his end of the bargain towards Atakan. Has been winning the past few rounds, which is when he's going to start stacking up more and more. We're going to check on the stacks when we reach stage 4, which is going to be important to decide whether or not he has hit the critical mass, which will allow him to keep the ball rolling.
Ooh, trade tree pickup with how well emblems usually fit with Buildwater. I understand the pickup here, but not really the best thought. I mean, the Noxus is not really going to
we got builds, we got Warden. You can't be too sad about this.
You have a Reforger still, though. Why not Gamma?
That's probably going to be happening around 4-1, but maybe he's keeping his options open towards playing some Noxus in the near future. I'm seeing Draven here could be playing in the stead of this Jinx, for example, but you're right that he could reforge this one, maybe waiting for a better opportunity to reforge something else as well with.
Why are you mad off the back of it? I mean, a second Prismatic's going to be so low. Already angling towards a potential of a 10 loss streak. You see the Prismas loading in. Everybody's going to be so much stronger than you. And he's not going to have a lot of life to play this game on.
And we have to remember, he's on 53 points, just a point behind Volta. They're very clearly ahead of the rest of the lobby. All of a sudden, he's put himself in a position where he can very much go 8th here if he's not able to stabilize on 4-1. You're mentioning it, Barry. The amount of tempo that's added to the lobby on 3-2 with the Prismatics coming in means that because he's essentially open for it, he's going to take so much more damage.
Yeah, we're not killing anything in these fights, and
no way.
8 loss already. It could. I mean, you don't need to first or 8th coming into this game, but I think that's the approach, unfortunately.
For sure, that definitely looks like that was his approach. And remember, at the top of the day, when you had Kubix on here, he was telling you that even when you look like you're in a safe-ish position on points, you have to remember that everybody's going to be playing towards a max cap, and that you should not bulk at going for these high-risk plays, even if you're in such a position. And YUMAD, definitely following in his line, has the potential with this artifact, if we find something like the Silas carrying the Seeker's Arm Guard, that could turn into a one-man army, bringing him to victory.
Lusher's the only player who maybe is on par with YUMAD Pro. Both of the German players taking more of a lose streak angle in stage 2 and 3, but I think even this board from Lusher should definitely clear out YUMAD Pro's board. So we might be seeing a sub 20 or just barely above 20 HP entrance into stage 4 from YUMAD Pro.
Yeah, I suppose YUMAD has the potential coming through, whereas Lusher, obviously 2 tricks, selling off your upgrade, going for the early loss streak. Does have the full duplicator, so you could get something like a 2-star 5 cost off the back of that, but also going to be really low, and it's not like he's got much more coming down the line off these augments.
For me, the big issue is that we're playing towards these Ionias unless we find something different here. We're keeping the extra Ionias on bench. We're not ahead in economy. It's going to be pretty hard to pivot into Lissandra and Volibear, which is another pair that could be holding the Ari and Ionia items. But yeah, it's going to be pretty rough for him to get there. So I'm scared for Lusher's position.
Our lobby leader here, a name we're all too familiar with, Camus, getting a really early just tempo setter off the back of this stone plates coming through. Took the little bit of a flip with the Prisma Destiny. Personal favorite augment. I love anybody who clicks on this. Giant and Mighty's worked out even better as well, though, and now he's in just such a commanding position.
Triple stone plate is insane. Holding a 4th LeBlanc and denying Scapeus is even more insane. The mental damage is coming through from our players here.
Yes, speaking of Scapeus, he's been losing the past couple of rounds. It's going to be coming up to the time where we need to check up on him and see if he passes the stacks check for stage 4, going into that 7 Noxus, allowing him to snowball. So far, Clemu and Allegory with Crescent all holding the lobby between all of them 3.
Yep, sub 20 HP indeed. 15 HP entrance into stage 4 is not where anyone wants to be in any game of TFT, but especially not this one with your TPC hope on the line. 53 points, but an 8th would make that all disappear. He needs to stabilize on this roll down.
Yeah, really does need to. Coming into this one with a player with not the competitive experience, this is a do or die moment. How are your nerves? How do you manage this game? Why you Mad Pro's got to show us here why he deserves to be in TPC.
Yeah, and the issue is that I believe he hasn't gotten the savings account yet, so he wasn't able to roll down, wasn't able to unlock the Galio on 4-1, just like we've seen in a previous game, so has to roll down now. Got a lot of gold going for him. Swain pair, Lux pair, Sandra too, so upgrades are coming in, but I think that should be enough for this round.
Something would be great.
Okay, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, he has Galio even dropping down to 5 Demacia. Good quick counting for him. Pretty successful roll down, honestly.
Yeah, gets the little lesser depop as well, just getting his upgrades that he needs. Knows that the rest of the lobby won't have been rolling. Does come up against Clemu, who's probably the one player he didn't want to see loading in, but he's committed so much gold, he should be able to stabilize.
Garen 1 worries me a little bit. Would have loved to see a Garen 2 upgrade as well, but of course, I think you want to roll after the Galio upgrade, especially after seeing what your next augment is in particular. But you cannot lose a single fight, because if you go down to 1 life, and someone becomes that boogeyman player that just somehow high rolls the roll down on stage 4, you could go out in 7th or 8th, and that would be tragic. And looks like it might be enough with the Lux here. Should be very tanky, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't the best angle for the Lux, so it looked a little sketch, but does able to pick up that win. Galio coming through now as well. Should be able to pick up a combat augment. Just going for an item here.
Yeah, he's missing something key here against that triple Gargoyle Stone Plate, no Void Staff. Here it is. That's what he was missing, and especially with another player with so many gargoyles, if you do not find the reduction of magic resistance, you're going to be staying stuck for such a long time. So here that's been fixed, and now we also have the 2-star Garen. So the hope is alive for YU Mad Pro, but any player, as you mentioned, Panda, any one player high rolls and comes across him twice, and it's going to be game over.
He's rolling deeper. He identifies, hey, I don't need to play for first. I don't need to play for a second. I literally need to just survive into maybe a 5th, and that's good enough with the 53 points he has right now. So identifies that he wants to hit every single upgrade he can on his board before he stops rolling. Hits the Swain as well for extra measure.
Lloyd here does have the luxury subscription fiddle. Did have to take reinforcement though, so you are playing down 2 augments. And what about solo players that wasn't able to put together a win streak? Volta does have the 8 Yordles online with his Vigar on the board. We'll see if he's able to make this one work. Doesn't get the Vigar 2 as of yet though, and we're seeing the Yordles are trying their best here. And just has enough, and Lloyd, that's really not a great result, because there's stronger players in this lobby than Volta.
Yeah, definitely. Volta is way, way far away from his power spikes. Still on the Vigar 1, Kennen 1, Kobuko 1 as well, which is actually kind of scary for him. He's out of money. Even though he has 7 free rolls, he has no gold to spend them on. But in the near future, if he gets 1 reward that's full of gold from the Yordle grab bags, he could upgrade. His combat augments are crazy.
If we're Lloyd and we're losing to Tank Rumble, Vigar 1, we're thinking, oh, that's not, my future's looking bleak.
It's just very low impact luxury subscription, right? I'm not sure I love that pickup on 3-2 from Lloyd. I think the fiddle hit was just not it for his game time. We'll see if he can try and stay alive here. But Pemu on the flip side, another win after that brief loss to YU Mad Pro, and looks to be the dominant player in this lobby alongside Allegri. Just both of them so healthy compared to the rest of this field.
Yeah, and Voltarix's unupgraded board not enough to come close to taking down the Scion with the triple gargoyle. Now we have a Volibear backup, 2-star Ambessa as well, who's already died once. So we've got the Mel. Clemu is in a commanding position to farm that Radiant and cap out super, super high.
Now we're in the position where YU Mad, yes, has put together a little bit of a win streak, but is 15 HP themselves. Volta not putting much together here and is drifting down the standings, and those are our 2 players that are quite far out in points. So if they do finish in the potentially bottom 4, bottom 3 places here, that could really turn this tournament on its head.
YU Mad Pro, even a 6th could be enough in some scenarios. So just seeing a couple of players freefall down below his HP, I think is definitely a a breath of relief, right? Considering the position he came into this stage 4 with and how doomed it looked, unless his roll down would be strong enough or good enough to stabilize. Scapeus is making it work actually with the Bringer of Ruin, picked up explosive growth to try and I imagine make it to 8 comfortably, and is still sitting on 54 HP, so turn things around in a big way.
Turning things around indeed. A couple of upgrades coming in for Voltarix on the side here, but I'm not seeing Veigar. I'm not seeing Yone2 here. We're one of Ari with the duplicator, pair of Wukong's for Lurcher, so it's not looking too great for him.
There's some sad boards in this lobby, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I looked around and I'm like, oh,
The cap is looking
show me
so
someone
low.
else. Yeah.
Let's see what Skip can do here when the Otacon is unleashed. 7 Noctis online with the Mel now as well, applying the red buff, and the Otacon is straight into the back line. Can't quite take care of the Zillion, and LeBlanc, I think, cannot take down this Braum as well. So will be a small loss here for Scapeus. For Lloyd, you have to wonder, is he able to stay alive, considering he came into this at 9 HP?
No. I think is he down? I'm seeing a loss check mark on the...
Coming up against Clemu here and nearly taking down the LeBlanc. Not enough. Lloyd does stay alive, but I can't really see anything arriving to save this game.
1 HP in a dream. 1 roll double Mel. Watch. End of the dream. The luxury subscription pick was really surprising. If you wanted to gamble something, I think the Prismatic Destiny is one of the choices that had more potential, because even if you hit something like the Annie on 3-2, you don't really have the gear for her to get her to cast early enough.
Yeah,
Lusher does have the R3 now.
Enough or not? It is Blade Master Ionia, so that's kind of surprising that he went down that route.
This is like a very strong board from Allegri, though. The augments are it's basically triple item augment for Allegri's board, so hitting it, he's going to look really, really strong here. I think the Ahri just does not have enough damage by herself to chew through the Braum. And that's Lusher out with 49 points. This 8th place or 7th place will not be enough to have him advance and play the TPC next set, unfortunately, for the experienced German player.
Blade Master not providing enough there, and then real lack of items. Picking 2-trick and lose streaking, just a real rough spot to be in. Does get the 7th ahead of Lloyd off the back of that luxury subscription. We've talked all weekend about aura farming being a little bit of a flip. Luxury subscription, you're not even getting the 2-star coming through at the same point. It's taking a little bit longer, and you're also, the rest of the lobby is prismatic, so it really is a risky pickup there. Volta, 8 Yordles and a Dream. He knew that he had a points lead over the rest of the lobby. If he could just finish in something like a 5th or 6th place, that might be enough. And the Veigar might be seeing that home.
Honestly, kind of disappointing to see so few cannons, not even 2-star Veigar, because you're completely uncontested. You found a bunch of resources, not even able to find your upgrades. Has to be a kind of generational low roll. Here it comes, but that's kind of late. And by now you should be getting Cannon 3 or getting to that level 9 to add in the Ziggs, add in the Swain, who are so important for this ball. It's looking like a little bit late, but with 54 points, Voltarix could be okay with just a 6.
Yeah,
Hear me out.
Okay.
Volta was purposely losing and not getting the Veigar 2 to get maximum Spirit Link value.
True. Yeah, he was manipulating the shops. He was like, not yet. Just let me get maximum value here. But a player who has got maximum value, Why You Mad Pro, has put together this win streak. We were really worried about them, but throughout stage 5, able to keep things going, hit the bot pretty quickly. Now you do get to the point in stage 5, sorry, where a lot of players are hitting, but you're coming up against Volta's Yordle board, so you should be able to make short work of that. Fizz is trying his best in the backline there, but maybe doesn't have just enough. Volta does go down, not dead as of yet.
Fizz tickling Lissandra for the entire duration of the fight. With the Seeker's Arm God, she was able to just regen off of his damage the entire time. Kind of ridiculous how many times she got hit to end up with full health.
And Volta trying to get any placement that he can, knowing that even if he just outplaces Why You Mad Pro, for example, that could be enough to guarantee he makes it through being the point leader coming into this game. Why You Mad Pro has definitely made it out. Happy to see him make it through that incredibly high pressure situation of being down to 15 HP entering stage 4 and now in a 6 win streak. So both of the leaders are slowly trying to just play for that top 4.
there is something interesting to be said about the points distribution. Clemu and Allegory being middle of the pack when it comes to the points of this lobby, at the top of the lobby currently, are probably putting a lot of pressure on YU Pro and Volatile, because they think that if Skippers manages to go first, then one of Volatile or YU might just be missing out and be the unfortunate 5th player after this lobby concludes.
YU keeps the streak though, so Volta does fall out there. Elsewhere, we see Crescent did get to 9 and get the fiddle through for the birthday reunion. So a really nice addition coming in when you're playing this Bilgewater board. You want to get that fiddle in anyway. Reforged one of the emblems into Disruptor, so a nice splash. So the emblems have really came together here. And Crescent, a player who has been trading blows, winning the odd round, but does have the build, so is scaling, and the Kench is in the shop.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw from Kaiser in that last game. We did see the eventual reforge on the Noxus, as picked up the Disruptor emblem on the TF game, apply it quite well at the very least.
Well, with the addition of the Azir, not the soldiers look positioned in a weird way, but with Exiles, you have to know that the soldiers do not break the Exile shield, which is kind of important when you have so many units on your board, being level 9 with the Azir. Good execution on him, and you mentioned, yeah, the Disruptor emblem being paired with the Azir mean we have a lot of damage reduction, but it's not going to be enough in the face of that terrifying board. Yeah.
Looks like a lot of these players are really hitting their stride in terms of the boards they were aiming for. Looking at Clemu's board, he's fully transitioned out of that, Shen solo play we saw earlier on to now an Azir 2, and for the Meld 2 as well. Skipeus as well has really made things work with his board, but now on a 3-loss streak. So stage 4 looked good enough with his setup. Now he's starting to face these players like YU Pro, like Allegory, who's on a 5-win streak, and he just can't quite hang. The Atakan hasn't stacked enough.
YU Pro, potentially the big winner already coming into this game. 53 points, was sitting ahead the rest of the pack. Volta's already dropped out, had a 10-loss streak, so this game was looking really, really sketchy. Now on the 8-win streak. Allegri is on the 5-win streak though, so potentially 2 players that will be going head-to-head and will be a test of each other's boards. But YU Pro, a player on the verge of making it into that pro circuit, living up to his namesake.
Definitely a clutch position, and we mentioned at the start of the game, not being afraid to take the risks, even when you look like you're a tiny bit ahead, because that could end up costing you greatly. And I believe that it's all going to be relying on Skippers here, staying alive. If he does, then Voltarix and YU Pro might be in trouble, but if he goes down, unless my calculations are incorrect, then we're gonna have this final top 4 locked in. It's looking like Skippers is actually winning that round, so keeping his hopes alive and making them sweat for it a little bit.
The Atakan doing so much, draining the entirety of the middle of the board there for Clemu. The Azir was safe for a while, but eventually he came knocking on that left corner as well. Maybe I spoke too soon. Despite the Mel not being fully itemized or really being the star of the show at all, it seems like the Atakan, the LeBlanc, and the Silas as a duo carry is just enough. There's a Mel pair as well for Skipeus, so if he's able to find the upgrade, that could be huge for him. Every skill level as well for the Atakan just makes it that much stronger.
2 players on fire in this lobby. You're looking around thinking, okay, can we stop beating up on us? Can you go head to head? We saw Skipeus board though finally coming online, as you've said. Coming up against a ghost round here is that Bilgewater player.
Yeah, but this is a very, very strong ghost with the 2-star Kindred, with the 2-star Fiddlesticks, the Exiles. Looks like the Azir has been removed in favor of Lucian and Senna to give that Gunslinger. It's going to be a very, very tough battle. The Atakan, he's going to be... Oh, wait, he's right in the middle. I wasn't able to see him. Gets eaten up by the Tamkins, and it's looking like Skippers' hope of a first play. No, wait, no. Ah, there it is. Bilgewater,
I don't think that'll be enough.
To the deep end.
A 5th place here for Skipeus with only having 49 points. I don't think that will be enough. It'll be sad to see, considering Skipeus has had one of his best sets in a long time. He's considered the Pirate King, unfortunately in the end taken down by those Pirates in this final Game 6.
YU finally went up against Allegri, did actually lose that round, but stayed alive, so it must have been a pretty close matchup. He was quite low on HP. We do know that Clemu is closing in on the Radiant item from Mel, so a potential big spike coming through there. And they'll need something like that. 3-loss streak for Clemu now, and yes, points-wise, maybe a top 4 will be enough. but you do want to eke out every position. Even a +1 could make all the difference.
Would make the difference. Can anybody touch Allegory though is the final question, because we haven't like checked on his board in a long time, but yeah, here it is. We're just waiting on a couple final big upgrades. Here's one, might be waiting for it for the next round. We'll lock the shop, and that's well, I mean, that's one of the more terrifying boards that we've seen all weekend. Aln is probably close to getting another artifact crafted as well for that Silas, hopefully, and Klimu is going to try and beat him up, but it's looking like a kind of a long shot.
See what Klimu can do here. The Azir after the damage buff, making him not just a utility, not just a Shurima printer, but also a carry. We're seeing it here on this board from Klimu, but the Mel has not been upgraded yet, maybe lacking some damage against this board from YU Mad Pro. So much burst coming through from Lissandra here, stacking the Seeker's Arm God. Maybe a close fight. It looks like it's going to come down to the very end of it, but Lux is still very healthy. The Seekers will help the tankiness from Lissandra, and a big win for YU Mad Pro, who seemingly can do no wrong.
Lore-accurate Lissandra on the other side of the field. Absolutely huge. Here comes a Radiant Sterak. Might just be going on the triple Sterak's Volibear. Screw it. Huge shield. Wait, nope, not triple. Mine wants to keep.
Let's get the Mel upgrade as well. So Radiant and potentially Mel 2 coming through in the same round. We just saw how close that fight was. This could be the difference maker for Klimu.
Yeah, huge amount of upgrades there. Crescent, in the meantime, has been stacking up the Bilgewater as well, and his board also found the Lucian and Senna too. So every time we check on him, he's upgraded more and more.
This will be a real test. We'll see what Tahm Kench is able to swallow up, if it can be maybe pivotal for winning this fight. Crescent's the player who needs the first more than anyone else remaining in his top 4, sitting at only 48 points coming into this game 6. The Kindred's still very healthy in the backline there. Looks like it's going to be a good, clean sweep here for Crescent. Very similar to what we saw from Kaiser in the last game. Bilgewater, if you make it to stage 6, you scale so much with this trade.
Yeah, and YU Mad turn this game around, gets that top 4. Klimu going out in 3rd place. We'll have to see if that is enough. Crescent knew that this game had to be a big result, as you touched on. 48 points coming in. I think the augments tell this as well. Birthday Reunion, Trait Tree, big risk picks, but it has paid off wonderfully here. Being able to greed the Bilgewater as long as possible as well, and is getting to the point where we know Bilgewater can get out of hand. Even a top 2 here might have saved his tournament.
Yeah, and Bilgewater has been one of the standout compositions today. Not, we've seen a few tragedies, obviously, but one of the nail-biter compositions that is able to be scaling into the late game and beat out these incredible balls. I do not know that it's going to be enough against Allegory, because as you can see, I think he knows he's already qualified. He's standing up, clapping for joy, because he's piloted this game beautifully, and it's gonna be an end of this final game 6. Allegory is gonna take it all. Crescent with a 2nd place, and Allegory going to the TPC, showing off that beautiful smile. Happy to have made it such a nice accomplishment. GG's to him.
Off to Allegri on a great showing. A player that I know from my experience playing against on the ladder. He loves playing into a lot of different variations of AP Flex. He has all the way back to the Street Demon set and so many different comps that he liked to kind of, not one trick, but play a lot of. And again, able to do it in his final game with a beautiful game of AP Flex, playing into the Freljord. We thought it would be Demacia, which seemed to be his comfort pick across this weekend, but he pivoted off into the Zillion, into the Silas instead, and really did make it work. We'll go to a quick break, and we'll have the analyst breakdown, not just the game, but the entire tournament, as we see who takes those final few slots for the TPC and for week 2 of regionals.
Always rises. Cannons. rises. Cannons.
Welcome to the other side of the Great Divide. Our first weekend is officially done. Honestly, makes I love, particularly in this last game, with the kind of format we have here, that our players who are fighting to get over that last slip are directly up against the other players who are trying to keep them from doing so. That was an absolutely wild final game.
It was. And I mean, I think you're pointing out correctly how fun it is to always have players fight for something in these last kind of games. But that also means heartbreak exists for all of us. Whoever we're rooting for, somehow it just always is going to be one of the players that doesn't make it. I think for me here, Lusher and Scapeus taking a low placement was really a little bit of a heartbreak. I was worried about Volta on that Yordle line. You know, I've been talking about the Yordle deck. He had a historic low roll. I will say it's not the Yordle's fault that he took a 6th tier. This could have ended very differently, but it looks like his overall points might just be good enough to still bring him forward to week 2. But that was not the only crazy thing in this game.
No, I mean, we've just had crazy things leaking out of everywhere in this one. I was really surprised to see, some of the turnarounds we got going. I mean, Crescent particularly going for the triple emblem and ending up grabbing a Bilge Water off of the tail end of that one. It felt so incredibly unlikely, but I think it was one of those defining moments as a player, saying, you know what, I need something to go really right for me here. And ultimately, the fact that it did land on the Bilge Water Emblem and was actually useful made it a risk apparently worth taking.
It absolutely did. But I also want to kind of tie it back to a bigger narrative. Time and time again, every single game, we've been saying these new and upcoming TFT players, they've been surprising us. They've been running away with those high placements. They've been doing so well. And this game, no different. Allegory at the end there with the celebration dance knows that this first place means so much there. On the back of a Freljord Lysandra board, the Zillion in there that we've been talking so much about, as well as the Silas, of course, as our big carry. I just think this was a beautiful way to end the day. On this slide here, you see all our eliminated players, unfortunately. So Crescent, Scapeus, Lusher, and Lloyd not able to claw their way into week 2. It was a perfect flip when you think about this lobby. And then on our other side, we're going to see all the players that will meet in week 2.
As you said, it's an opportunity for our players who've not been there before, and the players that have, to really cement their legacy and really step onto the big stage, guaranteed through to the pro circuit for next season, but with a chance next weekend of going further. Jed, you saw, of course, we talked before, was very confident coming in. Coco, another player you expected big things from. Yosko as well. By the end of it, you managed to go through first place in day 1, second place in day 2. That's an extremely impressive showing from the Spanish player.
It absolutely is. I think we had so many great players show up this weekend, and some of them made all the way and some of them were unable to do so, but the action doesn't end there. We have more games to come next weekend, so if you haven't done so, make sure you mark your calendar. And we're now going to speak to a player that is going to be playing next weekend. Safo, can you hear us all right?
Yep.
Hello. Congratulations to you first and foremost for making it. Of course, we were all watching you this weekend and at the Paris Open last year. And I just want to ask you, as somebody who was watching, I was standing at that Spanish co-streamer desk. They were all rooting for you. Do you feel like that was a big change in your competitive history?
First of all, thank you. Yes, I mean it was. I just don't know how I made it. It actually still feels like very unreal. But during that tournament, I don't know. I regained confidence that I used to have like some years ago. Because like the past few sets were bad, and I don't know. During that tournament, I felt unstoppable. Everything was going right. And I mean, it kept going, and I hope it still it keeps like this during at least 2 more weeks, like next week and the Worlds one.
That's all you need to ask. Well, walk us through your tournament a little bit here, because playing in day one, looking at your kind of results, there was a little bit of a slump in day one, and then in day two, things were very variable, with going from first places down to lower places and then back up again. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you came into the tournament and how much you were able to preserve that momentum?
So I think initially I didn't have the best read of the meta, and after day one, yesterday and this morning, I reviewed some of the players who did well, and I think I understood some things better, and I just changed a little bit what to angle in some games, and it worked. Yep.
It certainly did work, but you're also mentioning you have week 2 to go to. Maybe for people who are interested in what pros do to prepare, can you share what you're planning to do in preparation for next weekend?
I mean, nothing very special. I will study with Dalesom, with Quillosco, who are the other Spanish players who are in week 2, and I don't know, we will try to learn as much as we can, and so that we have our best shot to make it to Worlds and go with Reven, who is already there.
Well, can you talk to me a little bit about that? Because, of course, we've been talking about the Spanish community a lot, but I'd like to hear it from you yourself. Things have been improving dramatically for Spanish players overall recently. Can you tell us a little bit about how the Spanish community is coming together? Because it sounds like you're supporting each other quite a lot now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all thanks to Reven and to Koi. What we did in EWC last year, like through the open qualifier, like we were like really underdogs, and we did quite a good run. A lot of people who maybe didn't follow TFT competition started watching because of that. Reven was a big part of that, and I don't know, we are trying our best to represent Koi, and I don't know, it's just working. I mean, today it didn't work for Reven. I think he put too much pressure in. I don't know. I think he's good enough, but I don't know. I think he was just not concentrated or whatever today. But everyone has been doing a nice job. Even Chuso and Adesta, who sadly couldn't make it to today, they are also very, very good. And I hope like next set we can be even more people in tier 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've all been rooting for Reven, despite his a little bit faltering performance today. Sometimes you just have those days, man. That happens to pros, same as to everybody else. I want to pick your brain just a little bit. Of course, the meta right now is pretty open, with a lot of those level 9 boards being played, a lot of those legendary units being played. Do you think there's any secret tech that hasn't been shown yet that could still make the run? We just saw a Yordle game from Volta in that very last round. I don't know if you've been watching, but is there anything?
Personally, I'm a big hater of Veigar and the Yordles. I think it didn't go very well for Volta. But yeah, as you said, the meta is like very, very open. I'm sure there's still like some tech that people still haven't played that might be good, and it's definitely a very difficult patch because of that, because there are like so many lines, and I'm still not 100% sure which are the best and when to play them, but we will try to figure it out for next week.
All right, well, we'll let you go to enjoy your success and advance forward to week 2. But just before we do, is there anyone or anything you'd like to shout out? The floor is yours.
So I'll thank everyone from who have been preparing with me, like Chuso, Desta, Dalesom, Guillosco, Reven, Black Sheep, and Kiki from Latam. and everyone who supports Koi, that they are crazy, like on Twitter and everything. They always cheer for us, and then we try to do our best for them. And well, I just want to say that Devin died today, but it's all part of the script. He will top 8 at Worlds and keep tier 1. We trust him. He will do it. And yeah, it's just part of the show business.
Very good. Thank you so much, Sappho.
Thank you.
Oh boy, yeah. No, it's I think that's the thing. It's the makings of a scene to be able to be supporting each other through the highs and the lows. Because as much as we came to this one really hoping we'd see a massive resurgence, still we've got Revan at the Crown. We've got the potential for 2 more Spanish players at the Crown. So the Spanish stream is still very much intact, and I hope they are generally keeping their spirits up between weeks 1 and 2, knowing that this has already been a very, very good tournament for them overall.
I'm sure they are. It's been fantastic to see them kind of come together. Like I mentioned at the Paris Open, I was watching at the Spanish booth because obviously Sappho was our last hope. It was so much fun. They were so hilarious.
All right, guys. So that does bring week 1 to a close. Our 16 players advanced to go into week 2 for competing for a space at the Crown itself to fight against the other greatest players in the world. Of course, if we take a look here, we can see all the players who have been qualified. We've still got some TBAs, because of course China's still going to play theirs. Americans, of course, will be coming up after this. So not everybody, but most of everybody going through to week 2 in the various regions.
Just look at the names that are listed there. Those are the heavy hitters. Those are the champions of TFT across the globe, waiting in the wings there to fight it out, man. It's just exciting to see all of them as we are already looking a little bit towards set 17. I think it's great fun, and we're gonna get some more awesome competition there for sure.
Yeah, so I was quickly scanning down that list to be like, where's title? Okay, there it is. It's okay. Everything is right in the world. APAC is
still
in
working.
good hands.
I mean, APAC is generally in good hands. They're very, very strong players as a general macro region for sure. But I mean, very important for you guys at home to write down the dates of when all the excitingness is happening, because March 13 is week 2 of the regional finals. We're once again starting this off with EMEA, and then NA will be later in the day. And then March 27th for the Lore and Legends Tacticians Crown, where all of that action is going to go on, where our players are going to be fighting for who will be crowned our next world champion.
If you want to keep up on everything in between the weeks, because we know that you do, we'll be able to throw in all of your thoughts, feelings, and hopefully pet pictures as well. Do head across on X to Compete TFT, Instagram, Teamfight Tactics, Play TFT on Facebook and YouTube. And if you'd like to keep up with any of our good selves as well, it's at Impetuous Panda on Twitter, at CanopyCast myself, at Makes_, you can see beneath her name, Barry Ballon, done the way you'd expect, and Kenobi_TFT. Of course, shout out to our amazing production team for making everything possible today. Our admins all behind the scenes. Everyone who's been working on this product from top to bottom, we will be back again in 1 week's time for the second week and deciding who goes forward to Crown. We hope to see you there.
Always rises.